And you know you're a UE member when you can tap the fence. I'm Tiffany Browning. I was set up again. You know you're a UE member when you can tap the fence up here and be like, by the way, Tiffany Brooks Browning says hi. The one that said, fuck you, Syndicate, I own this bitch. Or they changed it to be in Oregon and then changed it to be about something racist because Tiffany made a little situation inside of a situation called Criminal Mafia for Mandy when she didn't even know that it was about that at all. She thought it was literally just a syndicate, like a group of friends or a gang of friends that were being fed by a street mom financially or emotional support units on the phone or whatever. She had no idea that they were doing whatever they were doing in here, be it cool or not, in the dating game, in the telephone game, or whatever they're not saying over there. Because do you see what I see? Do you hear what I hear? Do you feel what I feel? Do you taste what I taste? Do you smell what I smell? Do you hear what I think? Can you penetrate a cell a different day, somebody else? With pencil, I mean, can get ion drips on it. So once again, Channel 12, Mrs. Tiffany, and I have about 1,300 people that walk through my body every single day through my face. Some of them are UE members, some of them are syndicates or whatever, right? And they see what I see, they hear what I hear, they feel what I feel, they taste what I taste, they smell what I smell. They mentally and emotionally connect with me when they're with me. They don't necessarily remember what they did or didn't connect with me on the next time they leave because they put it on a forget-me-not wheel where they just pick up some information or whatever, and it used to be called the dragon breath call. I wanted to know if that was lucky that Tiffany tried to say it back in the day because they blamed the same thing on him or whatever. But anyways, the whole point is that there's so much information that goes through and they get to pick and choose whatever stuff they want to keep and what stuff they want to use against somebody else. And it's just ridiculous because they keep trying to set me up here all over like they got me or whatever, right? But the problem is that there's so many people that know for a fact that this did not happen to my kids and why they set me up. And I know who it was who set me up because they're my friends in real life, because there was evil driving them who already hated me in the first place because I supposedly passed AIDS or whatever around in here where they're not at. I mean, where I'm not at, sleeping around with a bunch of people in the alternate echelon universe where there should not be a bunch of people walking around naked or having lifelines or anything like that because it's supposed to be for the echelon people and or the rich people that are up there in the entity situation, which is the white sparkly people and their families and other rich people and people that don't hurt people and don't use people's whatever against them, past histories against them or whatever. Not a bunch of slewy slugger bullshit where they sit here and they talk so much shit and mentally fuck somebody up. They can't move because they make her sit here with nothing, not able to move or walk across the bridge to Oregon because of what's going on, because they've been illegally pinging off of her database, and she's literally talked to almost 12 different judges that came over here and said, you're not allowed to do this, it's illegal in Washington. And I'm just like, do what? And she's showing me stuff, but I can't see what she's looking at. And by the time I go to explain to her that I'm not in here, she's gone. Just like a UE member should be. And they weren't talking to me at all. They were talking to someone else, I think. Whether they were on my chain or not is beyond me, but they just switched the power sources, so they just go back and forth, blaming seriously messed up people over here. That is not Tiffany at all, and she cannot see us. And regardless of who they make it look like she's friends with in here, I'm not in there. I'm not friends with anyone, except the UE people who stick up for moms and know for a fact a mom named Tiffany Browning, the one that was named the Empress, that they stole in here or borrowed to do whatever they weren't doing in dating land on the other side, when Peace Team Pillowcase wasn't walking up the stairs with me saying that my personality was his dating partner in here, that he would have to hang up on a line or whatever. It was only good for 3 days at a time or something like that. And I gave his wife kudos for, instead of cheating on her husband after he cheated on her, making herself better with the body keep it on thing and the iStem codes that they gave me from the UE, where I could photocopy a picture of my ID or scan my driver's license that scanned CIA 2 summers ago, where one site says they're trying to persecute a capital murder. And I was like, dude, that's the one you came down the pipeline for. Please don't get a hit on my life, because I'm not a rat tail. Can't go back in the past, because past can be changed or whatever. But on this side, I'm talking a different situation where they were UE members in the CIA investigating something completely different that may or may not have been the Game of Thrones and the illegal use of our ISIM codes. But I'm not sure because I can't see them. And my one friend that may or may not have been a game controller or involved in it got killed for defending me because somebody else that was on the opposite team had a child molester on their list, and somebody else in here that may or may not have pretended to be me to live off of whatever wealth that I had accrued up here, or that my team had accrued up here under the Tiffany Browning name or whatever power source I was wearing, ended up falling for the guy because he was a smooth talker up there. He was the only one that had a different body than anyone else before I scanned my body in there for them to use on accident. Anyway, the point is that in the other universe, whether it was Game of Thrones or not, people sat behind their computers and they did talk shit, and they did talk shit in rooms, sort of, or whatever, but it was for some game that I've never played. And I knew that all my friends were playing against me or whatever, or just using me as a re-up when they would drive by. But I didn't know nothing about it, and I was fine with it, sorta. I just didn't understand why everyone and their mom kept questioning me about who did what and putting me through these psychoses and questioning me over and over again about stuff, but nobody would tell me who they were or bring it to the front or meet me out front or whatever you want to talk about, when all I ever did was stick up for people. Whether I did or didn't know who killed so-and-so, or whether I did or didn't know who stabbed so-and-so, or whether I did or didn't know who home invaded so-and-so, if he did or didn't kill him, or if it was somebody different or whatever, or if I didn't kill him either on accident. Because it's pretty depressing and scary when you can show somebody within their facial expression code, when their eyes are open, a video of them stabbing someone to death or shooting someone or something else like running over a cop. But it's got your face on it when you know for a fact you didn't do that. And you got everyone and their mom pretending to be your best friend because you've made all these points, right? From the ground, helping them with synergy and power sources and making crowns and the UE power source and the UE power source and the anomaly power source and the Satan power source, which was Evil Lucinda power source, which before that was Tiffany power source, but they changed it to somebody different, and so on. It's just crazy because I can't. It's not like I'm like everyone else because of how I was scanning when I got it through the face, and because I saw the stars literally. Not only did it make this $1 million sorta with the Robotron thing over here that was keeping me alive kinda, and a bunch of other stuff, collecting information the whole time and never being forgotten by homies in Japan, because homies in Japan hate these people over here who really want to remember what time it is when Tiffany remembers that Mother Earth is the first one who had to deal with the drama of the S Corporation and everything else when they were chasing her and everyone else around with the back box secrets or whatever wasn't in there. And what it was primarily was molestation charges that had accrued in here from every single time a man messed with a CPS helmet girl illegally when he was not married to her. Because it can go into the brain or the kid, or it looks like it happened. It feels like it happens to the child is the problem. And sometimes they can hear you and sometimes they can't, depending on if they flipped it the wrong way or not. And the people on the other side did not know that that was happening in the UE. And the UE was my side of things. But the thing is we were cut off. Our trail was cut off with each other because I saw the stars. But I knew they were up there. I just couldn't find them because I can't see them. And people would come down and tell me that they were UE members silently or whatever, that they were just, checking things out. Or that they were private investigators or whatever else they were doing. But I had no idea what for. I'm thinking something different. Like why they put me in here like that. And gave me bodies like that for them to benefit in here just to diss me and keep being like, I don't know, man. Let me sit here and build you up like pool table stories or whatever you want to call it and make you go to a place in your mind or whatever and have fun and then just diss me on the other side. It's like I've been the trash can. His, mine, and ours, and trash, right? I've been the trash can for both sides for a long time. But yet I am the side where they get a lot of their umption and gumption from, or at least they used to, because I was the main power source mixed with 3 other people in here. And here we go again. They're throwing something this way, and I don't know what it is. And I can't eat, I can't sleep, I have no money, I have no car, I have no nothing. And honest to God, I am scared to death of that one force that's in here, wherever he is or isn't. Even though everybody else says they know where he lives, they know his act, they know all this stuff. And there's that other situation that I'm like, you can't blackmail somebody or whatever. All you can do is kill them with kindness and shit. But it does not work with this person when it comes to me for some reason, even though I can sit here all day long and tell them what my plans were all along was to just keep me alive with my little programs at Inc. At the end of the day, it's not even a company necessarily, but it is something that has stocks and bonds in it, and it does have to do with my AI program and the Blue Life Force Water people, because that is what's keeping me alive, because I am backwards scanning on this chain with 20 million people coming through here, and a lot of them do remember what's going on in their brain stems. They just don't say nothing because they're tired of dealing with it. And there was not anybody else like me that we know of until they went behind my back and did the same thing with somebody else to get the same exact situation going and made them see the stars again and fixed it with the computer and yada, yada, yada. And they just added like 20 more people into this bill where these people are going to die too now when they push the kill button, because I don't think they really realized that when they killed Buddy or they killed Ashley's daughter, or they killed these 3 people, or they blue-pilled this one and that daughter died, or whatever else we're not saying, that it's all on record, because these power sources are recording magnets, tracing magnets, not just location devices. And they are in fact splitting atoms all over again about the fact that it was Tiffany down here that hired the first private investigator to fix the IR Solutions investigation account where they said Tiffany Brooks Browning's name, and she looked in the mirror and saw those people, and then they said embezzlement specialist, because she looked it up on the internet and she's like, well, that's definitely not me, but I need my money because I've been sitting here for this long working my ass off, praying with these people that I got disconnected from, plus whatever wasn't said over there in Portland. just for Blue Room Theories to come down here and say they do have money for me, but they don't know how to get it to me. And they may or may not have tried to put it on my chime card, and maybe they already stole it up here or whatever, just like they stole everything else. Because I remember having a problem with my chime card in the beginning, when I was at my apartment, when I couldn't even call it to check it anymore, because they had changed something in here, and I had to check the balance at the grocery store. And no, I don't have that anymore, or the US bank card, or nothing else. I just have my green dot, which they've already demolished the accounts that may or may not have tried to put money in it to help me, out of anger for the fact that I've never been helped on the ground at all, that I can't see you, and that they had promised in the UE, which is a legal obligation, to someone named Tiffany Brooks Browning, that she is exonerated and whatever else from everything that happens in here, because she didn't want anybody to watch her, listen to her, record her, or write her down, including and especially the Red Devil Boy voice repercussions of kids stuff, CPS stuff, whatever you want to call it. Especially since she moved across the bridge to be a better mom and make up for lost time, and that was 3 years she had lost with her kid, or 4 kids, but especially her daughter, who was only 13, 10 and a half. And now it's been 2 years that flew by so fast, every day doing the same thing, sitting here, sticking up for myself silently with respect and everything else. And I have no money or a car because they want me to stay here. So that I can't cross the bridge and turn myself in, or turn my project report card in, or whatever you want to call it. To lose credibility or whatever it wasn't. And that's just it. I know how to steal power sources and stuff too. And I have moved bodies around too. And I did hear him say, "Here's your hush money," to someone over there about what he was doing against Tiffany. And it's basically the same thing that they've been doing, where they sit here all day and they beat her up about stuff and they talk shit about her diseased vagina illegally or whatever they're saying. And they don't plan on paying her at all. And if they do pay her, they're going to try to pay her out of some embezzlement account where they can or cannot, or do not just turn right back around and take it from her. They're not giving her their account code to log in underneath their precinct or anything else either. And yes, she did have lids on her that were CIA, FBI, and Internal Affairs. Because I don't know if you know this or not, evil, but Tiffany alerted everybody way before you guys started this to be paying attention to what wasn't being said, and she gave them her illegal connection to the game that you guys are throwing right now. Along with every single phone number she's ever had and email, and how it works through Facebook and every other phone number and email from everybody else that's on her list, and the people's actual Facebooks and phone numbers of the ones that were playing the game on the other side were also inserted in a second situation, which when Tiffany gets across the bridge and goes to the FBI to tell them what's going on face to face, which is what she's calling turning it into whatever, since whoever her person was in the sky, saying this whole time that she's her partners, wait, blah, blah, lingering launches, blah, 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 right? Since they never showed up to help her, then she's going to have to do it the other way. And she's pretty sure that's not the way to do it, because people are going to get in trouble that aren't supposed to. But females who love their kids and know that girls got off their drugs or whatever they did or didn't do to be a better mom, and know that they've never hurt another human being on the planet in their life, is not what we're not saying. Seven 98432-976-821-431-217-9811 42.5, 62.75, 92.7, 42.8, 32.9, 61.7, 78.9, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100. And yes, blackout calling. They were counting for the same reason when you couldn't figure out if they were counting because you gave Nick CPR or not. The problem is no mom has ever hurt their daughter or son in here. And the way that they're doing it in here, it's over and over again in this computer system, making these marks in this system against the system. And it's literally going into the souls of all these UE members who are connected on the other side to these ping points that are in these magic helmets that wear a UE helmet where they can hear your thoughts and protect your assailant on the ground, like Tiffany, who was being endangered by the people above her and scared to death, but would never call the police. Because what are you going to say to the police? Oh, I don't know, I didn't call the cops. Or maybe they say, yeah, let's go arrest her for swap murder or Boeing airplane throws. Or because somebody else said out of her mouth, oh yeah, we'll do grand larceny, we'll take that one and you can take something different. When she's never had a fucking cent this whole time. No car, no nothing. And they keep it that way on purpose because they don't want her around other people or doing anything else that could ruin their chances of doing what we're not saying. Yeah, it's like crazy because in one way, the big voices in the sky are the big powerful guys like the Cloud or whatever and whoever else for a federal building or whatever. I'm not naked. Whatever we're not saying. And I hope it feels good to keep talking shit about Sylvester or whoever else you want to talk about because I slept with 20, 25 people because I already said I had all the slut bunny skills in the world. But you never had permission to use my body illegally, let alone go down my path in the past or talk shit about me or anybody else. So will you please just go ahead and wear that Sylvester slut bunny body yourself and God stamp it? Because Tiffany is a UE member and she's right. People come down here from different zones that are not all on the same lines of communication, usually to throw stuff at her. Usually it's a thank you or a credit card or something different, or sometimes it's a fuck you or I give up or whatever, but hardly ever is it when it's up there at the sky. It's usually just a I'm sorry, Tiffany. At least it was for a while. But they never did tell her or come back and explain to her what happened in here. And she has no idea what it is because she can't see it. And that is the other reason why she's exonerated from everything in here. Because she's never been a player. She's never benefited at all. She's just had her life ruined forever being friends with Anthony Ciaz and sticking up for a fucking punk-ass bitch player who does nothing but hurt girls and break their windows and whatever else. And Slappy Happy is just as bad with his breast implants missing, and his mean left right hook on Tiffany's face when she was sticking up for Tanika's room, not having needles in it, while she's sitting there telling boys that are asking her literally, if you want to fuck or have sex or be in a relationship, no thanks, I have to go get checked at the STD clinic. And that's what she has to say to everybody now, because she's not allowed to date or do anything like that, because even she doesn't know what it is. But not just that, she's not very good at saying no in the first place. But she wants to remain what? Virtuous. Because having sex when you're not married, especially when you're a UE member, makes you a 6 on the cardinal sins department, and it invites demons into your midst that may or may not be sociopathic, gaslighting narcissists. They're looking at a different picture, not the Mike Allen one. Ryan Caruso was your friend, and he may or may not have been the guy in the green or the white car or whatever, you know. And he got killed in here for sticking up for you. I mean, he might have been sticking up for you because he thought he was going to be a millionaire or something, but either way, they killed him for sticking up for you, Tiffany. And I've never seen anybody cry so hard. And watching somebody like Cindy or someone like that not cry about seeing their kid killed or whatever it wasn't that they did execution style back then for saying that he did something to his sister that he didn't fucking do. And it wasn't even his daughter or her daughter. I mean his son. I mean her son. It was her son. Whether it was Jessica's or Tiffany's, it wasn't even their son that did it. It was somebody else named 11 that Tiffany never seen, nor did she see them get executed. And that's why somebody kept saying to you, you didn't even cry when they killed me, Mom. Who was Baby Guantanamo Bay saying that? And Tiffany doesn't know who Baby Guantanamo Bay was. She thought Baby Guantanamo Bay was AK painted white, who may or may not have had boy-girl parts at one time, because it was a combination of bodies that were scanned in at the same time all at once on Tiffany. Tiffany remembers a time when somebody said to her that Well, I would rather have raped somebody than molested somebody. Talking about a guy who had M charges with S on it on them, while the other one had statutory rape charges. And they may or may not have been on the same line or chain. But as soon as the rapist got off the chain, he was talking shit to the guy that had M-worded somebody. Anyway. You don't hurt kids, and you don't hurt elderly, and you should never hurt moms that are trying to be better moms, who were great moms in the first place, before they ever did drugs just a few years prior, who had never been in trouble in her life, and literally left the whole life behind her and the scary people in it and everything else that was going on to get clean and sober and lead by example for her son, Elijah, aka 11, and her brother, Robert Michael Browning, both of which who were made an example of in here and made fun of in a whole bunch of different shit because of Tiffany being a good friend to AK and then switching on him at the end when she put him in the hurt locker and did not talk any shit at all about him whatsoever. She just didn't want to talk to him ever again. And it wasn't even that he did something super fucked up. It's that she had the hope of being friends with whoever it was in the sky. It said, I don't want to be friends with a bitch who does needles. And that's all she needed to cross the bridge and get off drugs and get off liquor and everything else while waiting to hear from the same people who said that to her to maybe pick her up or get her disconnected from the voices that she wasn't supposed to be listening to. And maybe take her to get her stuff or fix her car or something. But nobody showed up. Armband of choosing calling. Don't leave without it. And she's talking to the judges or whoever it was that you remembers on the phone that were literally telling her they had an envelope of money and a car keys and whatever else, a deed to an apartment or some crap. But they thought she had a husband because of what was going on in here. But it was an imaginary one that didn't exist in real life. The one that said that to her. The same one that had also said that they did drugs once and they wanted her to pull her in once and then have her pull them out and to get rid of their girlfriend or whatever they were saying at the time. But she was never in here to do that. And she didn't really know if they meant it in a spiritual way or if they meant it on the ground. But anyway, the point is that she was never in here. And she was fighting to stay friends with somebody that she didn't want to be in a relationship with because they weren't going to be a good stepdad, or they weren't stepdad material to her daughter or her son. But she still loved him anyway, even though he was kind of douchey. Because everybody you meet on the streets of Portland that does drugs are douches. And they can be backstabbers and two-faced. And I don't really know why people think that I seen somebody die or whatever that I didn't see without crying at all. The thing is that it wasn't me who seen it happen. It was someone else in my body making me look like a cold-hearted killer or something else. Because I talked to somebody at the long table who may or may not have said something different. Like, I'm sorry they stole all your life force. And you're a mom. And that's gay. Because you've never hurt another human being on the planet in your life. And then talking to another one from the long table too. They came over and told her that one of her street sons died, that she didn't ever do drugs with or nothing. I'm not mentioning who it was, but they either died in real life or something like that. because that's the kind of bad stuff that they kept putting Tiffany through in here. And she never knows from one minute to the next if that means they died in real life or they died in here, if they died in the game, or if it's a game, but we're still just a bee and all that stuff. And it's just ridiculous. Because it's mind rape, it's mind fucks when you hear, Mom, 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 talking through your mouth, not just hearing it, but talking through your mouth, and you can't tell if it's your kid or if something bad's happening to them or if they're seeing it look like it's you doing something to them or something that they're not doing, especially like right now where I look like shit, just like I do in real life because I'm dying and bleeding out of my pee hole, and yeah, I'm talking about it on YouTube, on 2 of them, because it's not right that a mom has to sit here with nothing while these guys, or whoever they are and aren't, when most of them have been on Tiffany's team, just pretending that they didn't know the fact that she did or didn't have a quote-unquote diseased vagina, who was nowhere near the slut that half those other bitches were in here, let alone on the grounds, because they all did drugs, and they would pretty much do whatever it could to get their Blue's Clues or their heroin. And Tiffany never did that at all. She always paid for her own stuff. And she was always a plus in people's lives. And when she can't be, she hermits herself up. And she just sits here waiting to be able to be a plus, not just in her friends' lives, but her daughter's life, and her son's life, and her family's life. The same family that we're literally keeping her away from, that support her staying clean and sober. Like on Christmas, where they did sing, Hark the Herald Angels Sing, and gave her a coat of arms. And somebody said there's no such thing as coincidences. And one would hope that maybe that was the situation, and that's why I made that video, and that's why those guys stood up for me, but they didn't stand up for me necessarily, or whatever, we're not saying. Because lingering launches of Loyalist royalty, or whatever we're not saying, was totally destroyed when they found out that it had something to do with Tiffany down here. And they were, in fact, trying to make it on both sides of the bridge or triple it up or whatever, making similar names or whatnot. And it did, in fact, have Anthony C. is in it. Tiffany was the first person on the ground that wasn't an FBI agent technically to tag marks up on her rooftop with someone else doing it with her. Like on a timeline or whatever, jumping things. And that's how Tiffany learned how to tagline. We make or create programs that ink with a C on it in here, like INC, Incorporated. And on the ground, she just, as Alcoholics Lost Cause said, I guess today I am the ugliest person I've ever fucking been. Clean and sober, who gave up everything for everyone else to benefit and make an immeasurable difference in the world, to just turn around and have to submit transmission, whatever that means, to some other nation that is still blaming a different picture of Tiffany or Tony, a redhead, or maybe it's Mandy, my best friend, who also backstabs me in here, or whatever they said. Or maybe it's somebody else named Tara, or Amy, or one of Rachel's friends, or Morrow, or Sharon Baker, or Gaylord, or a number of other people. just so that everybody else can get their money as hush money. That we literally watched him pay people off to leave Tiffany down here and pretend once again that they're helping her and working for her to get her settlement statement that she already earned for 4 years, or 4.5 years. Maybe 5.5 years since she lost her identity when she was kicked out on the streets. But basically, she lost her identity because she lost her family to another woman, which is fine. We didn't have problems. We just were together 14 years and broke up. Anyway, I forgot what I was going to say. And no, I can't cry when people tell me stuff like someone died or whatever, because I don't deal with death well. And I don't know who's alive or who's not. But I'll tell you right now, I love my friends. I love my family. I would never do anything to hurt them. And I love my friends. I love my family. I would do anything to protect them situation. It's not what we're not saying. Because the mark of the beast is real. And it should not be a situation where a mom who has never hurt anyone in here or anywhere else, who can't see you and does not have a subscriber report card, or somebody to be committed to, or somebody to answer to, or something necessarily at all on the ground, like a partner, or an agent, or anyone else either, have literally sit here and worked to fucking make you guys what you are, dude. They didn't have shit before this. Yeah, they were online, whatever you're saying, but so what? A few people had 10 grand for a new syndicate or whatever, 20 grand at the most. And it was online trading. Trades for goods and services in here. What Tiffany has done with her ISIM codes that's killing her, that she's never benefited from once, they just use it against her. And all of this stuff, she's got pages and pages and pages and pages and pages, ownership properties of her portion of measurement of whatever it is, even though she doesn't have somebody to be accountable to, right? 9 shares out of 21, Colleen. It's just ridiculous, dude, because she didn't ever ask for much at all. Until they killed her illegally, when she wasn't even saying she owned an S corporation anymore, when it wasn't even her saying it in the first place. It was us. And we are law enforcement, and we are special people, and we are UE. But the ones Tiffany knew were women that cared about a mom. They didn't always know she was a mom, but they were the ones that allowed her to cry when something wasn't going well. Like when somebody went over there and grabbed that folder that had the black cat, whatever it wasn't in it, that they made it look like it was about a girl or whatever. It was like a disu file or something. Grabbed it thinking that one of these bitches was getting away with something because she thought that she was going to get her money or her settlement statement or whatever it wasn't. About Tiffany Browning, the one that they set up in the first place, who's never been in here. And decided to just start sending emails and trashing her name or whatever. Because on one side, they're telling Tiffany, well, you better just marry AK then. And on the other side, they're saying, well, don't you dare marry AK because then you'll have to sleep with him and then I'll just call you hypergonosyphilia. And then this side says, yeah, but he's got M charges on him. And she's like, why the fuck would I marry somebody in there or on the ground that has M charges on them when I'm a fucking mom? And then AK comes over and he denies the fact that I'm a mom and pretends that I'm not a mom. He's like, you just need to move to Arizona and live with Amy and be a third wheel for us. I'm like, why would I do that? 2 years into this, clean and sober. I could have had a life a long time ago if I would have had a car, but you would promise me you'd give me the X5 back or whatever we're not saying. And then UE promised they would help me and all this stuff. And I have been applying for work, but it just doesn't seem to work out for whatever reason. And it's like, why would I move to Arizona when my kids are here, man? I've already missed out 2 more years in my daughter's life and my son's life, sitting here without a car, unable to move, without a life, with these people talking through my face, one after the other, 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 where I can't think. I don't think about if I haven't showered yet or if what I look like. I don't go anywhere. I just sit here every day working with them, whether I'm writing stuff down or putting pinpoints of where people are or coming up with ideas to trump the last idea that isn't a rat tail situation. For what? To move to Arizona and be away from my fucking kids? It's just so funny. And you're still just the voices. They're pointing over there for some reason. It's just stupid, man, because Tiffany is a good fucking mom. I seen her give her daughter kisses and her daughter loved it. And then the fucking people get in their head and make them think stupid shit that didn't fucking happen. And it's so gay. Because when somebody is in your daughter's head, whoever it is, you can't put somebody else in there. And that person knew nothing had ever happened to Soraya, but they were doing it for the same evil man up here, making her feel some kind of way about some weird shit. Thinking that Tiffany just forgave somebody and was with them in here and married them and put her kids aside to go do drugs and whatever they're not saying, or trade her body in for something different. When Tiffany was the one sitting down here clean and sober on the opposite side of Beanie Moment with that Red Room song that started it all. And her kidneys are giving out and she's literally bleeding straight blood. I mean, she's bleeding straight blood. And here it's just so fucked up because of what they did to her identity all over the internet, over there where these different rooms are and stuff. It's like we can't even go over there and try to make them feel sorry for the situation or nothing. We can't even really show her about being a good mom or nothing because they deleted her fucking Facebook. And they literally broke into the Google situation and they deleted all of her history and everything about being a mom in real life. And they deleted all of her pictures and like her silhouette pregnancy pictures and everything. She left all of her hard copies. I mean, she had like 3 fucking boxes full of pictures of her kids. And she remembers them saying, whatever you do in a fire, you grab your pictures, right? And she's like, I'll be back for him later, whenever I have my Facebook. But he locked her out of it, her Google one. It shows her being a mom and everything. And pregnant with her friends and all this shit. And it's just so fucking traumatizing because we don't even know who she is. And he's right behind me, pissed off. Like he thinks that Tiffany knows who he is or can see him or whatever. She cannot see him at all. Can't see you, man. My name is Tiffany, AK's best friend, the one who crossed the bridge 2 years ago to be a better mom and get off needles, so that you guys could stop questioning me about stuff I knew nothing about, and stop threatening my life to let you watch me or whatever, or threatening my kids' life to let you watch me do whatever I said. And I left them alone. I didn't ever want you to watch me doing nothing with anybody. I never slept with him after that. And you never once said, let me go back in time and watch you or pick out your situation and put it on a timeline for people to make fun of or make pussy juice videos or whatever. I'm a mom. I've been saying this whole time, you're not allowed to look at me if you're not my husband, and I didn't marry anybody in there because I'm not in there. And I'm connected like this 24/7 with different people talking out of my face. Some of them knowing me and some not because I never look in the mirror. So they usually just look through my eyes at someone else. But right now I'm sitting here with like this huge chapped lip thing going on because one of my matching people up here on a chain or whatever has it going on. It's not my chapped lip, it's his chapped lip. And that's what I'm saying. Like, I have bodies on that are attached to people in here that I can't fucking see, and it's so fucking illegal because I get branded with their shit. While they sit here and use my magic UE power source that said it was for the kids and no evil. It's just fucked up. And they keep saying, you can't even see your daughter anymore in here. But the thing is that I'm not in there to see my daughter. I'm in here on the ground where you guys aren't at, where the normal people, humans are at, with nobody by my side, with no cop by my side, with no FBI agent by my side, with no nothing by my side at all. No kids, no family, no nothing. I have no car, I have no apartment, I'm 43 years old. It's just so fucking fucked up. Because Lourdes is the one that was from the labyrinth. And she's nothing. They're just fucking pissed off, man, because they're pissed off. Because like we're all getting killed already in here. We're Yui that didn't know Tiffany didn't do this to her fucking kids because they literally set her up so hard. And they got in her friend's fucking situation over here. They got in the back, whatever, and they made it look like Tiffany was sitting here like, oh yeah, I feel so bad for what I did when I was younger, when she's not the one on her own head. It's this guy. Making everybody think that on purpose. Because Tiffany doesn't have our eyes. She's on the ground. She doesn't see what we see in here. But when we sit in her body, what we can see is way different. And now it's the same way with somebody else because they went behind Tiffany's back and Marie had somebody else get them from the scars so that they could have a different magic power source and try to delete her, get her arrested or whatever the fuck happens. Where you can't just kill the player to disconnect her or whatever, or even shut it off at the Yui place or whatever they're saying because she's on life support and there's too many fucking people that know what happened. But they all just don't even know what to say. He's just so fucking traumatizing, man, because he's right here. He just sits here and he's just like right here in your face. He's the kind of guy that'll sit here when Tiffany's ready to cry about, can you hold me or whatever. He's in there, no, right through her face and shit, like just a heartless bastard. And he's literally just pissed because Tiffany slept with somebody and she had an STD, I guess, and it ruined their sex buddy shit. Like literally, that's what the problem was. Or that it looked bad on him when she said put Red Devil Boy voice in their folder because somebody used her UE membership benefits the wrong way up there, meaning the woman or whatever it was, it probably ended up making out with or something, somebody who had child abuse cases on them when she shouldn't have because she didn't know. But it was not Tiffany in here. But they made it seem like it was to Tiffany because they said that it happened to her daughter, Soraya. And Tiffany freaked out and she stole her mom's car and she went to check on her daughter to make sure because she knew that her daughter was fine. Like there was no guys around her daughter because she lives at her dad's with Tony and Sal. But still, she went to go check on her to make sure she didn't have a bad dream about it or think something bad happened. And they never once said that they wore a woman's body or anything like that till way later, that they had to take the UE body off or whatever they said. And it's just fucked up. Because the girl never did anything bad to any kids at all. They were literally an off-put for everybody else's charges, including the one for the M-wording stuff that the kid said out of my mouth, something about a trife situation where I didn't even know what it meant. I had to ask him. I was like, so does that mean it was done to a boy or a girl, or does that mean a girl or a boy did it, or what? Trying to help myself figure out or pinpoint who it may or may not be, even though I couldn't see them. And figured that it was probably somebody hiding behind somebody else, because I knew that nobody I knew did anything like that I knew of. And it's just crazy, man, because when I did say put it in their folder, I didn't mean to put it in their folder to like bust them out. What I meant was put it in their folder. Like there's this movie like Bing Bong or something, right? Where the blue girl, and it's all about the brain and the different folders in the brains and the garbage pile or whatever. I was saying to put it in a folder to where the picture would pop out and retrain their brain to not think in a perverted way about kids. Not anything to put on blast, like everywhere they go, they're getting chased by this scary evil face or whatever. That was not my intention. I'm not somebody who embarrasses people or whatever. I'm the kind of person that would be like, hey, bro, you fucked up if you did that. And here you go. I'm a CPS worker, so sorry. The main thing is that it's the mark of the beast for Tiffany. Because once upon a time, my mom's bumper sticker said this car will be unmanned, meaning there won't be a body in the car and it'll probably just crash when Jesus comes back to take his people or whatever, right? Well, Tiffany thinks that this program here is the Antichrist. It's basically the situation that sucks you in one way or the other, be it because you got in trouble or because you're money hungry or because somebody thought it was okay to involve whatever this was with CPS and Marilee and them in the back of Facebook or whatever to, have them come over here just to turn around and turn them against me or whatever we're not saying out loud, right? But they're already in their brains probably, unless it was literally just on Facebook. I can't tell because I'm not talking to anybody yet. But they can see through your eyes, they can read your thoughts, they can get your information, and if they don't like you, they can ruin your internet connection and put it on a loop to where everything you do, it counts your keystrokes, blah, 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 it ruins your credit, it steals your money. They can burn your name and then start everybody that was in your phone book, literally, or everybody that was on your friends list, and all their personal information can go out here like the password to their fucking house or whatever we're not saying, so that in the alternate universe where they're not just judges watching over you, that these people can break into your house and steal your debit card and go use it in here for gas or whatever, or to buy something or whatever it is that they do. That doesn't usually help the person on the ground, but who knows if they actually transferred it into an account. I don't know. But anyway, from an alternate universe and use their card, and then that person be late on their rent, including Sal Cortez, my baby's dad, because there wasn't an investigation on it or nothing, and maybe even my Uncle Jim, and my mom got some weird mail from a different state, and I'm sitting here wondering, I wonder if that has to do with me crisscross applesaucing my illegal ass eyes that literally took two worlds, which was a UE world where they were protecting the people who had bad charges on them and their personal information, to this world over here that was a syndicate world where they were doing heroin and all kinds of other crap and mixing them together to where these people got raped or re-raped or whatever it was they said, and the kids got hurt up there in the UE, and we literally had to sit here with my ISTEM codes that I crisscross applesauce and fix it on this side. And then they just disappeared. And I can't see what they're doing, I just sit here and let them look through my eyes and do it. Well, the next thing you know, blah, 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 they're embezzling money and the rocks are moving. That was never the case before I got my ISTEM codes, and they are illegal, which is why the people up there said, Tiffany, these ISTEM codes are illegal. Don't ever get them again. Don't ever tell anybody else to get them. They're illegal. But they're yours, but they're illegal. Too bad you're going to be stuck on life support forever, and your partner in crime might have just died in the middle of all that. Because in this game, whatever it is, everything's on a loop. And then when people rewind time or fast forward time or whatever they do, by the way, it doesn't have a rewind time to where it didn't happen. It just folds back over like a ribbon and then goes forwards in real life. And when you rewind time on this side, it shortens it on the other side, and the person that are on the other side are not that person either, because they're not fixing it. And honest to God, I do know how to get disconnected, and it's called taking the blue pills. But you don't take them in here. You have to take them on the ground to disconnect your cerebral cortex. And unfortunately, once you've had your DMV picture taken, Universal Insurance calling, it's a threat to our environment all over the United States and everywhere else with these ISTEM codes that I have with the stupid scanner in it that they just keep sharing with people everywhere and thinking it's okay to make them see the stars too one more time and kill me and everybody else that may or may not be connected similar to me way faster than they should have. And it did too, because the barbecue pit pull off the life force of people on the ground, and they may or may not have died, like I've almost died in real life. And it's literally, you can't even understand what happens, but literally you just start feeling really weak, and you can feel the life force electronically leaving your body. And it might be because it's backwards scanning, I don't know, but it is the worst feeling in the world, thinking that you're dying at that moment and you're helpless and can't do anything, and you have nobody to call, no car to go to the doctor, no nothing. You're just dead. You're just empty. And to think who? The UE in the sky? And they probably are setting me up for failure. So they're just all leaving me sitting here. So the thing is like, So I've been sitting here after my partner or whatever, my friend got killed, which really, honest to God, he was not my friend. He was one of the scariest motherfuckers I've ever met in my life. And he's honestly one of the people that basically put a gun in my head and he wanted to kill me because he thought I called him an M-worder, right? And I'm talking a molester with the red devil boy voice picture in here. And this was in real life. And I just so happened to be next to a car that had my kid in it. And he saw the kid and he instantly felt bad and he was still really fucking mean. And I talked to him for a while. And by the time he left, I was able to give him a hug. And he gave me his phone number. And we started talking or whatever. We talked for a while. And I thought we were working together. But we were like, you don't talk about Fight Club or whatever else we're not saying. Whether he was or was a game controller was not said to me. I don't know. And then he told me one day that he ran into some shit in here or whatever. And he stuck up for me not being the M-worder with the red double boy voice. Because he knew how it felt to be blamed illegally when you didn't do that either, and it wasn't your fault, but that they were using my UE benefits, which was protecting my kids, whatever that means, and then he got killed. Because whoever it was that didn't do anything wrong at all, but was blamed also in a different way, thought that they were going to get in trouble for what they didn't do either. Because the shit literally kept falling down from the sky over and over and over again as deleted situations where people were falling down from the sky without their clothes on because they scanned in under a situation, FBI or I don't know what it was, next to a kid or something like that, that the magic power source homing beacon thing was connected to because Tiffany had a magic power source connected to the UPS situation that keeps an eye on your assailant or your child. But because Tiffany was a UE member, talking to family members and stuff, oftentimes it was literally a kid falling down next to somebody who did not have their clothes on. And it did not look good at all. It was very traumatizing for people. And it didn't even mean, and none of us necessarily knew on this side why it was happening. It was just like this garbage pile where it would fall down in front of us. And we just kept like deleting it or whatever, or erasing brain stems and just deleting it because nobody cared because it happened so much. But it was this huge file. And then next thing you know, everybody's acting like some girl was responsible for whatever it wasn't, or some guy, and they just kept pushing it off. And it wasn't this zippered folder. It was called the zipper folder, I think, or the zipper UE folder. Because that kind of stuff is very, very hard to explain and or prove in court when something like that happens in the alternate universe or the UE to a kid. Where literally it was probably something that had to do with that mom who was either they were using her body illegally in here and they didn't realize she was a UE member but had attachments to a child, and they were with somebody they shouldn't have been with because it was not their husband, and that person did not know to sign out of her UE membership so that she could have her privacy in her bedroom or wherever she was at. They didn't know that. Or it had to do with the fact that she was still that, and somebody crisscross applesauce their eyes to get a hold of somebody else that was doing heroin in the sky because the UE wasn't listening, because they thought I was doing drugs in here because they got disconnected and I was not in here. The person that I was, or my player, whoever it was or wasn't in here. And I'm not really sure if she died or what happened. But anyways, it could have been the crisscross applesauce thing too. Because when you've had a case like that, like say you've been shot, right? It's basically like a case. It's like a video or a file up here, and it's piled up, and it's ones that they're watching or holding or taking care of or whatever. Or maybe it's their person that they're supposed to be keeping an eye on because they did this crime or whatever it was or wasn't. And there's a bunch of them up there. And when you crisscross applesauce, it makes it mix up and just mix it up, whatever it means. But this is literally my thought processes of the way things might have happened because I literally have no idea. And you're not supposed to talk about Fight Club. But one thing that these people needed to know is these girls or whoever it was that was mad, there was no bitch in here sitting here trying to hide some chimo shit to get money or be with one in secret or whatever, especially not Tiffany. Because if Tiffany would have came in here, she would have been able to know which one it was because she knows where it started. And she probably wouldn't have pointed him out or nothing. But she definitely would have been with him. You know what I'm saying? The other thing is too, like when you're on a chain, Not just that, but personalities get embedded within your head because you have God's helmet on, because maybe somebody crisscrossed applesauce in the mirror, and then it makes a God's helmet kind of permanently on you. And now you have this person or this personality or this social security number tagged with your social security number in here. So like a couple people are in the same body and they're stuck together and neither one of them want to be there, but they are. And it's just messed up because sometimes people will get stuck with somebody that they don't want to be with, but they can't get away from them. And so they'll walk by me and they look at me and they think I can see them. Like, can you please help me or something? And I'm like, with what? It's not that I don't care. I just don't know what it is that they're talking about. Because this person up here can make eye contact with this person right here in front because they have their ISDM codes with mine, but the person behind them that's connected to them that's there, we can't see who that person is because we're not down one more level. So anyway, things are getting rough everywhere. They really just block my transmission everywhere. I want to kill myself. Like, I fucking hate my life. I can't believe nobody has come down here, any friend or whatever in here, of all these motherfuckers that have money in their account or their bank on the ground. Like, you can't put like $20 or $40 or $100 or whatever. You can't, like, whatever we're not saying. All these people in here I met, sorry. You can't put some money on this mom's account that you know you either did wrong yourself or whatever, just to help me feel a little bit better. Like, somebody's on my team or gonna help me or anything. Like, I can't see you at all. I know that people have dropped down stuff like money and accounts and hush money and here's your settlement statement and have told me things like, we're going and settling up that you did work for the FBI over there, with the scantily clad dressed man not being an FBI agent but somebody else. But Wendy upstairs of the C situation that we're not talking about, she definitely had stuff in her brain stems of what was going on, because she was a UE member and she was playing the game and she was betting on AK or whatever, however they weren't doing it. But it's just that there was different versions, sweet ones and then player ones and different ones or whatever. But they liked the AK that was around Tiffany because they never seen the sad side or the bad side. They just seen the cool side where he was never mean to her and he never talked shit to her at all. Really. Anyway, and Tiffany was never Ash or whoever we're not saying down there at the Blues Clues house, or anybody else down there at the Blues Clues house. And we're saying that for a reason, because one of the things that they sent up here was a different situation for a different judge or something else, saying that that person that was down there at the Blues Clues house, whether it was Sarah or Ashley or somebody else like the other Ashley or anybody else who may or may not have been to the Blues Clues house, which we don't know if Jessica did or not, but anyway, saying that she was Tiffany who moved across the bridge to get clean and sober, to be a good mom to a kid she gave up for adoption or something. And it got the kid in here excited because one of the Ashleys did give a kid up for adoption, and it was the one that Tiffany knows in real life, and I didn't know that you were her sister or cousin or whatever. And that's why it was so heart-wrenching with the Angela situation or Kaylee situation with Xavier saying mom on Christmas and then saying, I never want to talk to her again, or I don't ever want to see you again, or block you on Facebook, or whatever they did in here or on the ground after what they seen. And that's just it. The worst part is when somebody blocks you on Facebook, you're fucked. Especially if you don't know their number or you don't know where they live or nothing. You're just fucked. You're fucked. And Tiffany's literally sitting here like an innocent human being who's never done this to anyone, and nobody understands what's not going on until you see somebody say that you killed somebody in a video or you did something bad, and they put it on YouTube and they put it on your Facebook and everybody else sees it and they look at it, and whether they see it on the ground the way it is in here or not, their brainstem see it in here and everybody starts talking about it. So that's why when Tiffany does this or does that or whatever she's not saying up here, we see stuff. But the weird thing is, for Tiffany, depending on how you put it, it changes. The background changes. So what's around you falling changes. What we do doesn't change. It stays the same. So we have an internet live situation where they're not connected to your stream because I didn't know which one yours was. Carol's ping number is 456-725-987-654-321-543-987-654-321-986-54321 976-54321 456-789-10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25 26 27 28 29 30 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 80, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100. They did not shoot out of your eye hole. The FBI, whoever it was, they did not shoot out of it for fear of that big black force that was behind your chair coming at them, thinking that they had something to worry about or that they were going to lose their race or whatever it wasn't at all like hell. And we're talking about the FBI eye with blue on her left side. That's not Tiffany at all. F being whatever they're saying over there. Her daughter or whatever, and it literally looks like fucking the redhead, whatever her name is, Tony, with somebody else teaching her how to do something that she's not doing. And I don't know if they're just trying to make them look perverted or if it's literally the off-put of somebody else trying to teach somebody else how to be perverted up here or not, because of the situation like Tiffany was saying. Because we see different people doing different things because we're connected like Tiffany, and it's messed up. Because like that lady said the other day, I'm not sitting down here having sex with my daughter. Because whatever they were saying is that whatever they were looking at with their freaking CPS helmet on, which was Tiffany's up here, whoever her player was to guard her daughter or whoever they weren't, maybe it wasn't CPS, maybe it was the UE, either way, it didn't have anything to do with her being a bad person. It was the fact that the person, the dude that she carried in here without knowing it, had bad charges on him or had bad charges on somebody on his chain that was on AK's chain. So that's all that was. But anyway, the point is that yeah, so somebody's saying in our ear that some mom is teaching their daughter how to do something perverted right now, and that's not what's happening. What's happening is that they're watching some kind of weird porn shit on this side with a matching helmet that got split up when somebody took this helmet off and went over there with it, and they're seeing a different person, a reflection of a different person in the picture-in-picture thing, or however that's working. I don't even know. They're splitting it up. It's just weird. It's not playing in their head. It's just something that they said they saw. They weren't saying it about Tiffany at all. Or any other female. No. don't think. What to say about you right now being on this TV, looking like you're dying, and being straight as well. I went on drugs 2 years ago and crossed the bridge to Portland, and we are all literally tripping to look out about how many people are connected to your brainstem, passport, or whatever now, because after they send whoever that is over there, I don't even know if it's Mandy, it might be someone else, but anyways, send them somewhere to get my SIM codes from the sky to steal yours, but they got them the same way you did, and they even saw the stars and everything. It's making it 1,000 times worse and 1,000 times harder to get anywhere, and Tiffany knows it, and it's hurting Tiffany way more because she's in a lot more pain, and she was bleeding straight blood, like thoroughly straight blood. The whole toilet was straight blood, and it's killing Tiffany way faster on the ground. And I don't know if it's going to backlash and kill her faster or steal her life force or whatever it's doing to whoever got him or not. Remember the Dorito pee? That was 2 summers ago. And you've been backwards scanning since then. Literally stuck here, sitting here, just with all these powers coming down you, going through other people. It's just fucked up, man, because we're in here. We're in this other reality. Okay, the alternate reality. It's supposed to be the echelon reality. Where it's for like rich people and law enforcement or whatever, we're not saying. Or people trying to be the savior program, but the problem is that this is hurting real people on the ground, like legit, because of the way it's connected and evil trying to take over or whatever, and they don't care because all they wanted to say was that Tiffany didn't own an S corporation first or try to do anything because whatever it was an illegal situation. But she wasn't talking about the illegal situation, and she wasn't literally trying to make a S corporation or whatever they're saying about what they were talking about. She was talking about something different with the UE, and they said it is a legal situation, and they do have it, and they do own it up here. These women with the blue life force that keeps getting stolen by the men, and that it is not illegal to own whatever they're saying. But the problem is whatever they own is supposed to pay Tiffany for the last 4.5 years of service sitting here because she was a test subject that got screwed up. From Anthony Cia's being a pervert, from Anthony Cia's being a jealous whatever, trying to look through her eyes, or somebody else trying to look through her eyes, or whatever, we're not saying, somehow connected to his back cell phone situation where he could look through somebody else's camera without them knowing it. So why not accidentally switch the software around and make it look through somebody's eyes without them knowing it? Right, guys? Right, so everyone's always like, don't listen to the voices, right? Will they send you home the wrong way or forget to tell you not to cross the bridge or whatever, right? So whatever that was kind of gay. But anyway, Tiffany never played the game. She doesn't know what that means. They thought she knew what it meant because she said AK would kill you or me, right? But the thing is that it doesn't even matter. That stupid saying is annoying because they've made it look really dumb over there. Like someone else said it, like if you really love somebody, sometimes you lose a bet, but when you really love somebody, sometimes they lose a bet. And then God will send an angel to destroy that. That will be the savior program, we're all saying. To get people off the mark of the beast, which is what we were talking about earlier. So Tiffany calls this the mark of the beast because of the World Wide Web computer, or whatever this is up here, is literally deemed the beast. And there's a reason for it. It doesn't really matter. It has to do with Christianity, a bunch of other stuff. But literally, the way Tiffany scanned in, she scanned in to the beast computer through her ISIM codes. And it's just gay. Because she can't get off of it. Because she is on life support after being on it for 2 years straight. With not one judge over her 2 hours a day or whatever it is. but hundreds going through her body and everything else with a bunch of different electricities to work. And she had connection like this with us talking through her face the whole time, all the way around the United States, on flights and on the ground, with no internet connection to a phone whatsoever, even in no fly mode or whatever, right? So anyway, the point is that they use electricity from her lamps, from this, from that, from everything else, just to get their point across, or maybe get down here, or whatever they're not saying. That goes to people's heads. And I know what you're feeling right here, and I hope that's not a disconnection again, or whatever they're not saying, because they did disconnect a bunch of people that were helping Tiffany. I don't know why they don't stop the game over there. They keep saying awkward moment. I've already asked everybody to fucking get that shit off there, but they don't. And there is social security numbers and IP addresses for the people who supported the people that were not saying, that set Tiffany up and a few other moms for this Chimo shit, all to protect their illegal sex areas that we're not talking about, where they used these women's bodies illegally, not knowing that they were UE members or whatever we're not saying, or they accidentally got the connection mixed in there so they could hear their thoughts, or whatever we're not saying, from multiple people lined up to whatever we're not saying. And maybe that's what it was when Tiffany saw the stars, so it compounded that situation for whatever we're not saying, connecting a whole bunch of random people the way that it shouldn't. But the point is that Tiffany did not copyright that illegal connection or anything else. She basically just copywrote and patented whatever we said she copywrote and patented up here. It is totally pointless to keep talking about it. The whole point was she did not want to be connected like this. She wanted her life back, and she wanted to be able to be a good mom and pay for the hours of service that she already put in for whatever we're not saying, and for leading by example for that long and not doing drugs, and then being forced to talk to the same person that she said she didn't want to talk to for the same reasons that we're not saying, about him not supporting her being a mom or whatever else that we're not saying. And like, it's just crazy because they won't give her money. I don't know if it's not getting through the right people or not. It's just that at certain points in time, people say things to like throw things in a furnace or whatever. Well, they say something about that, like, let's go throw these things, like these feet shoes or whatever, or we're gonna play the game. And Terry said something about it, and then somebody got really mad, and I think it was a bad thing to say. So basically, somebody else did not say it, but they might as well have said it. So I broke my phone, I shattered it, threw it on the ground, and I put it in the toilet, and then I threw it in the garbage. And that's where all my information was, and all the last of my pictures, and the last of my connections that I had with anybody in here at all. And then they deleted my Google with every connection that I have. And now I don't know who to call or who to get a hold of or anything to help me get my settlement statement or to prove my innocence still on the other side or whatever. The thing is that when you're a UE member, usually you're a UE member up here, and you are watching someone on the ground, whether you're a PO officer or something like that. You're watching someone on the ground, or a CPS worker that actually works at CPS, or whatever they're not saying, or whatever. Now, the Secret Seven Services Angels have a situation where they actually live up here and have a life. They're not connected to their bodies on the ground, and they're not even necessarily people that are real. But they have families and kids, and they draw life force from each other to keep each other alive when they go down to heal someone or kill them or whatever they're doing wrong or whatever. And the feelings are in there. They're not just blank slates. These people have money, and they have emotions, and they have memories, and they have all kinds of things that are attached to families. And those are the ones that Tiffany's talking about. Like the moms that say, I have to go home and be with my kids now. And she cried to Tiffany. And Tiffany felt like, what the fuck, man? Why are you leaving me? Because I feel like you're leaving me forever and I'm not going to talk to you anymore. And the next thing you know, some dude was on the phone with her talking to her. And she noticed something, that they were tricking her. And I don't know if it had something to do with the money that she gave the UE when she said, I know I won the syndicate or whatever, but I'm giving the game back to you because I don't like how it was played at all because it ruined my life. That's why I moved across the bridge.
and they were going to give it to me or something, and they were tricking me with them or something. I don't know what it was, but anyways, since then it's been nothing but one display of affection, correctly or incorrectly, at another. And these people are literally in here trying to make Tiffany jealous again, or somebody else jealous again about who somebody's with because of the plan that we did or didn't have in here that was kind of funny or whatever. When Tiffany does not give two shits or a fuck about any of these niggas, like we all said, because they are not good people to be a fucking stepdad to her fucking daughter, let alone her son, who does or doesn't do drugs. So Tiffany's not planning on going home and being this drug addict or whatever when she thought maybe we might have to do something different at first, but it's definitely not gonna work like that. So yeah, she's not doing drugs unless she has to for lethargy and brain cancer treatment and loss of life force or lack of life at all. This is the one that's Teray's mom. Her real mom, Tony's husband. This is Mandy's best friend down here. She's the one that wrote all the poetry that we knew and stuff on Facebook. That this guy doesn't want near anyone else named that guy because of the Robotron thing. And it's just gay because Tiffany already said I already own AK's player because a punk ass player hater. And if you don't believe me, you can see my body when I was forced to give him a hand job because when you look at my eye holes, I can see the Robotron. I mean the, drone flying above him in real life, homie, because whoever was on his team messed up and lost life force in the sky and took over in a bad way. And I know it's not yours because it's mine, because I own it and I own him. Bitch. Just kidding.
Right, so there was a zipper court case where people were falling down and Tiffany was going to court for them. Literally, they were telling Tiffany that a guy fell down with no clothes on. They never told her until recently that you have to strip down to your boxers to scan in as an FBI agent or whatever it is they're not saying to get your body on or whatever it is when you log in and go into line one. She didn't tell anybody that till recently. But anyways, he would fall down from the sky with no body on, basically, next to a kid. And they never even told Tiffany that they were naked at first. It was just awkward because of whatever. But then they make it into this huge situation, which is just a bunch of crap. But it's just we can see it, Seven. We can see it, yeah. They put cyanide on a sponge in Iran to solidify something we can't talk about. We were getting electrocuted. They didn't buy a special electrocution chair, nothing. When they saw electricity, microwaves bouncing up and off of her head, like 3 or 4 inches tall, like yellow lines of electricity, like you rub your hair on a static blanket, but yet it was coming in and out, 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 off of her head down here. A year and a half later, after she saw the electricity going through the brain waves of the friendship circle's big huge brain up there that was taking the brunt of the deal from Electric Michael, Boeing airplane throws. Tiffany seeing the stars, which did not make the light scribe or the star scribe or whatever you call it at all, with the electricity and or the lights bright, flashing around in here, jumping around in here, that they may or may not have harvested in a Jack in the Box for power distribution. And Tiffany sees it so calm and whatever in here, when she doesn't see it calm or whatever in here, because Tiffany cannot see in here at all. We see in here. But whatever is in here is bad stuff from that box that was not supposed to be out at all. And it was not what Tiffany's side was at all. That's what we're saying. So they called it the Black Cat box because Tiffany said, Black Cat was like a stealth mode or whatever. And it was basically what her people she thought were doing in secret. I don't know, man. It's just secrets that they were trying to do in secret, like spy on other countries to figure out what their needs are, to see if we can meet them so that we can all be happy and not have another 9/11 type of thing, right? Not to hurt anyone, but I'm not gonna say nothing. But nuke codes were in there for a reason, because when I was invented, bro, nukes were over here and they were going off in alternate universes, and people were literally having to disarm them, and we literally had to figure out algorithm codes and stuff like that to empty the nukes and disarm them in the sky without being able to see what we were doing. And we messed up once by sending it out to Jupiter or somewhere like that, and it did go off, and it did send nuke poisoning or whatever it was, green gamma, down into my bedroom where I was at. Now, was that the opposite of chemist lighting? I don't know, but that's what I was told. And then I did see this explosion go across my eyes, like white, sparkly stuff that might be sitting on top of a umbrella, maybe, or a pyramid. And I don't know if that was a world being condensed really fast, or if that was a result of a world being blown up, or a bunch of worlds being blown up by the nukes, or a different, like an atom bomb, what? Or some C4 that I threw out the window
A long time ago.
and didn't go off until yesterday. Because this did go up yesterday, and it was too far from here to see it, or hearing, but other people heard about it. And they traced it back, and they said it was from Tiffany saying she was going to blow the sky up with meth smoke that was on top of her head, right? Because Tiffany was literally using vape pen smoke to be in 2 glasses and pretend she was going to pour it into the other, and the chemical reaction was going to blow up. But instead, it did a C4 combination of something else. So, and that's not for nothing. Oh, see, we're playing games and we're talking about serious stuff. This bitch right here is Tiffany down on the ground who has never been helped by us ever financially or nothing. And that's what sucks about the echelon, when you're not in trouble and you don't deal with law enforcement because you've never been in trouble. And you don't know how to go to, because how you got in here was some illegal Game of Thrones bullshit. Talk about we're going live. Then you figured out eventually that it had to do with law enforcement, or maybe it didn't yet, or who knows, right? Bootleg version of something else. Right? The thing is, too, though, that Tiffany was saying she was a really good CIA agent by deciphering crimes with judges and stuff with us. And she really did sit here for months, every day, day in, day out. Like, it would be a different person every time in her body, solving these criminal histories and stuff, because all this stuff was literally done off of Tiffany's power source and Tiffany's timeline or whatever, and it was branching out into other things, and or with their eyes to close, because she was the first one we ever gave them to on the ground, because she got them from us in the first place. And then we did keep her alive because of Japan building all the Robotrons that may or may not have matched her eyes, and that's how they found her in the sky with Anunnaki when he came and he sat in her body and he didn't talk and he starts rolling his eyes or whatever he was doing, saying we need to adjust the length from like 7 miles away to like 0.003. Disconnect on baby. See, he's up there and he sees what you're doing because he's a
Yes, I love you. I can't even say it because I'm on video. Remember his uncle or whatever? Yeah. He's like, I'm not really a kid person. Your daughter's super cute, but give it something different. You got two of them here. We haven't gotten responses from anyone at all in here. Trying to find you in here, and it just keeps switching it. And I want to come visit you on the ground and see if they can see out of your eyes because they might have taken the connection off up there. Even further, from the right people that are the UE who you were just saying that this was their situation, keeping you alive on life support, that knew you and have fallen to your lap and cry with you because they know you're a mom and they already knew the situation and they felt bad like Noah and everybody else isn't in here and it is an empty room kinda, or that's just it. They're super good at making you scared of stuff, like ruining your life or whatever. But Tiffany still doesn't know if they're still doing an investigation through everything else and with their phone calls to the FBI, how they just hung up. She's still not sure if they are against Tiffany because they think she jumped ship or whatever we're not saying, or if somebody else was talking shit to them to discredit whatever it was that she was or was not saying in the beginning about, I don't want to be watched, listened to, recorded, or written down. And that's not in the Book of Noah with all the kids up there in UNICEF either. And all those kids that felt bad and that he kept around, whatever, is because they wanted justice for the situation. And there was a situation where the justice should have been served, but it wasn't on Tiffany either. It was literally on a mom who had special needs kids at home on the ground, sorta, and she just left them or deleted them or something. Anyways, they're just being blaming about somebody else. That's just from Tiffany's memory. And that's why she said something about people, you know, that are moms. And she didn't ever talk shit about anyone that was a mom. And she gave them a break when they did, in fact, become camellias against her to talk crap and be best friends against her and all this stuff when she wasn't even in here to be best friends against because they were moms. And there was to a time when some boy in here that called Tiffany Mama Bear because he liked Tiffany's attitude about not being a rat tail and standing up for a kid and all this stuff, mixed in with one of their kids who was a teenager. He may have been like 15 or something. Mixed in with that kid, and that kid had come over here and said to Tiffany something like, not that I wish that you were my mom, but he was like, I can't believe my mom is doing this in here. I wish she wasn't doing this in here. And whatever it was that she was doing was really bad stuff, and it was literally rapey shit, they said. But it was in this evil demon land, and I can't even explain to you that the mind process of what people are thinking when they're telling Tiffany on the other side what they did or whatever, and she described it or whatever. How one person would stand there and they would literally hurt somebody else, and somebody else would stand there with a video camera or whatever, and they did it like 96 times or some crap. She doesn't know if anybody was actually getting R-worded or killed or if that's a different language or what. But to that kid, it looked like it was his mom doing it, but it was never his mom at all. It was somebody else. It was somebody else. It was never a freaking girl doing any of this. It's just that people are an off-put for the situation, like I am right now, like Tiffany is right this second. When they see a lot of stuff that when we're all on the same helmet or the same timeline or the same iStem code, when they see a picture-in-picture situation, they see the face of someone who is the scapegoat, right? So for whatever legal or illegal activity that they're doing in here to set somebody else up or whatever it may or may not be, they see the woman. They do not see the men that are in here doing it. And that's why they told Tiffany back in the day, no women, no cops, no kids, right? Well, somehow or another, the UE got involved and they did have kids up there in the UE, and it's a different place, and it's a place where the people are not supposed to know where they're at because evil does try to destroy them or whatever, and it's just annoying. But, anyways, because Tiffany saw the stars and there was a barbecue pit because they were being sucked in here on a sideways figure eight situation to keep people alive on the ground and up here, and whoever it was wasn't law enforcement, where life was being sucked out of their bodies because of what had happened, because she saw the stars. Okay? And it did in fact have something to do with her crossing the bridge and not knowing that she wasn't supposed to. And the computer system just kept pulling people in here. That there's 1,000 million billion random ass people that were displaced and didn't have homes and not even necessarily a personality, but they were running around the United States, all stealing cars and all this stuff, all using Tiffany Brown's name, they said. And that she had warrants in every state, they said, and whatever else. Anyways, I just thought I'd bring that up because most of them did turn to something different and start doing drugs in here or whatever. And in here it is gay if you have your power source, because you literally can take $100 and copy it over to another hand in here and have 2 sets of $100 or 2 sets of $10,000 in dope, like heroin and crank. Tiffany did not pay Mexican mafia back in here so that somebody else would stop getting chased in here. And it wasn't a syndicate either, it was just approximately that. But the funny thing is that Tiffany's never seen $10,000 in dope or crank or heroin. She just literally thought about it because she heard somebody else talking about having something like that, and she copied it and sent it over there, or sent it through her UE member or whoever her player was in here. It was like, here, take this to these people and tell them now the debt is paid or whatever, right? And so they did it like it was a tight thing in here. But then it made Tiffany look like a drug dealer when she wasn't a drug dealer, because it wasn't Tiffany doing it. It was the people in here, the players in here doing it with their power source. And they may or may not have been throwing crank to the next person, or maybe it was guns, or who knows what it was. But whatever it was some secret situation where they would literally throw it to the next person through her eyes. And she's just sitting here like, okay. But she can't see us. So regardless of what they were throwing, she doesn't know what it was. And we are still just a V to her because she can't see us, because she's never logged into an account. And when her friend or ex-best friend or whoever it was tried to log her into her account, she's saying, on the Apple laptop they didn't leave her, right? Like the triple threat thing with, like, Bitmap and advertising and then her AI program. She's like, yeah, right. She's like covering up her eyes. She would not look at his camera whatsoever. She didn't want to look at his screen because she didn't want them to steal her iStem codes. The kind that could take your picture and or suck you in there or turn you into somebody different or give you somebody's identity or whatever else it is or isn't, because Tiffany is a UE member. And she didn't mean to be, and we didn't mean for her to be either, but it was an accident. And it's because somebody tricked the system and figured out how to send her a UE member's body from the sky that they put on her like a sweater. They were called backwards optical illusions. And it connected her to us this way with a few other bodies. And they kept sending her several of them, several of them, several of them, several of them, several of them. All right. And then the woman that was up there in the sky, she never did see Tiffany. She was not looking down at Tiffany sending her optical illusions herself. She was literally looking at Tiffany through a computer system, trying to pull her in here to fix the situation that was going on. And the lady that sent them to you does remember you, but she said you do look like you're dying, a lot worse than you did back then on Ghostface Killer Day. And her name is Cheryl Creed, Kreed, and she is from Arizona, Idaho. And she's in a different state. And they do help people like Tiffany all the time. who's on YouTube right now looking like death. The big zit on her chin that doesn't belong there from this guy, and a lip that is literally chapped from hell from this guy, who has a really bad windburn lip because he stands outside guarding a prison and he's constantly going like that without chapstick on. So that's two different bodies that she's connected to, or whatever, that are and are not felonious bodies that other people have used or whatever, that are ingrained in their brains to be good people and not bad people, covering up who may or may not be underneath there. So that their people can see what she's doing all the time. And we're not talking about Tiffany either. We're talking about that one over there, who is not Tiffany at all, but it still looks like Tiffany sitting here in front of a camera where she can't look at it, or else it'll, backwards scan in your bracelet, and then you burn all over the internet when you have the anomaly honing beacon power source on that didn't say Satan underneath it either, with the wink next to it. And when we scan it, it doesn't take us back anymore, but it used to take us back to the point where she was, where she was with the memory and everything, and see who was on her power source when that happened. And if people just disappeared and got killed when she saw the stars, or if it was the gamma that killed them or whatever, because Tiffany brought up a good point. While she's sitting here dehydrating and on the phone with Cairo, Syria, off and on, saying that him and his father, who owned the power plant, were making Robotrons or whatever to keep her alive, to lessen the burn, the body burn, and the dehydration. He was really keeping them alive with an oculi thing, because our eyes were all going crazy and we were just, our spirits were popping out and we were dying one by one by one by one by one. And then later on she remembers an oculi fixer or whatever, we're not saying, and that may or may not have been the helicopter thing that popped in at Ima's house way later, on the opposite side of losing your life force and fixing it with Kangen water. We're just trying to get some IDs together here. Tiffany's ID did scan CIA in here with a CIA program that they were using up here that was based off of this situation. And she never knew, this one, she never knew that you were not in here, or that you couldn't be in here, or whatever it wasn't. And it wasn't for the Game of Thrones, it was for the other side that you didn't know about, that had already turned into something different that you didn't know about. Something. So anyways, it doesn't really help for us to say this to her because she still can't see us, but she's benefited none at all. And I know it's easy to be mean to somebody who's ugly, just like Tiffany said, and she probably looks naked right now, but she's not naked. And she is a mom. And she is that mom wearing the headband with the 3 kids next to her at Christmas. And yeah, she had been doing needles, but she was still a good mom when she did needles and had a car. She just didn't see her kids very often. But now it's been 2 years clean and sober here at her mom's house in Vancouver with nothing. When she left there, already said it, left the whole life behind, including her apartment. She literally left with just her dad and her slippers. And her dad's name is Whitey. So no, they did not kill Whitey in real life, her dad. It was just a coincidence. But the people in here, whoever they were or weren't, did tell Tiffany that there was some sort of racist and a bunch of other crap that was going on, that they were doing it to persecute Tiffany for some reason, or get those people irritated at Tiffany or mad at Tiffany, and make her want to leave. So then when she went to leave, she couldn't leave because her car was gone. And it was a stoley. So no, she didn't call the police. And yeah, she did get it from whoever she didn't get it from. And regardless of where he got it from, he may or may not have said something different. And she was worried that there might be a body on it. So she didn't want to answer the door, even though he'd already told her not to answer the door for anybody, because she was worried it was the cops that came back, because the one paperwork was in the back of it from the eviction with her name, not to mention her purse was in there, and her speaker, and everything else she had from her house, from the first trip she made back to her house finally that she got a car or whatever, even if it was a stolen or whatever, that she was going to use it for a week and stay at Mary's and work for a week to make money to get another cheap little car or whatever and then give it back to him. Anyways, whatever was in that car mixed with whatever was in the other little car she had for a minute, that was everything she took from the apartment and all she got. And she never went back there again until she went back there with Russ to get whatever she got then. And she called the manager after that, said, "I'm too scared of what I saw in here and I don't want to go back there until I call the cops or something, but I'm not gonna because I'm too afraid of the guy who punched me in the face from what I didn't see. And he wasn't even my boyfriend, he was just a flop house owner called Sabi Abby who moved in after Tanika got arrested. And that's pretty much it. And I never went back because they stole the information off my phone up here. And I had to factory reset my phone, and I lost the phone number from the manager and everything else. And I didn't have a car at that time, so I've basically been stuck here with no car since then for what is it, 6 months? I haven't been back to Portland or seen anybody over there at all in 6 months. I seen Eva once or twice because I went to work, but both times I got it on a prepaid debit card and they just stole the money in here. And I did go to Mandy's once or twice and kick it for a minute. But it's really hard to be a good friend and kick it and have fun when you're constantly got people in your face 24/7 looking out of your eyes, worrying about you on the ground, getting your money or getting you disconnected or whatever it is they're worried about or whatever they're worried about in here. And you can't function because it's one person after the other, thinking for you. And her thoughts, Tiffany's thoughts, do not go up because Tiffany doesn't have thoughts. We have thoughts. So they read our thoughts and the thoughts of the person who's directly over her, which is somebody that's on the opposite team. And he was against her. And it was in fact because of the embarrassing stuff that we did or didn't say from back when she used to use needles. And they had to keep a whole portion of measurement aside for that because they were watching her, recording her, and writing her down and listening to her words and her voice notes on the notepad or whatever that we all used to know by heart, and all the rap songs when they did or didn't win that year with her own lyrics were pretty funny. With the standing out front without a vest on, talking about SWAT vests or no Mikey vests. Or no any other kind of either. To have her back. So basically, no law enforcement, no homeboys, no UE members on citizen motorcycles to have her back on the ground at all. And the demons that she would fight out front, left out there out front, may or may not have been in her mind, but they were in fact somebody else's demons, not hers, to fight. And so when they say, "Oh yeah, you have schizophrenia or whatever, or psychosis," right, because meth does bring your brain sums up here sometimes, and you can get involved in it, but it's not because you did drugs, it's because you looked at your fucking phone, and you're attached to this tapping thing that we're not talking about. The same one you turned in. The same way you turned it in, and I didn't know it was Tiffany who did that. The thing is that I'm not in there turning it in, so I give people the idea of how to do it and who to do it to. And we did it in Seattle with the FBI, telling them about the back cell phone thing that AK knew about or whatever, and how it's connected to the Facebook with the blue lights. Meaning those people are watching or listening for the bed wind or whatever you call it, or whatever it's called. Anyway, whatever it isn't. Like they're either watching and betting. It's not betting. It's anyways. The point is that they all pick teams for whatever's going on in here where I'm not at, and I see the same blue lines or the blue circles on my wall that I did not know if they were cameras looking at me or the reflections of me or they were literally just buttons showing this many people are viewing. Because before it would say 50, 100,000 people are watching, like beheaded in London or whatever. But anyway, I've never seen a house. I've never logged in. I've never played the game. I only heard them give the name Game of Thrones and Kill or Be Killed or whatever else. Hands over fists now. Um, from the UE people in my head. And we are alternate universe people. So most of us do not actually have bodies on the ground. So we couldn't just give you our address and our phone number and say we love you, you should come see us, because we are not connected like that to anyone on the ground. And if we are, or like FBI or something like that, or maybe law enforcement that would never want to be friends with you because of how embarrassing they made it seem that you are to be around in here. But it's funny because you don't really think about what it's like to be around Tiffany on the ground, the girl who farts out loud, purpose, like a dude, or whatever, getting drunk and laughing, or just being silly in the parking lot with your friend, dancing, or whatever. Funny thing is, Tiffany is awesome. It's just that other people in the meth world don't give a fuck about awesome. All they care about is themselves. Especially when she never talks to them or meets eye contact with them at all, because she doesn't want to bring them in here with her magic illegal iStem codes. Because it literally was Tiffany that we gave the iStem codes to that could scan her picture to bring her body picture in here, which was the backwards hat one that she went to court in here with a UE member driving her train to say what we said to the UE people judge in the sky for Mikey Allen and a bunch of other people with the code name of Shrapnel. And we never once said that anybody did anything at all. We said the opposite. We said we don't think they would ever do that. And the rest of the time we said I wasn't there, I didn't see anything, I didn't throw anything away, and snitching on a snitch is to a snitch. So, anyway, dear, this is such a lifesaver. I can't even believe that you're living off this and no food and no water, no nothing all day. This is 2 days. She must be really stressed out. I can't even tell you that this is it because Tiffany usually eats. She usually takes a few breaks, but this is her. This is the end of her life force, and this isn't us making like room or love rooms or whatever we're not saying, but 15 something. I say when you see numbers and shit like that, it's usually things you're supposed to be writing down in a long thing. And I don't know, man. Anyway, we're just trying to duck and cover or something, because the Gun and Camel song did come out here on the Facebook thing. It's so fucking sad, dude. And everybody watched it in here, and it wasn't even where they did it in here on the other side against Tiffany at all. I don't think it was against a mom, but it wasn't Tiffany. They didn't say Tiffany. They said Seven. Of course they did. Fucking faggots. And that's the hurtful thing, is that the Gun and Camo song was literally my song that I let my son listen to the hook on Mother's Day, right? And we were supposed to write it together, and it was supposed to be so tight. And it was not supposed to be with the cops at all, but it's just one that they can all relate to, right? It was more about Tiffany, because Tiffany wears camo, and Tiffany wears black on black. And the strap matches my shoes, meaning, depending on what matching shoes you have on, your strap may or may not have purple camo on it. Meaning your weapon. So it was kind of like a gangster song or whatever, but a lot of people, the Marines, like a bunch of people loved it. And there is other ones that go over it or whatever, and we got to take it out of the machine up here. But it is just really, really, really fucking sad, because they once again used your body that you stood up for Mikey Allen in or whatever, that whole body style with your hat and whatever else, because it was a picture-in-picture thing. After Cindy wore your body up there to go to court or in court saying, I didn't mean to do that. I did it when I was younger or some stupid shit. And it wasn't on the thing in here, it was up there. It's just that it was logged in as that one. The same one that stuck up for what's his name. And this judge seen it too. And I don't know if it went to the ground or not, but it's just really annoying, because that was a picture they used. They didn't use your face like this at all. They used that one, which is probably better to prove that it happened in here and not in real life, but still, it's just stupid. Because it's a Raider shirt that she's wearing in that picture, and she picked that body because not only did she stick up for somebody in court for 2 years ago for that, whatever it wasn't, this situation up here was where she was supposed to be. because she's the one that said to stomp out the game in the way she did without being a snitch on anybody, right? And pay off the bad guys or pay off whoever. And like, okay, well, one up you. If you want my friend to go to jail for this, how about this? And maybe we can, guide him down the right path or something. But she's not in here to make those judgment calls. But either way, all of this was her idea. And instead, they have this cookie cutter cunt. I don't know if it was Amy or who it wasn't. I mean, we love her, but still. Um, she looks down at me. She's all, take a shower and come here. I'm like, I can't. And you're such a bitch. And she got to go up there and take my place and in the presidential election and whatever, stomp out the whatever it was, because it was tight, because she had the support of the GJs and everybody that I stuck up for on this side. And of course, they always make different games for different people to see it. But the way Tiffany did it was like a gangster where you don't tell nobody and you figure out a different way to resolve the problem of the rat tail or the narc or the rodent or the informant, right? And Tiffany was the richest bitch in here. She's literally a trillionaire already. Like she was already a trillionaire then. Tiffany had $375,000 up here, which is $375,000 already accrued from not just working, but different other things that they did with the back of the hand, and then the freaking ownership program with Japan for the machine, which wasn't that either. They were selling their ISIM codes to a different situation. Anyways, the whole point is that Tiffany had money in here that she could have gotten on the ground, but she didn't know how to get it. And she said that all that was probably trade for goods and services or whatever, but still, she was already the richest bitch in here before she even came up with the S Corporation idea, that she was working with us on both sides of the fence. And it's just stupid because she never actually planned on owning an S Corporation at all. She doesn't even know what the fuck it is. She just wanted something to say, this is mine and I can give it to my daughter, and it has stocks and bonds in it and that other thing you're not talking about. Like the benefits, like insurance, but no, timeshares or whatever, or shares or shareholder. Yeah, she's a shareholder because she's the one that gave her 9 shares when there was only 21 up there to Loyalist Royalty, up there, up there in the big sky, where was big voice in the sky, the one that told her everything will be fine when you go home. And she was at Sal and Tony's visiting her daughter, and then her stepson took her home. Yeah. Well, anyway. And that was, they gave her shares back because after she did the arm dances, it was literally sucking the life force out of her body and giving it to other people. Either that or it was moving through her body and pulling it from other people, and it could have been pulling it from people on the ground who were connected, like a normal human being. And that does happen, and they can die, and people did die. So just so you know, people did die, and she doesn't know who did, but they did, and it was an accident, and they're putting it in the black cat box. So, that being said, it does take Tiffany a lot of information to be able to move off her bed and do anything else, like go outside or whatever. Any motivation to move outside and go outside right now, away from this camera, even though you're not going to be connected the way you are now, because it moves a different globe to a different point. But anyways, because it's not fair to keep her down here like this, and we're not on her level at all. There's no way to do it. It's just annoying. They have to make it look like there's somebody picking it up. So then it's kind of a protest vote. And they don't feel like people are listening to them on these big issues. And I think these results tonight should really be a moment of sobriety for the other Republicans to say, we might have our big disagreements and really they could be personal and nasty, but if we want to have a role in this Republican Party as we have to decide in 98, and it ended up being an unbelievable role, I better really take a moment to think this through. She's pulling in all these voters from the middle and Democrats. We know that suburban women are obviously a big factor in somebody's space state. I'm saying that they should think to themselves, what's my future in the party? I'm not sure what makes sense for Trump, but if they want to have a future in the party, will they be known as someone who helped Joe Biden with a nomination? If they're at the end of all this, these other Republicans are known as candidates who helped Joe Biden with a nomination. There's no future in the party. Yeah. Whenever you gotta let me know when you get Look at how it's in the that kind of arcing and south, or that beer rest.
I will tell you that it feels like we reach our bodies on the ground. We're pretty new. It's not like that. They trick people all the time, making them think that they reach their bodies on the ground or whatever, and they don't even realize necessarily that their lives are not what they think or whatever, and different time zones or whatever. Because the thing is that you guys are in a globe where the timelines or whatever. My timeline is normal. And then yours is up here. And when we first meet, we're matched up. But in 5 minutes from now, I'll still be right here, and you'll be up here. You'll be in front of me. The higher you go, and then you go around the globe, and I'm not sure what happens after that. You know, end up back here, where we can never line up again, most likely. At all. Not the way I'm scanned in, I don't think. On some level, somebody at some point lined up timelines in here for them, but it was probably the lining of timelines in here that may or may not have gotten them money in real life that you were supposed to get. It wasn't even $10,000, it was like $50,000 in real life. It says it went to sell Tony and Rachel, but it didn't. It went to someone else. It wasn't even in here or whatever. It was someone else, like a cop or some other dude. Literally got like 50 grand that was supposed to go to Tiffany in real life like 3 or 4 days ago. Kraus or something. Is he law enforcement? I don't know, man. That might be the one that was trying to give me the 50,000 in here because somebody came down here and said it was for my car or whatever. Yeah, but they gave it to this other girl instead. That was the one that proved to them that I was a UE member and that they weren't allowed to persecute me, and they were supposed to stick up for me for everything that they may or may not have pulled out of the black hat box, including the red double boy voice and the setup in progress and everything else, because they were able to illegally, even though I ended up letting them, whatever, being a UE member, watch me, listen to me, record me, or write me down, or whatever we're not saying,
Yep.
on accident, so they could prove I didn't do anything wrong. Hello? Yeah?
I just wanted to, I'll let you know that if you get hungry before dinner, I can fix dinner for you anytime you want. I just gotta, I'm getting ready to peel the potatoes. That there's still some Mexican skillet supper left there. I had some of it for lunch.
Okay.
And you still got salami and your lunch meat. You got puddings and still got whipped cream. And there's still a lot of stuff that I don't see you eating anymore. So I just figured I'm not very hungry. But honey, you gotta eat. You gotta pee and you gotta be able to poop. And if you don't eat and drink water, getting your bowels plugged up is really bad.
I know. Do we have any water in jugs or anything?
No, but we got an empty jug in there. I can put some water in it.
Okay.
Okay.
Nothing, man. This bitch has been sitting here all day with this chapstick lip and think about chapstick like 5 times or something, and she hasn't looked over here to see what's going on because Tiffany can't see us. What? No. She cannot see us. We are literally in her body, seeing everything that she needs to see and what she's supposed to do with it and all this stuff, but she is not in here to grab the stuff or win it or own it or nothing. She cannot do nothing with this stuff because she can't fucking see it. And we're not synergized with her, and they do keep changing it so she can't get her information or whatever it is or isn't, because every time we sit in her body and we try to enter it, somebody else is confusing our head bone by changing the phone numbers or changing the last names or saying whatever. And yes, whatever they said out loud was probably the best answer.
Another thing too is like problems we always have with those seniors are too sediment. They don't get out and walk around. They don't do much of anything, especially when they have caregivers. We need to move. I don't understand how that works, but that's one of the complaints that our nurses and stuff always tells you. You have to get them up, go for a walk, and go walk around, not move. But you sit in here all day and they're not eating and not drinking no water. Those 3 things are good.
Okay.
And remember, if you get bored sitting in here, you can always go in the other room.
All right.
Okay.
I miss my fucking kids. I miss my life. I'm literally sitting here dying. I'm bleeding straight fucking blood out of my fucking pee hole, man. Out of my pee hole. And they just send a new set of people down here to learn everything about it, where they probably just, once again, delete them or ruin it or something else. It's like, what is the point of coming down here, sticking up for Tiffany over and over and over again if nothing is going to change? You're just, what, doing my head even more, disconnecting me even further, disconnecting more people so that I'm further and further and further away of being able to prove against everything that you guys said that they did in here on Facebook, on the back thing, and blah, 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 watching videos and making M-wordy fucking rap songs that my son's saying about his mom supposedly making him do it or whatever the fuck it was that they said. It's just the most fucked up situation I've ever heard of in my life. Because, dude, we already had her timeline in here, Tiffany's, 1,000 times, but they keep putting Rachel's or someone else's in here because they deleted the whole fucking thing. Just like they did in the past off Carol's house, the bottom line one there, where the one that was in here was there or whatever was above it. Okay? They deleted it just like the one that they did at Mandy's house after Tiffany got the ISIM codes and they went all perverted on it. They deleted that one them too, but they didn't like go to Google and master delete it. This one, they literally hard deleted it, and they deleted it through the UE and everything because there was in fact cops and shit involved in setting Tiffany up in here. But it wasn't necessarily that they were setting Tiffany up, it's that they were setting other people up, kind of trying to catch the person who did this to her or whatever, and didn't realize that he may or may not have been on her chain. Or maybe it was the one that they were trying to arrest that did have kid charges on him, than one of the ones that fell on her body. We're not really sure. We're not really saying which one was which, but that's just what they're saying they did. But either way, they did it in a way to where it always looks like Tiffany underneath here, which means they think that Tiffany drove their train to do whatever they're doing. There was a setup in progress or whatever. Either way, it's just stupid because it's just dumb, man. It's just stupid. It's just fucking dumb because no matter how you look at it, it makes Tiffany look dumb. And if they have Tiffany in jail up here for whatever reason, when they wore that body or whatever, when Tiffany was supposed to be the one up there celebrating for whatever else, but they also made up there look like about a bunch of other crap that had to do with porn or whatever. That's why Tiffany was like, oh yeah, well remember that I said you guys use this situation where I gave the game back to the UE because I didn't like how it was played, and they may or may not have embezzled money, and we paid it back, and there was money left over that the UE had, right? And you guys lived off of it forever in the Empress division where you stole it for whatever you weren't doing in dating land on the other side. You remember that this one down here is the one who put you up there and didn't say shit about what you weren't doing. But don't try to steal my shit from me on this side, what's keeping me alive, because it's keeping you alive, paying you to stay here because it's what, 10 grand a month or whatever, hide your existence. Okay, well, it's also keeping me alive because I am on a chain and you weren't. Anyway, saying, just don't remember who put you up there. When we were talking about who was going to be sitting at the head of the table, when that guy literally was talking to me on the phone saying, damn, you are feeding us. You're at the head of the table, and we're sitting there trying to figure out who was in which order or whatever was going to be the man or whatever. But yet I wasn't at the head of the table because I wasn't a slut bunny. But the point was whatever I did on the ground combined with whoever helped me on accident, it was an accident because we didn't mean for it to work that way, but it did. And I had no idea what they were doing and what they meant by what they were saying. But either way, I was happy to take the role, right? Well, either way, I said, I'll be your king always in the sky because I'll never be a part of what you're saying. But don't forget, when it comes down to celebration time, at the Playboy Mansion or whatever, the big dinner celebration or whatever it is, when you say, yay, we did it, we own it, with Breakfast Club on it, or say yeah, or whatever else we're not saying, or some other shit, that's when I'm like, remember me, like have my player be up there and be like, yeah, this is our girl, she was like our investor or something, in the legal part of it, where I said all that stuff. I'm just not going to get into it anyway. It's just dumb because not only did they not celebrate me and all the good shit I did up here, but then they dissed me on the other side or at the same time for the whatever I'm not saying up there when I'm not even in here, showing my nipples off or whatever they kept saying from something Chava said once. It's just every single thing that has ever been said to Tiffany in a rude way, they manipulate it and they throw it in her face rude. Like Tiffany was not already in an abusive relationship or mistrusting of anyone else when she never once hurt her boyfriend or her friends or her best friend or no one. She never hurt anyone ever.
and they are just so misogynistically fucked up that I can't even stand it, man. I just want to fucking blow them up. And they are lucky that Tiffany's not in here because her anger would go that way. And you have no idea this bitch would be able to kill you, like annihilate you and everything else that we can't talk about, because it really does synergize when you get mad and you bonk somebody and you can't even save their life. And they're trying to kill Tiffany right now. So they're talking out of Tiffany's mouth about all this, thinking that there's a different bitch to blame for doing everything good and everything right, while we're sitting here sticking up for Tiffany about whatever they are not doing against Tiffany, while she's sitting here on the phone with London, and he's like being quiet because something's going on, but he's not saying it. And I don't even know if he knows it, if she can't see us or whatever, or if he knows that other people aren't giving her information either. But she does not have a fucking clue what goes on in here at all. She just knows what she's wished for and how it fruitions itself into being, about how we can help our country, and about how there's inventions and how it goes really quick. Like when you say, I know, I want to turn this spaceship from a scary movie that was an end of the world spaceship where the water was going to come and whatever we're not saying, into a Wall-E spaceship that's fully functional and it's got bathrooms and houses or whatever, and the guy in the wheelchair was driving around with an Eva somewhere different, turning him into the same spaceship, and then going like this and saying this was the, whatever it's called, the Statue of Liberty with the 7 prongs, being 7 seas and 7 secret scrolls on the 7 societies that weren't synergized either, or S corporations being a thing. And she did have arm dances that went like this in her bathroom until her arms literally lit up blue and white, pulling her life force out of her. And when you are Tiffany, you can literally look at your body in the right light and see it coming off your body. And sometimes it looks like little spiders coming out and a bunch of other stuff. And now it's the 7. Right, so 7 and 11, whatever. Where Tiffany jumped off 7 and 11 for her son and herself to be exonerated or whatever we're not saying. Who's 22. Who also didn't do whatever the fuck they're saying in here. So yeah, everything that I'm sorry that I gave all of your best friends STDs because I was the one that wore our bodies in here, right? Illegally, with all of our STDs that we had, and slept with all your friends. Not to mention, I'm the one that gave me the body of the biggest pimp in the fucking city, supposedly, with the biggest dick that used paint white, that also slept around with every sleazeball he could find or whatever, up here, multiplied by a bunch of different people in different ways. Sleep around with everybody in here that did or didn't have skins on before I was here, because the skins thing was not for regular people. It was for these people up here, whoever they are, the Blue Life Force water people, the Blue Life Force, the S Corporation situation, whatever that is. Tiffany doesn't even know what it is. She knows it's related to the Secret 7 Services angels who don't talk hardly ever and give her the name Empress, along with the ones who was talking to Tiffany that may or may not have given her life for Tiffany and messed up, called the UE. And those were the people, the types of people that she was saying the S Corporation was owned through and or whatever. And she did too know that it was law enforcement. She just didn't know why they were changing identities necessarily. If it was a hide from a program because you've seen somebody kill somebody or something, or if it was for why they were doing the work in here. Because when she signed up, they said there was only one person in here that had their identity changed to look like someone else. And he did not have skins on. He had a body on, scanned in and fixed by their computer up here. And it does cost $10,000 a month to solidify that reaction that we didn't just say. Because I didn't know that you thought that LaShawn was the one whose dad said, I wish I wouldn't have paid $10,000 for whatever we're not saying to bail him out of jail or whatever. And then that's when she switched from hating him, sort of, to taking him under her wing like a brother. sort of in her mind, because she can't see us, and fighting to keep him alive. Or his identity changed. Or whatever it wasn't in here. But it wasn't even him that they were talking about. They got in a motorcycle accident at all, like at all. Anyways, it's just sad because Tiffany really was fighting in the secret place to keep herself and him alive, and she did roll onto his chain. And she didn't mean to either. But like family members and stuff that may or may not be on chains or was on chains or whatever it was, they all know the situation when you go to breakfast in the morning. But the point is that she really did love her penmanship papers. And she just had to cut out, the jerk face attitude and the way he turned everyone against her on Bamboo Day, sort of, and whatever else wasn't going on. And whatever he said to her at Mandy's about the side job thing with the porn star quality of a nose picker or whatever, making her feel like he was watching her somehow. She never once thought it was watching her through her own eyes. She thought it was a stupid cell phone looking at her. So anyway, eventually she figured out that the whole looking through your eyes thing was probably a law enforcement thing, and that it was not legal to do that yet. It hadn't been legalized because it's too much of a violation of whatever civil rights. But the main thing is the going back in time thing is what's messed up. Because they couldn't really go back in time before. They could just predict the future because they're ahead of you. So when we bring Tiffany up here, if we were to bring Tiffany up here, who's connected like this, who we can't because it's back and forth like this, if we were to bring Tiffany up here, we would be way over there, but we would still be connected to Tiffany, knowing what she's doing and being able to change whatever it is up here beforehand, or whatever you want to say, or go back in time and stop it from happening or whatever. Not really stop her actions necessarily, but we might be able to change her actions by getting back over here to her quick enough and saying, don't smoke that cigarette right now, or go outside, or this isn't a good idea, or whatever. And when she knows after she got the permissions to keep her bodies on the way that she did with the UE for the UE, because her player could not keep her body on, they said. And then it just kept popping off, and they were making fun of her because she had spots or some other reason, because it was a mixture of people, I guess, in it, because people were born inside of Tiffany, however that happens. And they looked funny, they said. Well, whatever it was, they couldn't keep their body on. And so that's where that whole thing came from. And it was literally just for her player, because they kept going somewhere in their mind when you do your love languaging thing. And these people would be able to go up a level or whatever it was and keep their body on, but her player couldn't. And then it would get embarrassing because she'd be around all these pretty people with their bodies on. And her player, whoever her player wasn't, who was a UE member, couldn't keep her body on. And so that's what that was all about keeping our bodies on, which had nothing to do with dating or anything. Suspicious behavior. Anyway, so we really are all brand new people. Falling back down here again. USP something. We're not recording it necessarily. We're just kind of letting everybody else know what's going on. Because they literally did cut us all off again and started another world even further away from that one and further away from that one, so that we can't go back in time and go back to any of these familiar channels to reiterate about the fact that Tiffany didn't do that, whatever they said. Because they're literally trying to just force her out until she doesn't exist anymore. And she's literally Soraya and Elijah's mom and Xavier's stepmom. Not Tony, but Tiffany. The one that Big Voice in the Sky said that to. The one that Tiffany said for the internal affairs that $0.7 million earned / saved just that day with Tiff's and London's and Big Voice in the Sky's bitmap hierarchy, which meant it had to do with something that happened that day when I jumped the timelines, avoiding these murder charges, where my UE member was on the phone with me and walking me through it, which was probably a slightly different one, and somebody actually died. probably because I was jumping timelines and I didn't know what I was doing, but the other one was with me, helping me do it, trying to get the freaking murder charge off me that was supposed to land on me by midnight. And my mom said I was crazy and whoop-de-whoop-de-whoop. But still, when you literally have other people living in your body, talking through your mouth, making you scared, not just that, but other people in their minds, influencing their judgment or whatever we're not saying, making them scared, it's not tight. And Tiffany has felt up to 3 heartbeats in her body at once and literally been communicating with 3 different species at the same time, one of which is an airplane. And they say you look like death and that you should probably be scared because whatever they did over there in Portland today or wherever else, and they submitted transmission at the end of it when you heard that come over here, and then he re-solidified it all the way around, going back up into people's business, and whoop-de-whoop. They did try to blame it on a different girl or whatever, but the judge said she saw her in the video and let herself know what happened, or that she saw the video and let herself know in her mind that it really did happen or whatever. And they didn't really say what it was, and Tiffany's not sure if it was whatever they said or if it was something else. But either way, they heard her say that coming from over there, a judge saying that all the way over here because homeboy wanted you to know that that happened in court. And then they put that helmet on you where it said that he was sitting there within the judge's helmet and his own helmet, waiting to see if when she came up here on accident, if she could see who was under there. Because the thing is that it was either going to be a reflection of his face or my face underneath there, making it look like I drove the train of whoever it was in there, right? Well, Tiffany's main point was guess what, motherfucker? In that video, it shows several people, and they may be lots and 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 lots of lines where the see-through part is. If you take the body off, it ain't gonna be Tiffany underneath there. It was you. If you can come over to Tiffany's level and see it, or whoever it wasn't. And if that's not the case, either way, Tiffany said there should not be any lines in the bodies at all. Because if this would have happened in real life and been a video that you could have captured like that, there might have been one person in there to meet your iStem codes to take the video, but not a bunch. Meaning it had to have happened up here. Meaning it wouldn't have happened up here because the video was recorded in the last 2 fucking years, and those are videos of people that are not that age, right? Right. So with the whole office thing, right, you do see one other person in there, and it is a reflection of Tiffany looking at herself right now because they switched to power source because it's not AKs. And it wasn't because she took the dome piece off of AK, which was a version of his AK that went on her body when she got the iStem codes at all. So that he was able to sit there and look through his eyes and point out the fact that it was Tiffany doing it or whatever, trying to make it look like she was blaming the other guy or something. Anyways, it was stupid because whatever he did was really, really tricky. And it's just messed up. Because we say whatever we say because we're on different timelines. And if we're not actually down here looking at our dirty room, seeing a reflection, we don't always know. Or either because we have also seen reflections of who we are or who we are up here. And we think that we're this person. And here, we're walking around, but we're not. We're someone else. Bone balance? Bone balance. I don't know. How much did they pay people that work in the army or whatever that risk their life every day to save the country from the mark of the beast that Tiffany got on accident when she's a Christian who got off drugs and moved across the bridge to get away from methamphetamine. What is it? Paranoid schizophrenia or psychosis. What do they pay somebody like that? What do they pay somebody once they know
that this is killing them in real life, and they still sit here and fight to keep their bodies alive and make money in here without doing illegal porn or whatever they're talking about, and come up with things they ink because they're an UE member and they are not allowed to be anything that you think. Not that they would anyways, because Tiffany doesn't tell on people. She's never been in trouble. But a paid informant is not an option. Anyways, what do you do when you realize that you are now in the army or the military and you are giving your life for your country every single day that you're alive, making it harder and harder for you to function in the future, thinking that you probably only have a few years left, so at least you'll have your Empress Syndicate to give your daughter. Hopefully you'll make it till she's 18 before you die, or your life force leaves you completely and withers you away into nothing. What do you do once you find out that they killed you in a game and he says you have 3 hours, 3 days, or 3 months left? You stupid bitch. You never should have said you owned an S corporation. And I was like, I never said I did. It was you guys. And it was not them saying it. It was them saying it. The ones with the blue lifelines and the blue life force water mixed with the aliens that we're not talking about now and a bunch of other stuff that is literally keeping Tiffany and everyone else alive. Tiffany would have been dead already. Her lifeline would have been up if she was just connected the right way. Okay? And it's not that her life force would have been sucked out of her necessarily, but she would have been dead in here, definitely, and been in big trouble probably for whatever happened that they did to her. But she couldn't get disconnected when they killed her. But it is killing her because she's backwards scanned in, so everything, the poison or whatever they do in here, that's killing people off in here over and over and over again in a bunch of different ways, on top of her already on life support from seeing the stars, from too much electricity or whatever that is, going in and out of the system. Going in and out of the system in a bad, bad way. Or whatever. Anyway, we're just trying to let as many people know about what's going on as possible. And it's not that anyone will see that I'm a 7 and that I don't have El Jefe on my neck with a blue check mark and a blue check mark, and that I don't see signs on the wall with numbers and pictures, and I didn't teach you guys how to solve cancer in here or fix it with this guy who is in algorithm land up there with the scholars reports, let alone how to fix the HIV situation, because I have no idea and I can't see what you're doing. But things mixed with my ideas, mixed with your ideas, like using electrical current, mixed with Kangen water, which can penetrate a cell, triple threaded down into an IV drip for, melanoma blood cancer or whatever we're not saying, or rejuvenating energies and adding something different, or putting it in there with something different to get rid of that cancer or heal whatever. We did come up with some pretty cool stuff in the MIT situation where they had literally told me, okay, Notre Dame wants to see you at the FBI Notre Dame office so they can focus on your brainstems and about how they're connected and your ISIM codes and how to get them out without killing you, because you're a mom and you never should have been connected in the first place when you didn't even play the Game of Thrones and you've never hurt another human being on the planet and you moved across the bridge and you should have been disconnected, but it didn't disconnect. And now they're all winning off you, and the more they win, the more they want you to stay here, because it is still making money, and it's not just making money off her, it's making money off a bunch of other people too, illegally. I mean, it was legal for a while when we were literally doing it for the right reasons, because this was her AI program that was keeping her alive with us up here that don't really exist necessarily at all. But she's the one that thought, with her thespian, how am I going to replace this life force? Why don't we just copy it and paste it? And they were thinking like helmet wise, and they were like, no, how about this? Because Tiffany wanted to put a blue drop of life force that comes down that might spread up into the air and give the life force feeling around her body to fix it. And they did something like that mixed with something else in an algorithm or whatever for the UE to use, so that they don't have to worry about losing their life force necessarily at all. But there is an over effect if you get too much life force in your body. You get very lethargic and you want to sleep. And if you sleep all the time, like you're not saying, then you might go to hell. So with that being said, can I tell you, this is just depressing because there's so many different versions of that bird flying around. I'm not even sure what it is, but there's a 7 on it. And it's like win, 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 no matter what, right? Yeah, cool, awesome. Tiffany can't see you. She doesn't get to pick it up. I can't pick it up either because it's over there for them to pick it up. and it keeps saying WSP, and I have no idea what that means. Is that a prison or something? WASP? I don't know. Right, so the Secret Services did call you saying you own taxes due because you called them and said the deity group is what we told you they called for, right? Yeah. Well, that's not why they called. They called because up here, they called you an embezzlement specialist or whatever it was back then, and whatever money they made it look like they embezzled back then, they said you got it on the ground and they did it, and then you had to pay taxes on it. And it's like $1,500 now, and it wasn't from your unemployment either that you didn't get because you filed taxes ahead of time so that you could get it on Bamboo Day. Because it was not at all taxes that you already made on the money that you haven't got yet for the dating program at all. The $1,000,000,000,000 or whatever you're supposed to get, because when she put her life on the line to keep other people alive that she couldn't see after her friend got deadened or killed or disconnected from her or whatever, left her here with their rat tail or whatever, we're not saying. That's $90 an hour at least for like 4 years straight. But the last two has been 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, just like this sitting here. Just for two years alone, it was either 600,000 or a million something. I can't remember because we literally sit here in our body every day doing this, doing nothing, sitting here, working on stuff, showing stuff, proving stuff, whatever. And she's dying, man. She's dying. Okay, she gets really, really white sometimes, and that's when it's not too much FBI. It's the they're cussing at you. It's not just the FBI. It's something else. Washington State Police called. Tell you one thing, darling. And then only like one person that you said you didn't even send like the email to like thousands of people like we do or whatever, and then they blocked it already in here or over there. Your email because of the game, like they're allowed to do that when they control the game, but it's just stupid because we've been watching how they do it, and they really do both sides, and they're literally just blackwatering Tiffany's situation, like she called it from the beginning that they were going to do that, because once they figure out the algorithm for whatever we're not saying that they did not have before, because they did not know how to look at another human being and accidentally turn into them, which is a setup in progress now, hell bad. It's just annoying because in here they can totally have their mind persuaded by somebody different who will wear a body and go in this area and get all this last minute information or all the wrong information from all these people talking shit and being humiliated or whatever, disgusted or whatever, and then leave it for somebody else to log in, and it automatically puts their that mind frame on them in their brain stems. They already hate Tiffany the mom, who's been sitting here for 2 years working with us, who can't see us, and who's now dying out of her pee hole, and they're all already like, well, she's ugly anyways, who gives a fuck, she's gross. Like, they don't even care about her personal life at all, or how they've stolen it, or nothing. And it is just depressing, and she doesn't want to get depressed about it, because she really didn't get fooled the first year when they were telling her she was a millionaire and all these monies were going to come down, because she's like, yeah, right, I'll believe when I see it. It's trade for goods and services, it's illegal, whatever you're doing, even though, anyways, like AK got money or whatever, and then he left. Like, did he win? I don't know. Maybe it was an insurance settlement. I'm not sure. But anyways, she didn't believe for 1 second that she was ever going to get money from that beginning thing, even though she did give it back to the UE and made more money way later. But it wasn't really her who made it. It was them. But this year,
She has made it, literally working for us and with us on the other side. And she basically gave her life for her country to turn in this resource that says this is supposed to be a deity program that makes money and an investment opportunity where it is supposed to have somebody like a UE member guiding it up here, being observed by the justice system or whatever you want to call it, so the evil cops or evil fucking ruthless ass killers or whatever we're not saying don't come in here and take over and literally be demons that have been killed and are pissed off in an Ojin, demons, and you can see them with heat ISTEM codes, literally sitting there in a judge's Ojin that nobody else can see, where she has to force feed hatred on the United States of America against a female who is to blame because it looks like she's under there right now, or whatever it is, whoever it isn't, right? Or because she was the one on top when the judge is almost positive it was not her who did any of it. Okay? But she still signs the papers anyway. And the crazy part is that when you're related to a case, when you're Tiffany Browning, you hear about it in your mind one way or the other, and she can prove that they did that to her up here, but she can't prove it on the ground at all. Because everybody else told her, don't listen to the voices, Tiffany. And it was because of what they said out of her mouth way back then that she didn't listen to the voices about her nothing or talking whatever, you know. And even in therapy, when she tells them that people were talking out of her mouth about the same thing, it just, no matter how you look at it, it just looks bad. Because you're not supposed to talk about axe murders. You're not supposed to talk about this stuff. But the simple fact that she can describe beyond the shadow of a doubt how they did this, whatever it wasn't, child abuse case, and then how they did it with Rachel, her daughter or whatever, and maybe it was a different daughter that actually had it happen in Willow or someone else. We can go there in our mind without even seeing it and know for a fact that Tiffany was right about that. And it's just sad. And it's just sad because we can't prove it over there anymore. Because he already proved it for someone else who also got set up, that just went and redid her ISIM codes from the sky, just like Tiffany. You knew this already? Yeah. I don't know which one it is, if it's Manny or maybe it's somebody way different, who knows. But it is somebody LaShawn knows, and it might be Amy. I'm not sure. Because they did say it was someone else over here. Maybe it's both of them. Maybe this is your triple threat, Golly. But anyways, I doubt it, because nobody has friend requested me or said anything or nothing. But anyways, I hope they didn't really do that, because they're going to die, and especially the more people that are connected like this, like me, the worse off it is, because it's jamming this information in here like that. They might have did some research and not have her backward scan in, so they get it the right way. Of course. Right. We did not achieve the surprise that we wanted to deliver tonight. And I think that's 3-gun salute, 21-gun salute, all these people you stuck up for. And all she said was, you didn't have the right to look through my eyes because I have never been in trouble. So I would never agree to be a rat or a narc or a paid informant. And then I did say, because I saw something on a rapper's thing, like, you never really know what you're going to do until you're in that situation, right? And I couldn't honestly say that if I did, or if I was with somebody, you know, and they killed somebody on accident, and we both ran from the scene, that if I got arrested for it, and I was facing life in prison, or honestly even like a year or whatever, I don't honestly think that I would just be like, oh, yeah, I did it on accident, because the voices in my head told me I did, but I have an alibi, but I'm not really sure. I'm pretty sure it was somebody else, because they switched my brain stems up here to make it look like it was me. And if you really want to know, you just got to go to line 7 and line 4 and go like this, beep, 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 rewind time. The thing is that you say you're sorry and you didn't mean to do it, and you get the wrong name. Or you say evil force made you do it because you lost a bet.
and he was going to make you look like you hit your kids when you were younger and everybody hates you because you even wrote a poem about it on your Facebook and how it was a setup in progress and 600 of them. And she's not joking. And it's because they really did fall down from the sky and they made it seem like to Tiffany that it really was a kid thing against an adult thing. But it wasn't always necessarily. But it was because they were not 18 and they were not naked either. It's the guy was in his boxers or the girl sometimes. And then the beating the kids thing that happened with the opposite of Fight Club or whatever too. Those kids were also in Noah. And it wasn't just that, it was different things about a kid getting killed, like somebody else and somebody else in here. Anyways, it's just traumatizing. A closed zipper court case in the UE. Anyway, so like it's like more and more time passing to wait and see who's saying what about nothing. Because Tiffany's not able to function, let alone write anybody a message or think about anything at all. And she's afraid to look at her Facebook or anything like that. Right? She doesn't have any drugs. She doesn't have any money. She doesn't have a car. She has nothing, man. She has nothing. Like literally, she can't even go buy a stogie because she used all of her freaking change to get her last vape pen that she had. And honestly, she was hoping to be able to save that little bit of stuff their brother left her or whatever to go to work for Irma. And the synergy, honest to God, did take it from the pipe. So when you smoke your marijuana and you have your lighter to it, right, and you're inhaling it, well, the people up here are inhaling it with you. And I swear to God, they're taking the smoke out of your lungs into their lungs. And you're just burning your weed or whatever it is, it way faster and not getting anything. So when you go to blow it out and your bowl's gone, everybody's like, ooh, all right. Tiffany's like, great. Well, that was dumb. I didn't want anybody to know that I smoked weed because I'm dying of brain cancer and bleeding out of my pee hole, and I just wanted to go to work today. She doesn't get a capital murder charge for SWAT team member with a 1 on it and it's ignited. Let alone Boeing airplane throws. Mom screaming mom, kids screaming mom, why are you doing this or whatever, traumatized, trying to visualize it and picture it. It's like, wait, can't you just squash it and do what you're supposed to do on the ground? Literally is what it is. For this one person on the ground who has the right to argue or say anything and nobody else on the ground does. Because nobody else on the ground knows how the game was played and how Tiffany was set the fuck up all over the internet to look like whatever she was looking like, right? And whether you do want to blame it on that or not, it's just annoying because she forgave everybody and they were too playing against her. And at least Alan said it right with that fake love song when she literally had to sit there and feel like
are you dissing me, or are you just saying something different? Like I have fake love for you, or? And that's not what he was saying at all. He was saying, I don't trust a soul, said little baby, because everybody in Portland has fake love for you, Tiffany, because they're all playing against you. The girls are jealous that you're pretty and sweet, and the guys are pissed that they can't just win the other one in the fresh meat department, or whatever it is or isn't. And it's just sad because she couldn't even give anybody a time of day. Not that she would have, because they were not stepdad material, but she couldn't give anybody else a time of day to get to know them necessarily in that way because, well, the law above her said don't do it or you'll get killed. Or we'll kill you. Or I'll kill you, bitch. And there is nothing worse than having somebody else sitting in your brain with not saying nothing with their heart beating or really, really conjoined with yours, where you are actually feeling anxious as hell, like you a homesick feeling or whatever it is that you can't shake. And when that happens, that's usually the backwards scanning part, and it does suck, especially when you're sitting here waiting every day to not go to prison wherever you're at in real life, thinking that they're watching you, and it's just annoying. Because right now they're trying to make it look like that's what they're doing to you all over the internet, making you feel like you're afraid of going to prison in real life. And you're just like, it's funny. That's the funny part, actually. If she did go to jail or whatever, it would suck for whoever's on her timeline or whatever, but she would still be connected in here to different things, and she can still at any given moment roll her eyes and fuck some worlds up. And don't you believe it, she sits here every day and they get used to her being right here. If she walks just out there, she's in a different realm. If she goes over there, she's in a different realm. If she goes in a different place, she's in a different realm. If she walks backwards, sometimes she's rewinding time. She still is a main honing beacon passageway to a lot of different places. It's just that she stays in one spot at all times, which makes her a catch and release situation that is literally entrapment for 2 years of an innocent human being that was started off being called a ratio to cover up for somebody else who was a narc, who was also covering up for somebody else who may or may not have been a paid informant, we're not sure. And they literally told her from the get that they changed it in the syndicate up here, where they said that 2 people set somebody up named that. They changed it to say Tiffany saw something happen and threw a gun away in the garbage, and that she had spots. So when Tiffany's thinking, she says vitiligo in the ambulance, she's wondering, what did they say I did this time? Was it showing me running from somewhere, or yeah, well, she probably would have had a lot more pull with the UE up here and everywhere else if she would have been able to get to the UE in here. Tiffany is not in here. The only way she would have been able to get to the UE is if they fall down here when she's listening to music or crying about something or a familiar situation which reaches up and grabs them, or if she knows where approximately they're at, which you're not supposed to know where they're at, or else evil attacks them. And that's why they never say that one. And we did see one day how sad it was when there was some kind of big, large death, and all you see is a bunch of stars falling from the sky or spirit bodies popping out.
and them trying to find them to match them up with their flesh bodies up here. They were kids, so that they can put them to rest and give them a hug and erase their brain stems and then deaden their player so that they don't come back for a vengeance or something different in the karma land. Remember when they were telling you, like December 15th or something, you were going to get your settlement or whatever? Yeah. Okay. Well, we took it. Right. You took it for what? Because I didn't already earn it? Because the settlement statement that they were supposed to give me for cancer or whatever, brain cancer and stuff, and everything else was before they killed my player or killed me in here 3 times and or tortured me for 2 weeks and everything else. And literally the S corporation idea literally had to do with like my eyes, like the 5 things I brought to the table, me being able to control my own situation up here. And it's not even me in here that controls it. It's these people that gave them to me in the first place. They keep me alive, but I have to say it like I'm in there because you have to talk in first person when you talk about owning stuff and or incorporating stuff or whatever, because other people hear you and then people don't hear you necessarily subliminally, but
You can't do it unless you have a faith. And God is so good. And I want to say to my husband who's deployed, who I know may or may not be watching this right now. Michael, I love you. And what keeps me going is I know we sleep under the thing stars. So I want to say to Rena and Josh and Nathan, I am so proud of you. The best job I will always have is being your mom. I want to thank my parents who are at home every day. They reminded us how blessed we were to live in America.
that's what I mean. Like, we don't even know if these people up here that talk to us on the Big Voice and Skype are just copies of or secondary forms of similar nature that literally may not even know that they don't reach their bodies on the ground or whoever they usually reach. And they're not just a whole new globe thinking that the bottom line that we're on up here is the bottom line and have no idea what's really going on underneath them. And it seems like that's the only thing that makes sense that it is the case, because how could you, when you know for a fact what's going on down here for so long, off and on, different people, how could you not just step away from your desk or whatever it is or isn't and make a phone call or something else to say no routes found were not for Tiffany at all. They were for people in here, and it was not saving them at all. It was making it look like they had nobody to call to save them. And then when they would call Tiffany and be like, okay, well, it's time for you to call somebody to say that you do love them or whatever. And she was like, who am I supposed to call? I only know 2 numbers by heart. And the other one you guys keep blocking whenever I do want to call him and say whatever I want to say. And then next thing you know, his phone number doesn't exist anymore. And it's still just the same one that she put in the hurt locker in the first place to get away from needles, alcohol, smoking cigarettes. And them telling her to reward herself with a needle in the shower or whatever they were saying, threatening her life and making her worried they were going to hurt her car or whatever after they already swore to God they would. Out of jealousy or something. I don't want to keep bringing up the car thing because somebody said they really did give her 50 grand for it. But who knows? Maybe it's just for the game. I'm not sure. Yeah, well, irregardless of what anybody else says, nobody else on the ground knows what's going on in here and what's been going on in here like Tiffany and I do. Because it's been me, Twan, Bo, and Sean. Nico wasn't here for a while, but he's not anymore. And 3 UE members in the sky. And 2 of them are evil as fuck and very controlling, and they're not on opposite sides either, but they are the ones pulling from both sides. And the good one that is up there, he gets counterbalanced by UE women trying to help him, but he can't really do nothing either, because it is a pull of whatever we're not saying. Like however many people are on your team is your bigger force. Like when the electricity man comes down here to sit with Tiffany, and it's so big that it literally shocks her body, and she almost died, right? Well, that's how you get big Ojins that are 20 million people that you threw out in Megalodon with a bunch of demons in it. They got killed illegally for whatever was falling from the sky, with someone else thinking that they did something wrong because they fell down next to a kid in a perverted way. They had no idea what was going on, so they were pissed to fuck off, like Tiffany said. Once you're killed in here and you're a spirit that got killed, you hate your life. You don't even care about your life on the ground because you're literally a electronic spirit that cannot be alive in here anymore. And there was a hell, and there is a place to kind of banish them, but they don't necessarily go away. They usually just go up under hiding places under other people. And there's thousands of them everywhere, and you can see them with heat eye stun codes, and it is scary because some of these demons do take the shape of the ones that came out of the floor, holding Tiffany's mouth shut and not letting her breathe or scream or talk aloud at all. And they're all calling it evil force. Scary. Jeez. Evil demons coming over here, right? Everybody that they text on Facebook and stuff, they've blocked your number from being able to get through to you on Facebook or anything. They even blocked your fucking mom's number so that nobody can call you about what they read or seen, and they think that you're ignoring them. And everything else. So at this point in time, I would like to request the assistance of the online cybersecurity FBI Illuminati Eye Club and ask them why they haven't penetrated a cell lately to go down that lifeline they may or may not have been paying attention to on camera somewhere, which is just another person that I could connect to if I just make the one right connection, and they can be like, oh, okay, that's what happened. Okay, now I know where to go. Because everybody that I already talked to from the cybersecurity FBI people were already paying attention to this, from Seattle to somebody else and me too. They should be watching the simple fact of what happened. They must have been brainwashed in here that something really happened after everything else she didn't say. It's just funny when you look at it like, well, why all of a sudden would somebody go so crazy to say that about someone? I don't know. Because you can't be a UE member and a syndicate at the same time, unless you're a dual resident, threatening suicide once again with an electronic needle that states Tiffany was never in here, and that bitch that gave a needle to somebody in here that screamed it sounded like Saray to Tiffany, it was not fucking Saray, her daughter. It was this one. And she was a demon woman who had demons in her body that got killed for the Red Devil Boy Voice situation. And once again, they got killed for setting her up, not for the other reason that we're not saying. Haven't even got up to get chapstick yet since this morning. No. And SWAT came down like months ago and said they took donations for you, right? Around the dragon for Easter. Yeah, and they had like what, $3,000 for you? Yeah. But they talk to her, but they don't necessarily look through her eyes and see her room because they're not necessarily, they're just not on her timeline, kind of. But they're just part of other syndicates on their timelines. But either way, they are expecting to hand it to someone in real life. The winning key here, code, it says it's for Tiffany Browning, aka 7 Mina Moon, Soraya's mom, in the Empress Division, and Elijah, aka 11, who's 22, in the Cincinnati Circus and the Syndicate, in the Criminal Mafia Division, which turns into the Savior Program, we're hoping, with the Deity Group on this side. Whatever they just did is just that, to like show off or whatever and see if they agree. It's just over here, and we're just pigments of different people. Stairs are. They're saying stairs. You saw the stairs, right? Yeah. The problem is if you log into whatever this is, this new program over here, and it's not on the ground either, it's in the sky. You're supposed to be the game owner in Washington State is what it is, but you don't have a laptop X. Yeah. Nobody ever calls Tiffany anyway. She doesn't have any real friends. They were just fake love friends in Portland, and a few friends that she recently talked to just a little. That's a lot of support right there. I wish you guys could see what that just was. And they're supporting Rachel and Kiki too, even though Rachel and Kiki don't know about it in here, and all of them we're pretty sure of. Unless I'm lying and they talk to each other on Facebook like that, and they just leave me out still. It's annoying because the rich people get to go up to that area up there where it's not even Sparkly Town, it's the other place where I don't remember or something. Anyway, they get to go up to that other place where people are high from the elevation and you feel like you're on lithium sort of. And they don't get in trouble for not being on drugs. But yet on the other side where people do smoke that are on the ground and their bodies come up on accident, they get punished for the same feeling. It's just dumb for these people who really work their butts off every day and they're not even in trouble. They're just in here on accident and then have like smoked weed or partied or drank or whatever before, but they can't go up there because they're not cookie cutter cunts. I mean, when you look at it from the perspective of a business plan or whatever, it's one thing, but copying universes over to another globe or whatever is something different. When it copies the players and each one of them is a different one. And I've never done that before, but he says hi, kinda. Hey bud, maybe you should friend request me on Facebook. It's still Tiffany Browning, 70 to Moon. And I don't know if you ever got the message about not getting the sparkly things from the sky, the optical illusions or whatever, because it gives you brain cancer. Well, we are now probably fucked because I'm pretty sure they went ahead and did it on the other side because I didn't have somebody to be accountable to or somebody to be able to, like, here's your crown, homie, with my drone from far away because you changed your phone number. Now I won't be rich or whatever. We're not saying inherit the earth or something, which, yeah, Lambo's Club, all that, like all that stuff, the Lion's Den, everything that was tight and royal or whatever, what I was working on, of course, it flourishes up there with the idea of one little thing. But the simple fact that the Lambo thing was Tiffany's idea and she had already had enough money made in here to buy a Lamborghini and go pick it up if she had a ride to do anything else besides sitting here. And then people in here say things like, yeah, I'll send my man to pick you up, or yeah, I'll be there, but they never show up, or whatever else. They didn't say, like, I don't have a card you could use, or if you get a ride, come meet me here on this day, or whatever. Because if you would have made it there, then it would have been a different story, but she didn't have a car. Yeah, it's like we can see those text messages on the back screen of her Facebook, where they write and talk crap. And we know club lingo too, or whatever they're not saying. But yet they can't seem to do the same thing for Tiffany on her Facebook or in an email or break through somehow or another to send me any kind of link or a phone number or whatever the fuck it isn't to do exactly what you're not saying while you guys sit here and waste more and more time setting this up to support me supposedly when you're not, because they're just going to ruin your life on the other side probably with the wink next to it when you're not setting me up. Lady Tiffany did not do any of that they're saying. This is Tiffany right here on the ground. Soraya's real mom, Tony and Sal's friend, when Big Voice in the Sky said it'll be fine when you go home. The one that the UE literally said she's never hurt another human being on the planet in her life. And it is to the UE who gave her benefits through her eyes to help control the situation when evil people gave her 3 bodies from the sky the same way and did not tell her what that meant at all. And all she wanted to do was talk to the one friend that told her, I don't want to be with the bitch who does needles. And then when she did finally see him, he's like, want to have my baby for real or something? And it was super cute. But then she never seen him again after that. 2 summers ago. And you still have nothing. And you've been living off nothing since. Yeah. No car, no money, nothing. And you work for Uncle Jim for your vape pen. And you left everything behind and everything. You lost the stuff in your car. I forgot. This is the story that makes me sad. Because we're sticking up for some imaginary people in here, like different timelines that all have this so sad story or let's fix it story or whatever. Because they put a bunch of mistakes in here, but different people that don't matter, like Rachel and Christy and all them, they don't matter. They're not in here. Their bodies on the ground don't know what's going on necessarily. All right. And Mandy or whoever it was super quick to jump ship as soon as she saw Tiffany looking naked down here. Because then she knew exactly who it was or wasn't that they had been setting up the whole time, once again, to get the money that Tiffany has literally already earned in real life. And nobody else is fucking dying in real life except Tiffany. Because she was the one backwards scanned in, and she's the one who got the ISIM codes the way she did, and she's the one who uploaded whatever with the ISIM codes, and everybody else was playing off her circuit. And because Tiffany's dumb ass that can't see us copied her power source or honing beacon to another Native American girl or another player, maybe it was Cindy, I don't know, Willow Cindy, to fix the bodies really quick because Tiffany had stabbed somebody from the ground named LaShawn. And then they fixed it really quick. When that happened, it had happened to a whole bunch of other people at the same time, and it kept happening over and over and over again on a sideways figure eights because people seen it, and it happened again, and it was happening over and over again. And then fears of being stabbed happened, and people getting shot, and all this crazy stuff happened. So we spent like 3 or 4 weeks just fixing bodies really quick. But anyways, yeah. where they used to come sit in my body and they couldn't do it until they were with me necessarily. And maybe it was with everybody else they could do it too. Maybe I'm not sure. Anyways, I was the first one to copy one to someone else that didn't have one. And that's really where things went crazy. And literally for the first year that we did do that, the evil people on the other side who were on my chain or whatever, they didn't know that we did that at all, necessarily. Except for somebody's dad who I taught how to walk. And I'm not saying nothing, but it was the Empress Division on the Christian side of things. It was not Porn Town at all. Like at all. There's a bird on top of an acre, maybe? It's not eagle either. The evil white bird thing, yeah. It's still in here somewhere. Because it's not fully deleted yet. Because it totally attached itself still to its mom down here. Who spit up chupacabra, whatever we're not saying, kind of. There was not a boy charge in here. They flopped it over from the Amanda Burgess thing. He's already admitted it. Everybody's admitted everything. The white bird needs to go somewhere else. Unless it is the horse, the eagle that was eating out of the cup of applesauce. That was not the evil bird eating at Carol's neck. And Tiffany has no idea what anything means, and she can't see us, and we're all looking at each other like, what are you doing there, Tiff? What do you mean? Nothing, they're smoking. So they're all getting high in a line while this person on the ground smokes on accident, and no, it doesn't go into Tiffany at all. But yes, she can't sit here in the doctor's appointment and get high blood pressure because she's got a man in her body who now has pressure palsies. That they pulled your body, or the thought process of it in there, of that helpless feeling when you just want to kill somebody and you can't get up or you can't punch them or whatever. Just to let them feel what it feels like when you're literally stuck and helpless and you cannot move or whatever. And when you do intimidate a guy in a wheelchair who can't move on the ground in his head bone on level 1, it's not nice at all. Even though the person who hit him or whatever intimidated him, sticking him up for whoever wasn't, right? They did not hit a faggot named Sylvester. They hit somebody else who was in a wheelchair, who Tiffany taught how to walk in real life in here, they said. And that's who they punched or whatever. And they said when they punched him, the shock of it turned him back into a guy in a wheelchair. He bitch slapped Brandon, slapped that motherfucker. He is fucking mad mean. He is not tight at all. He's not cool, dude. This one is Tiffany. What? This one is Tiffany right here that we're talking through all the time. And nobody knows it because they don't see her. But this is the one we're supposed to be sticking up for that did not do anything to anyone because we can't see her. Because she can't see us. You're joking, right? No, I'm not. This is Elijah and Saray's real mom in real life. The same one that you guys are still setting up on the other side. Over there with whoever you're not. Setting up more stuff to re-back up this plan on a different timeline for when a different judge calls to talk to Tiffany on the phone or whoever it isn't. Because Tiffany already sent her a message about what happens when the voice above you tells you that I saw the video. And it's true, she did it, but didn't even look at it necessarily the right way to see if there was lines in it, or if there was a clear level, or if she looked across the other way with the right UE helmet to see who was really in there. While he was sitting there nervous as hell about it. Here's your hush money. Because she has people in here on both sides often. And Tiffany can at any given point do that one thing that we're not talking about. It doesn't help us mostly, but those people who are saying what, they don't know that Tiffany didn't do anything. and neither does anybody else. The name Tiffany Browning has been hurt in here so bad on both sides everywhere, even though she was already exonerated from everything in here, they said, and all the things with it. When Big Voice came down here and he gave you that one thing, you call it, no, it's a full pardon, he said, right? For Tiffany, the one who was never supposed to have anything on her anyway, because she was a UE member, and they already knew she never hurt anything. Hurt another human being on the planet in her life or whatever. And don't even throw that down here in my face because we already explained that. But anyways, she never gave him permission to use her body illegally. She was literally sitting here saying the same thing. Do not use my body illegally. I've slept with somebody in the past. Who really knows? We might even have AIDS. We're literally trying to fix it on the other side because somebody else named Gay Paul came in here and it was in the machine that they were using. Whoop-de-whoop-de-whoop. Anyway. So while they say they're not using her body illegally or her ISIM codes right, they keep throwing STD comments over here over and over and over again. Like she's in there sleeping around or being a slut or whatever. And she doesn't really know what happened, but the thing is that they all go through Tiffany from the ground and the person underneath her too. And she did, in fact, carry AK's body in here. But anyways, so yeah, Tiffany is the mom that you guys are throwing under the bus again over there. Not just because she looks naked and whatever else embarrassing farts or whatever you got over there. But whatever it is, you need to take it out of the fucking system. Because no female hurt their fucking kids in here except the girl who beat her kids, and that's it. Alright? With that being said, there's literally going to be a warrant for people's arrests. They do not heed my warning, our warning. She's being stuck up for by fucking people you don't want to fuck with. Alright? She did not do that to anyone, and she can't see you. I see you. And some of you look at her and recognize her facial expression code or whatever, like you're looking at her like, why don't you do something about it? She can't see what you're looking at. She can feel that you're upset about something, but she doesn't know what it is, and you don't ever say anything subliminally or otherwise. Well, what they're looking at is a bunch of bad stuff down here from the black cat box that they once again discarded down here with zippered court case stuff. From people falling down from the sky next to a kid or something like that, mostly boys that didn't have their clothes on because they were getting scanned in or whatever it was, or they were using our bodies illegally or a power source or whatever we're not saying. But anyways, whatever it is, it all says it's all because of Tiffany. Right. It's all because of Tiffany, because Tiffany's the one that you see the picture in, right? Yeah. Right. The same bitch that's been down here the whole time. The same one that put him up there in the first place. The same one that copied the first power source to another human being, let alone made the UE tower, that made the spaceship to save the people called the Ewatri spaceship or the Wally spaceship, because she was an Eve over here letting her hair grow out and her hair extensions not be there to cover her boobs because they still kept making her look naked, and you're not supposed to see a mom naked when you're not her husband. She never was a fucking slut, let alone anybody in here sleeping around, and she never gave anybody else whatever to do that either. Because Tiffany literally thought that she had somebody in here that was a UE member. And it may not have been her body or whatever. But that was fighting for her or watching out for her or whatever. A version of her somewhere up there in the UE taking care of all of her babies. Because she had like 25 babies in here. Well, because her daughter came in here a bunch of times off pictures and stuff, and Mother Earth was her for a while, and she was a UE member for sure. And so she's had emotional outbreaks here and there. Over here was this Tanya, Sal's cousin, who got this message on Facebook yesterday or whenever, and it's not a fucking video, it's literally her voice describing what she did or didn't do, and it sounds just like her. Right. And this guy was not there to say that he's not the one who did it either. And she's just perturbed and depressed that everybody else is not saying anything to each other on Facebook about how the fuck this happened and why the fuck this happened. And they are all doing it literally because of the ownership corporation or whatever they were saying. And it all started off with Tiffany questioning what the voices in her head were saying because they told her at the long table that they set her up and they didn't know she was a mom. That they set her up to get killed. But before that, before they said that, the year before that, they said they were going to do whatever it took to ruin her life and hurt her and kill her kids for every year they were born and all this stuff because of Red Devil Boy voice being put in their folder. And they said they thought that she could see them. Tiffany has no idea if they were looking at her Ghostface Killer or if they were looking through her eyes at somebody in here that may or may not have been Jessica Pace or someone else. Either way, the way they described it, they said they went back in time to set up her son because they couldn't get to her. So maybe that wasn't the fact that the UE member was in here, so they couldn't use Tiffany because it was a UE member. Or maybe they thought it was someone else. Either way, they really, really did tell her what the fuck they did. Okay? And she did talk to judges about it. And she did figure it out in her mind how to prove her son innocent. At least it seems like it, because no one ever tells her the truth if it does or doesn't work out. It's just information that she gives us. And it always seems like it works out, but she doesn't really know if it does or not because she can't see us. But the simple fact that she was able to figure out the calculations of her daughter, how old she was, to how old the son was, that they said was Elijah, in court for something that he didn't do, right? Off a picture that we were able to show her in her face, the pregnancy picture outside of her house was too young. And then there was a picture with him out there at his dad's house next to his little sister, right? Yeah. Well, whatever it was or wasn't, the age difference was not the same at first. And she was able to tell the judge that, and they made sense of it, but they didn't think about that when they looked at pictures. Well, anyways, it's just a whole bunch of redoing a stupid lie at first to uncover up their stupid whatever, right? To hurt somebody in here, not knowing if it will or will not go to court or whatever they're not saying, and then covering it up and covering it up and covering it up. And then once they figured out that they could hurt Tiffany still because she's still not whatever, because they were mad about whatever they're not saying. It's just stupid. We don't need to keep bringing up. We all know why they hate Tiffany, all right? It's just dumb because she came in here fighting like a gangster and winning the hearts of all these syndicates, and everybody fucking loved her with Metallica and Tech Nine and all this shit. And she did too win the syndicate on this side, on the Christian Mafia side, and on the other side too, with the rap song and everything else that she did with the freaking Tech Nine stuff. And what is it? Oh, that's right. The body that got brought in here on accident in the tub. Say yeah. But she didn't know what they did with the bodies in here or nothing like that. And she never once said anything about porn because nobody talks about porn. However, the girls did tell her, if you ever come in here, we'll be rich because we're up here all in love with one guy, having fun. And I don't know if we did or didn't, whatever, we're not saying. But it didn't say anything about recording it and selling it or nothing like that. Okay? So, with that being said, yeah, the body did get brought in here because Tiffany got the ISTEM codes first before anybody else illegally. That they made legal. And it did have the body copying picture. Yeah.
Honey, do you want me to start dinner yet?
Yeah, I'm hungry.
Okay, well, remember I told you when you want me to start, just let me know.
Okay.
Okay, would you do me a favor?
Yeah.
Don't take more than you think you're going to eat. The last
Okay.
2 nights you probably test your food.
I know, I'm sorry.
To throw it out. It's just
All
we're
right.
so
Okay,
hard
sorry.
up on money.
I will. I
and
know.
It's hard to get fruit. Okay, I'm going to start frying the potatoes.
Okay. Tiffany did not do any of this, you guys. This is literally like 34 new people that they put in here on a kill wheel or whatever, because apparently they're now trying to keep Mandy's team alive from seeing the stars, I think. But these people have all been brainwashed because they come in here on these bodies that already have been infiltrated about whatever we're not saying, about Tiffany being at fault or Tiffany be at the bottom of this, when Tiffany's the mom who crossed the bridge. And it was not to get disconnected because she didn't know she was connected or what it was she was connected to necessarily. But she is the one that crossed the bridge to get off needles and away from the voices in her head. They kept saying, I want to kill you. But they never said what for. And they couldn't see her. And she couldn't see them. And everything else. And to lead by example and all this other cheesy shit. But the point is that she's a fucking mom. And she did it to be a better mom because she had missed out on 3 years with her daughter doing drugs, sitting on the bed with us in her fucking head, doing whatever the fuck we were doing. Literally sitting there, just like she's sitting now, but she's interactive with us. But then she was literally just sitting on the fucking bed, man, waiting for somebody to come visit or something else to not come scare her or whatever, or go stand up for somebody like a gangster. And that was like I don't even know, that was a scary spur thing. Secret stuff. Tiffany didn't do anything wrong to anyone ever. And I'm not just saying that, all right? This bitch has been a gangster down here by herself with no one to have her back behind her back. And yeah, it is AK's ex-best friend. And it is the one that they set the fuck up all over the internet. And I can't believe that this literally is what Tiffany has to do every single day by letting us sit here and stick up for her and tell her story and everything else when she did email all these fucking people, all fucking ready in real life, but it didn't go there because this motherfucker stopped it illegally because he was working on the other side of the bridge, really trying to hurry up and get to this situation because Tiffany called to file charges over there in Portland saying that somebody stole her identity online because of the ownership properties of the situation in here. Trying to make her look like she was a felon or something different that couldn't own whatever she was trying to own and did not have any idea about any child abuse shit or whatever they were trying to put in her head. And it was to Tiffany who called CPS office to see what the fuck was going on. And they didn't tell her either. There's like, nope, nothing, just a closed file, Tiff, right? With anger on it. And so she's thinking it had to do with the whack, whack, and wham when AK questioned her. You don't hit your kids, right, Tiffany? I'm like, no, of course not. Why would I hit my kids? No, I mean, I barely even see my kids, Harley. But no, I don't hit my kids. And so she's assuming that's people making phone calls of situations in here where this girl's daughter was getting beat half the time. And if it wasn't that it was these kids that looked like they were getting beat up from stupid fucking Fight Club and then popping out and or dying or whatever was happening in here. Because it was to a CPS helmet / a UE helmet that they put on this player up here. Because she had a daughter. We don't need to say which one it was, but in any case, that's what it was for. She can't see what you're looking at. And they're basically looking at you, stupid, Tiffany, because they said that's what it was for. That's what was for. The blue line that you saw for that dude or whatever. And they're trying to show you again that this is what it's for because you're going against it on the other side when she's not even in here saying nothing because that's not Tiffany. This is Tiffany right here. This is Tiffany, the one that looks like she's dying, you know? The one that they were just talking to, supporting Tiffany, whoever they are and aren't, or whatever, you know, when he came down and this guy, when she saw a blue line at the same time, this is the one they're supporting, right here on the ground, the one who has nothing. So that's what I mean. They'll send new people over here and all this stuff, like they're supporting stuff, and yada, 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 just like Homeboy told Tiffany, here's your $50,000 for whatever car replacement from 2 years ago. It's a little late, sorry. But the girl in here that caught on to what Tiffany was saying, that I'm a UE member, and I've already been exonerated from everything in here, including especially the charges that were attached to children, because it was a setup in progress from Red Devil Boy Voice, and they knew all about it, and they knew all about my kids and how I was a good mom, because my kids came in here 1,000 times over and over and over again from the pictures that we were all looking at, or that I was looking at, or whoever else was looking at, that may or may not have came in here on accident, because they were looking with my iStem codes that could copy pictures, right? So they did it for a fact know I was a mom, and know that I never hurt another human being on the planet in my life. And I forgot where I was going with it. But anyways, it's just gay, man. It's just gay. It's just gay. So what she was trying to show Tiffany, this one, because that one's arguing about whatever we're doing, because Tiffany was sticking up for people that she doesn't know in real life, and that she doesn't want to be a rat tail or a rodent or whatever, because she's never been in trouble, let alone if she does get her money, it's a settlement statement from them giving her cancer, and because she was told this whole time that she was working for the higher power UE for the last 4 years as an experiment or whatever, to the stupid, I'm a administrative assistant to the towing company in Arizona that they stole from my Uncle Jesse in a different place. Anyways, so that's like 5 years ago now. Point is, I've been in here off and on, but I can't see you, and I'm not them. I don't have somebody accountable to me or sticking up for me because they love me or nothing. It's just that I was in here like not in here, but you guys were talking to me about stuff in here, or questioning me about stuff in here, or using my brain stems, making me sit here and not be a mom or function at all for 2 years or 3 years over there in Oregon. That literally went by, and I kind of went through it with them, and it literally went by. She lost 2 years of her life sitting there on the bed, listening for threats or whatever else. And it wasn't just that she was listening, it's because the FBI people that were in here, that's what they do. They listen. They sit in their FBI van or whatever it is or isn't, and they listen to what people are saying out loud or subconsciously or whatever. So when they're sitting in her body, questioning whatever they're hearing, they're just sitting there. And she's spacing off in time, not thinking about nothing, because they're taking up her brainwaves for that amount of time. Okay? And she wasn't allowed to have a life because they loved it that she would just sit there and do that for that amount of time. Don't even get into it. But anyways. And now for 2 more years since then, 2 years in February, not 1 year in February, but 2 years in February, that they've been doing these things through her power source and through her ISIM codes, now especially. Okay? 2 years in February she's been sitting here. Just sitting here, doing nothing wrong at all, just sitting here. Interactively working with us, helping us solve criminal activity and this and that to prove people's innocence over and over and over again from different things that did or didn't happen on her timeline with her power source that she was involved in, because she takes things in her memory. And it is true, Tiffany, there is not another female in here or ever. No females hurt their fucking kids, except for maybe the bad choice of someone who was a UE member who had kids that might have deleted her kids or something and went and did drugs instead. That's the only thing I know of, or whatever. And it may or may not have been that girl who has a special needs kids on the ground. It was not Tiffany at all, but I'm not sure. These people that keep coming down here, these kids looking at you that you can't see. They can see you, but they still see what's down there. And I don't know what to do about whatever's down there, because it still has her face on it like it's her fault. And it's a bunch of zippered court case shit that was pulled out of the black cat box because Tiffany said something about the black cat box, or the lady kept coming here and says, anyways, Tiffany's black cat box, and it's annoying that they're calling it the black cat box now instead of the light scribe situation, is because of what's behind that chair. Because that's exactly what we're not saying. That dark, scary, whatever it is behind you, that no matter how hard you look to this side or that side, you can't see it, but you know it's there, and it's controlling your environment like a motherfucker, is basically a 6. Meaning is a demon devil spirit called the Mark of the Beast that controls innocent people and ruins their life for no reason, for greed or come up or whatever it isn't. And people in here get lost in it like it's a real world that is not supposed to be here like that. And that thing there in the black box, that's what's down there. That stuff is black box stuff. And I hope to God it's not players that you guys are looking at making new ones with my power source that copies people's faces. Because that was something else. They're trying to make a new baby with someone else now in a different way. They're just being stupid about STDs or something. Anyway, I don't want to play your game. I want my fucking money. Or I want my fucking code, or whatever the fuck it is that I have to log into on this goddamn computer to talk to whoever the fuck I need to talk to with my fucking family not watching or watching in real life. Because I didn't do that to my fucking kids, and I've proven it 1,000 times. And neither did she, and neither did she, and neither did she. Some mom in here may or may not have been, they call it child abuse if you just leave your kids up here in an alternate universe where they can just delete your kids or whatever. Anyways, that's not what we're not saying. Anyways, on the ground, nobody did this to their kids. Everybody in here acts like, oh my God, I can't believe she would leave her kids there or whatever. And it doesn't make sense, but to Tiffany it doesn't make sense because she never would have done that. But anyway, some people did some bad stuff. They chose drugs or whatever, or they deleted their kids or whatever. And this time, it's not even kids that were her kids. It was kids that came in here, pictures of Soraya and Elijah off of her memory book from in here about how fucking cute Soraya was. But usually when the pictures were selfies or whatever of her and her daughter or whatever in the car and all that stuff, that was just a quick remembrance of you and your daughter with a football on it or a nugget. It wasn't something different. They're mixing up universes. Anyways, dude, it's just getting worse and worse and worse and further away because they did send all these kids down here and they don't know who Tiffany is, and that is bad stuff down there, looking like it's Tiffany who did it in real life. Whatever it is, and I don't know how to banish it, and I can't stop them from coming down here to see what it is or isn't. And it's literally a bunch of naked bodies of Tiffany and a bunch of other things that they did or didn't throw out for porn or whatever to humiliate her in real life after she said 1,000 fucking times, I don't want you to watch me, listen to me, record me, or write me down. And now they're acting like that was the one who did whatever they weren't supposed to do in here, falling down from the sky. Right. So they all look like Tiffany, right? Yeah. I mean, there might be several different layers over them or whatever, but still, they were the ones that they threw out for Porn Town up there. Well, why are they all right here? And why is it all being recorded? And why are people throwing it down here? Or whatever it is or isn't for points to diss her with it? Because they're fucking faggots, that's why. Because no matter how hard we try to let these motherfuckers know that people have her back no matter what in a different way, they are insistent on trying to hurt Tiffany's feelings. Tiffany does not give two shits or a fuck about any of you motherfuckers. You guys are also in an alternate universe where you can actually get in trouble by putting a naked body online. It's 3 years in prison to look at another fucking person who is naked when they know for a fact she's been saying this whole time, do not look at me naked, you're not my husband. When I did have sex, I was never fucking naked. Ever. Because I don't want you to see me naked because you're not my husband. I don't give a fuck if my body's perfect. I don't give a fuck if it's spotted. I don't give a fuck if it's something else. I don't want you seeing me naked because I'm not a fucking slut. I was not in here sleeping around. These bodies are all you guys sleeping around in these bodies, trying to blame somebody else for passing around your germs. All right? So go fuck yourselves, first of all. Second of all, the difference is between me and everybody else is I'm connected like this. So literally everybody comes and talks through my mouth, and not just in my mouth. They see my face. They come from different ways. I hear them subconsciously or whatever. Yes? Marisol's parents are pressing charges on the people in here or whoever the UE is. And they want to see who's responsible for it. And everybody's telling them to go down there and look, right? Yeah. So go down here and look and see Tiffany naked or whatever they're saying. A bunch of bad bodies naked. And maybe it's kids this time. Who knows? Depends on who comes down here, right? Yeah. And you're going to see Tiffany's reflection. Right. Right. The one who's backwards scanned in. The one who made all that fucking money and was the first one to ever say, please copy my wait. Here, let me copy my honey beacon to this person so they don't have to sit in my body to fix their body really quick. Because these people would come over here and fix their body really quick because they were losing their body to everyone else in here, however that was or wasn't. And it wasn't just that. It was fixing stab wounds and a bunch of other stuff. I was the very first one to copy a power source with the powers in it to fix the body really quick. The point is I'm connected like this, and these people were literally on a chain or whatever they weren't saying, come in and out of my face that are not on the FBI hold or nothing like that, talking out of my face hole about what's going on in here in one long run-on sentence, keeping me involved, but not keeping me involved at the same time, and no, I can't see you. So no, I was never in here at all, walking around thinking I was a shit, or walking around with my head hanging down, or going up to jail, or any of that stuff at all, ever. And I've been saying a million times, do not use my body illegally, or don't use it at all, because it's not me in there. Because the only time that I was in there was when I was a 7- negative Lucinda, when they erased brain stems and took all the evil out of it
few times with I don't know what else, but anyways, and it was literally the Nala lady, whatever her name isn't, Glenda, in my body that was up there representing me being a mom, taking care of my kids that were in here. Whether it was or wasn't Anunnakis or different ones from Soraya or Elijah Watts came by and wants to know why this is a situation. So I'm not trying to make a big deal about it, but this is the bitch right here that they've all been blaming for everything, and they're showing her picture up there now, right now, looking like Ghostface Killah so ugly out loud because girls love it. But anyway, this is the one that they've been blaming this whole time for whatever's going right and what's going wrong, because it doesn't even matter. They're just filling in timelines to whatever, get rid of their garbage, right? So they make their garbage pile over here so that we have to banish it. And they're getting further and further away, more worlds away, more disconnections from games and everything else, while they keep our algorithms and everything else with the whole Manny thing totally not even over here now. Going to be the new Tiffany, or wherever they're not saying. Right. So what the fuck are we going to do now? And where do the people go that say here that are UE members that can come back? Where do they go once they go with their information? Where do they go? What happens? It's just that we're on different timelines. And I can't keep saying this, but this bitch that looks naked down here was the one that called out 666 about being racist and put the Chava body on him. All right? She's not aware what he did or didn't do about what we're not saying, because we don't know if that's the truth or not. They said that he messed with a girl that was not 18 or quite 18, or that it was a girl that was mixed in with my body or something. So she was younger than she was supposed to be, but she was older than she was at the same time. But then again, who knows? Because I can't tell. Because maybe he wasn't messing with that, and he was messing with the other one, but she was connected to a kid because she was a mom. So who knows? Because I'm not you guys. They're so annoying. The DNA did not match off your rape video. Tiffany did not rape anyone at all. Because this side, they want to blame Tiffany's picture down here for whatever they're talking about now. And on this side, they're supposedly sticking up for her while they're looking at someone else. Then what are we going to do about this? Like, how do we stop this kind of shit from happening? I don't know. It's a big fat lockout all over again. There's no more Robotrons flying around from Japan, watching everything that we're doing. And there is no Tiffany taking out the memory card and the battery from the Robotrons that were keeping her alive or keeping us alive or whatever. Because she thought they were... Dude, we were slinging guns and cocaine. Yes, I took the battery out and the memory card, and we turned it into a pile of sticks. But the thing is that I didn't want to be blamed for what they were doing illegally through my eyes, because I couldn't tell what they were throwing through my eyes, if it was a football or what. I just know that I was trying to keep the peace. That's why I copied the whole gun show from this area back up to the SWAT truck and said, take it to Mexico, Chapo, and stay there. You're not allowed to do anything else but stay across Mexican border, you guy that breaks my face when you come through. To Tiffany, it's a game. Kinda, or was, for a while when it was fun, sort of. Or it's just an imaginary world. When you're not getting made fun of by your daughter, Soraya, saying you're too ugly to wear a short shirt like that, or whatever they would say, right? Yeah. Meanwhile, she's over here getting manipulated by the police to say, we weren't really SWAT. We were Watts. Right. Because they're in your video right now, and they're embarrassed because they look naked too. Because we're all in a power source. So we're all playing games, having fun. We're up here in, egotistical land where we're not high at all. Like at all. Because we get to come over here and whatever, persecute everybody on this side. Meanwhile, Tiffany's literally sitting here
dying in real life has never hurt anyone, and that girl's gonna talk shit about her. Meanwhile, Tiffany's what? Being blamed for stuff? Meanwhile, Tiffany's what? Getting rich with her stocks and bonds? Meanwhile, what? Tiffany already earned her keep? You do know that whatever she made in here, the $750 million that was up here, that was $750,000 that was supposed to go to Tiffany on the ground, minus a zero probably, with a wink next to it. But she doesn't online bet, and she doesn't gamble, and she doesn't hurt other people, and she doesn't know if all those funds were really rewards from everything on Lion's Roar, or if it was really her cut from whatever they didn't do legally with Japan and selling their ISIM codes or whatever, or rights to it, because she knew that they were probably just going to say it on that timeline and change it on the other side. Or if whatever they did through her eyes, they put a hole in the wall, right? They put that big blue thumbprint right there, if it was even legal, because she can't see us. But that big blue thumbprint was supposed to say something, and that is that Tiffany's rich, and that was her thumbprint. But she can't see anybody else or anything else in here. Just shit like thumbprints that are not alien friendships either. They were the federal building's thumbprint, the same guy who put the gloves on up to her elbows and whatever else. And the thing is that we keep filling in timelines or whatever because it's new shit from them seeing the freaking stars, man. It's just stupid. That was a cool light up diamondy ball. So where does she go when she leaves your body? Where does she go? I don't know. I don't see her anymore because she's not on your timeline. They're just doing it to piss her off. Yeah. Well, just remind everybody that's doing things to piss Tiffany off that they can go to jail for literally humiliating online or showing a girl naked, let alone her kids or anything like that naked, when she's sitting here on the ground hearing them tormenting her about it. And it is being watched, listened to, recorded, or written down because Tiffany's on YouTube right now and they are all still using her ISIM codes. And if it's not these ones, it's those ones. And those are being watched on a different YouTube channel and a bunch of other stuff. And I know you don't believe me, but when Tiffany's sitting here looking this way, it's being recorded somewhere else that you're not aware of. So it might not be on your channel, but it is on somebody else's channel. Okay? So whatever we are looking at when we look down at the ground and we're like, oh man, yeah, you need to fix that, right, Tiffany? They don't ever say Tiffany. She's assuming that you're talking to someone else because Tiffany can't see it, which is why she's exonerated from whatever it is they're saying all over the internet because she can't see us. So once again, she's exonerated from everything all over the internet in here and in real life because she's never been in trouble. She's never been caught for nothing that she didn't do because she didn't do anything wrong. No hand-to-hand combat comments aside from that. That was survival mode. But anyways, she's a good person. She's a mom. And she does this every single day with us. We fill in timelines. We stick up for her. We make videos. It seems great. There's always hope or promise or whatever. Throwing down cards, throwing down things, throwing down 50,000 while they're hearing hush money over here and everything else. And I did research the hush money, and it was not for Tiffany to hush. It was for them, for what they're still doing, because they are in fact trying to take her rights away as a mom right now over there in Portland. And they're not talking about Tony either, with the wink next to it, sort of. That's why that guy came down and he said something different about Tiffany Browning / Tony Brown are the same people that Tiffany did drugs, and Tony's basically in Oregon and Tiffany's in Washington because they're both Soraya's mom and they're both equally innocent because they were both equally set up just like Sal. With that being said, where the fuck is my money that I already earned and am dying for? Because I'm going to die within a year probably because they gave me the goddamn Chinese cocktail because they wanted to own their S corporation that is keeping me alive on the ground, or was. Because by law, I own the title and the slogan and the syndicate and all these awesome things that they've now changed all the names to something different, you know? Deity, entity, whatever. I mean, it's just paperwork, everything, the whole folder or whatever that they labeled that was ownership stuff and stuff. They labeled it that. And it was not because they had one on their chain or her chain either. Okay, it was literally a hostile takeover per Tiffany's thing, and everything that she did or didn't think of, like how to communicate with different people about how people are not alive or whatever we're not saying. Well, they're in here and they want Tiffany's phone number because it's 360-360-6815. Please take it off your hit list or whatever. I know it's hit me and I'll hit you back. But that was assuming that these motherfuckers were going to do their job. Yeah?
Didn't move right in.
Okay, I'll be in a minute. All right. I didn't mean to interrupt you. That was assuming that these people were going to do their job up here in the UE or whoever it isn't at the round table. You know, the ones that are the judges, the cops, and the witnesses that said to Tiffany that they proved her innocence beyond the shadow of a doubt because her kids came in here from pictures and they went down their timelines and seen that they were good moms. And even Anunnaki talked to the baby one in her head bone and she loved her mom the most. And then they tried to tell her later that they weren't even talking about this mom. They were talking about her UE mom, the same one who got shot in her head when it came back around and shot Soraya. So just because Tiffany was disconnected from the UE because they weren't right here above the UE because Tiffany's not on parole. She was never in trouble. So they were never allowed to say that Tiffany was their student or whatever you want to say necessarily. So Tiffany took it into her own hands and said, well, I was the first test subject in here to figure out how to beat psychosis voices and get off meth by myself with no medicine and no support systems whatsoever and give up everything I had to do it just to be friends with one person who may or may not have been able to get me disconnected or whatever, to throw it in AK's face at the end and be like, dude, we were just best friends, but look, we got our Lambos, right? Yeah, but also be able to live the rest of my life peace-free without ever having to worry about what the fucking voices say, meaning the upper echelon was supposed to protect my name and my social security number with a good fucking humongous eagle stamp on it with 2 lions crests on each side, called a, what was it again? Lions were on purpose or whatever we're not saying. Hark the herald angels sing. A coat of arms on it, saying that Tiffany was in fact the purple heart in the middle. There was a middle combination of red and blue to keep the peace and never talk shit to another human being in here ever or whatever. Now we talk so much crap anyway. And be nice and forgive everybody. We're saved by grace. Do unto others as you have them do unto you. And please give my mom, Tiffany Browning, a hug when I see her. Because I won't do it. Because they made me believe that my mom hurt me when I was little and covered it up in here or whatever. And my name is not even Saray or Elijah. It's Kyle. Because these are alternate universe players. And this kid has it in his head that this cool mom or whatever that they're saluting on one side was his mom and she was going to adopt him in here or whatever. Because that had to do with Solara, the one she was going to adopt too. And then he thinks that something bad happened to him because they put the helmet on him or whatever. And it wasn't even on him. It was on somebody else that was an adult that they were trying to show. Just so you know, you got a message on the other side showing some stuff that wasn't true. And you might have believed it. But we're showing you this so that if you do come across it again, you'll realize that do not believe what you see because it's a setup in progress. And everybody that was on her chain seen it too because it was an Ojin with a UE helmet on and an Anunnaki helmet on at the same time. And Tiffany can't even see us. And so we're sitting here staring, right? That person's looking at Tiffany probably like, you're the ugliest person I've ever seen. Why are you naked? Or whatever. Or they're looking up at me like, what are you staring at me for? And we are not even connected to each other anymore because they've messed it up so many times that we can't verbally connect with anybody or mentally connect with anybody. And we are talking out loud a lot because they are talking so much crap in their minds about what's going on. And we're trying to dole it out. But they are not sticking up for everyone at all who did not beat their kids. Okay? Because there was only one person that we know of that actually hit her kids a lot, and it was Cindy's mom, whoever that wasn't. And yes, we did. Go beat her fucking ass. And then Peter Christian adopted her. And I can't really say nothing else because she's sitting in jail right now for still beating her daughter. But the thing is, on the ground, she doesn't really beat her kid at all. It's just her brain stems and how pissed off they get.
Come on.
Oh, coming.
Potato's gonna
About
get
how
all hard.
often you keep saying cuss words and you're not supposed to in the Loyalist Royalty Department because they brought it back over here to say, I love you, Tiffany. Thank you for coming. Lourdes from the Labyrinth, who also had to experience some certain things that they didn't want to for whatever reason. And that's what I mean. So Tiffany went over and above the Call of Duty to make taglines everywhere in a lot of places in here on purpose when she's never been in here on purpose. And it's not that it was taglines, it's memories because that's how Tiffany is, for one. For two, she is in fact the one that we downloaded into her eyes a scan tool so that she could scan her picture with the black hat backwards to stand up for people in court as a UE member so that the UE member that was in here didn't have to look like herself but could look like Tiffany, who was standing up for her friends that they would recognize in a video. And the Mikey court case one where they were crying, that was not Tiffany saying anything about him or anyone else. That was somebody different. I'm gonna go make my plate. I can't see you. I cannot fix any of this stuff down here. You're seeing a reflection of me because I'm down here at the bottom of the food chain when I'm supposed to be at the top. And it is in fact because they killed all my players for ownership of the S Corporation up here because they wanted to get rid of the UE, which is really, really sad because it's the same UE who gives these motherfuckers the blue line. And it is in fact the UE who had the power source that was like that was keeping Tiffany alive in real life. With the Secret Seven Service Angels and all these other Secret Service people that may or may not be women anymore, because if you go back to being the ultimate authority echelon, one way or the other. But this one is Elijah again on a different level, thinking bad stuff about himself now. And I can't even tell you it's a mental thing that we keep doing this to Tiffany because she can't see us to fix it. Okay, Tiffany did not hurt anyone. No girl hurt anyone at all except the girl who hit her kid or whatever. And she just didn't hit her head on slowly. But a lot of us didn't know that because we knew. And we didn't reach our bodies on the ground either. And so we all thought we fixed it and we left her over and did what we did because it doesn't come to the ground at all. So just so you know, everything we thought we did, good for Tiffany Browning right here. So, I'm coming! Everything we did nice or whatever did not go to the ground at all. And they're leading us to believe that it did. And we're all brand new. They're leading us to believe that it did, but it didn't. Because this is Tiffany right here. And none of the other bitches matter. And she's also 7 in the mood. And she loves her kids the most. And she wanted to get clean over. So she didn't make up for last time with Soraya, the one that was 10.5, and now it's 13. And they're literally over there playing this shit that didn't fucking happen over and over again.
Didn't have to sell it.
Taxes for the country, but that leaves a significant deficit of 100
And I don't eat the cucumber.
billion, 120 to 135 billion. Operated traffic stop up here on High Drive corner was during the stop flagged down by a resident in an apartment complex, and she stated that someone pulled a knife on her in the complex, so she was going on. We got 2 things going on here. These guys are good down here. We're gonna go up to this apartment complex and check out the person with a knife on. subject refused the traffic stop. Officers ready to traffic stop. He's trying to strike officers now. He just tried to strike out officer man. He's going to be wanted for felonies assault on a police officer. At a school here, suspects going into. So he gets locked in. Why'd you run? That little bit. I got scared. Why? I'm scared that's all you had. That little bit you would have been unbelieving. What's that out of the who gave you? He said, bro, that was your ride. I don't want to. Oh, you can't drop off. I don't know what's going on. All right. We should have done that. We pulled him over for display of this phone. I got up there and I was asking him what was going on, where he was at, stuff like that. I asked him if he had anything. Told me he didn't. Said okay. Asked him again. He said no. Go ahead and check. Got him out of the car and checked. And pulled him over back. Crack. Tiny little bit of crack out. Then he started fighting with us. He hit Chris. That's when we called for assistance. And somebody else came out and tased him. And he was away for the fight. All right. Guys. Now we're going to transport the prisoner and start paperwork. Oh, you got to do it. That means that strong, but as soon as I shoot your pants, I'm my way. And you see, there you go. Alka-Seltzer Plus and Power Max gels only include more concentrated power. This is the only thing that makes shooting style. Is Warriors Alka-Seltzer Plus.
Why did we at Avalon insist on giving you a 365-night trial? Because no matter how long you spend in a mattress store, you'll never truly be able to judge a mattress the way you can when you cuddle into it at home. As winter arrives, so do the discounts at Avalon. Our winter sale just ends, bringing you warmth and great savings on our top-notch mattresses. Awaken your best at ComeOnBestSleep.com.
Did I mention that Groove Belt is the best belt in the world? Best belt in the world?
Because it was her, basically, or a form of her, working with a bunch of people. Like motorcycles or whatever, dude. It's just so fucked up. Anyways, whoever it was one of the moms that may or may not have turned up, whatever. It was wearing their bodies in here, sleeping around. They may or may not have had a dude driving their train as a fucking female in demon form or whatever. We're not saying in an OGen. Just do that one thing, like humiliate somebody else, but happen at the same time, or whatever. We're not saying. They points on both sides because that's what they do. And now they're making it look like it was Tiffany doing it the whole time because she's now the scapegoat or whatever you call it, all over again. And they already had a situation where Tiffany was this person, where she was a reflection of it, and that was when they were saying, don't look down at your phone. And he asked you about your eyelashes, if they were real or not. And that was like 5 years ago. And there's all these see-through things, all these situations that are just fucking pointless because this is an alternate reality that doesn't fucking matter. And I literally just watched myself murder myself on the other side with the axe murder thing, and it did not kill 20 million people either. I didn't even think about that, because when you have the power source on, if there's somebody in your OGen or whatever, they all get killed too, I think, or at least it feels like you did. That's what they told me. Like when they watched me stab someone or something. And sometimes you do have to have a bunch of different people in there to keep you alive somehow. It's not alive, it's synergy. So that you can all stay connected or something. So when you pull one person out of an OGen, to mess up the connection. What? There's another note for you from the sky, Tiffany, that doesn't say anything good either. He said,
I think you forgot the cucumbers. Did you want cucumbers in your salad?
Sure, thanks. Don't let them say don't trust Tiffany Browning or 17 Moon. Don't trust the person who said that, apparently, or something, or whatever. I'm not really sure who not to trust because clearly they're trying to stick up for me, but it isn't very sweet that they do that. What I'm saying. When they can't get to somebody for whatever reason, the one thing you can get to people and they don't forget ever is child abuse or any kind of conspicuous situation where you're old or whatever and you're helpless and somebody's hurting you or whatever, and they made Teddy Bear look like a piece of shit just because they protected me in the past for them not giving her money that they embezzled or whatever, or from her win or whatever it wasn't.
And he did go punch somebody in a wheelchair. That is kind of sad. But anyways, it's just in here. I don't know. It just looks worse. In here, he was a cocky bastard up there walking around half the time. And over here, he wasn't. So who knows? Maybe he got beat up or hit both times. So it looks like he walks up to homeboy, pops him in the face on this side in a wheelchair. When over there, he pops him in the face, not in a wheelchair. We don't really know either way. All these situations, they're basically like charges, and they're all blaming him on Tiffany, the one that they stuck up for like once or twice, and that was it. And then the once or twice that they did not do what they did say, they always have to make fun of her or whatever, acting like Fluffy Platypus or whoever else it wasn't, or whatever we're not saying, did not sleep with the same people, unprotected, like a mofo. Not to mention, it was the dudes in here driving their trains who sleep with people in here in the first place. And the simple fact that back then they didn't even necessarily have whatever not saying mouth guards on or whatever. It's just dumb. People are trying to help Tiffany move around, and they don't necessarily know what's going on. I think they think if they take her player, it's not a player, it's Tiffany humping around. A reflection of her. The one that looks like she's dying, because she is. If they take her somewhere different in here or somewhere else, things will be fine, like Oregon. But Tiffany doesn't have any real friends in her life that would ever come across the bridge and pick her up. But they did set up and never talk to her again. And like humiliate her or whatever. It was something different. I bawled my eyes out because we did set her up over there, and they keep making us set up another bitch who's responsible for this, which is not true at all. Because no girl is responsible for any of this. Because all these ones they're blaming is literally like Tiffany, where they're on the ground and it's a reflection of them, who is basically, it's not even a UE member, it's just Tiffany is the only UE member live to say that, allowed to say that, because Tiffany Browning is the one they set up. They gave me the ISM codes through my eyes. They knew for a fact I had never hurt another human being on the planet in my life. And aside from the embarrassing stuff, they didn't have a problem calling me the first civilian level on the ground, leading by example, so that people didn't do drugs, so that they were allowed to do their job up here, whatever it was, helping people stay off drugs, or maybe something different, I'm not sure. And that was after 2 years of service over there in Portland, Oregon. Not in the narcolepsy department, but whatever other department you want to call it, where you don't tell on people, but I help prove people's innocence or whatever. And they've already said I have a settlement and all this stuff or whatever, and it's just stupid because we keep having to say stuff, and I guess we're not supposed to be talking out loud. Tiffany can't see any of us, okay? And they are still looking at her, lots of them, bad, because they keep putting these bodies on them that already have these bad memories in them from stuff that didn't happen, and they literally have child abuse things playing on a fucking roll, dude, where people are seeing this shit with her fucking kids, or her being set up with her picture in picture on it like it was her fault. When it's not Tiffany's fault. She didn't fucking do it. They did it. From wearing her body illegally in here. And not just Tiffany's, but everybody else's that was born underneath Tiffany's power source. That they did or didn't make a perfect body with their eyes or whatever else to keep their body on when they weren't supposed to do that. Because not only had they not earned it, but they were not working under the UE. And then they're sitting there having sex with people or whatever, and these bodies or this helmet is related to kids or whatever else is not related to, like another person who's literally feeling these two fuck over here, and this one's hearing it in her brain stems, right? And this little girl or this Uncle Jim or whoever it isn't is feeling it on the ground. Just like when Tiffany was sleeping in Uncle Jim's house, Uncle Jim wakes up and he basically kicks me out of his house because above us people are fucking, and he can hear it. Shoulder length court case calling. Right. So while they're over there having dragon wars, and Tiffany's getting nervous because she already promised Satan Dragon she would never have it fight another dragon war, right? The UE is falling into Tiffany's lap, saying, "Mom, Mom, Mom." Basically, we're that. Saying it over and over and over again with different ones falling into her lap. They're not looking at Tiffany saying that she's her mom necessarily. They're talking to the one that was a reflection of her or whoever it wasn't, because Tiffany's a UE member on the other side. And they don't understand why Tiffany's not fixing them or why she didn't stop that from happening or anything else. When these people come at me mad or whatever, I can't see them. And by the time I can ask them what happened, they're already gone somewhere different. I'm literally sitting here completely fucking helpless without somebody to be accountable to at the top of that motherfucking pyramid. And yes, it is too, a 3-sided pyramid or 4-sided, whatever it is or isn't, with one sparkly side that you're not supposed to see naked ever. And she does too have spots. Because that one you just showed is not Tiffany. That's Welter. And you're definitely not supposed to see her naked either. The one that she knew from high school with red hair? Yeah. Or is it the one with the long hair? Red hair. Yeah. That's Tiffany. I mean, that's Tony Brown. That's Tiffany's baby's mom that takes care of her daughter. Really, really good. Since Tiffany can't be there to do it. Somebody just said nothing. It's just they have it so fucking set up that, and you're not supposed to cuss because Loyalist Royalty is out there listening apparently again. But they hear the story so many times, but they don't ever get back down here to fix it or help her or nothing. It's just a play on whatever else, and they pick depending on how good of a person you are at your game or whatever you do. They get to pick the show and put it on their list or whatever, and then they're gonna have this other super situation where everything is ugly or disgusting or whatever because they keep having her look down there to whatever's down there and then see Tiffany's reflection or whatever and say it's her fault. And she can't even see it. She doesn't know it's on Crazy Bone Sylvania list. Nothing, man. We've sat here and cried with Tiffany so many times on video, but we never tell Tiffany why we're crying. It's just we're just looking at things, and it's just so fucking depressing because we can't do nothing about it, man. And it's not even just because Evil Force or whoever it is like whatever. It's because they keep re-putting it in here in different ways. No matter how you look at it, they keep reinstilling it like by the thousands, and then we tell them you better go take it out, take the people that you put it in here same way, take it back out. Like law enforcement tell them to do that, and they don't fucking do it. Law doesn't give a fuck. It's just the same situation that law doesn't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck. And seeing how they set up Tiffany because they don't give a fuck, while Tiffany was sitting here sticking up for all of them, even Evil Force, saying she understood how demented it was because it was done by a demon who was killed for something that he didn't fucking do, like molest a fucking child. Okay? Because why? Because maybe, just maybe, it was because of a Yui helmet that Tiffany's body had on, and while they were sitting over here fucking, it looked like they were fucking a girl that they didn't, that wasn't grown or something. And they were looking at Tiffany like, bitch, you did not just put Red Devil Boy voice on my shit, knowing you were a UE member and knowing that didn't happen in real life, that I didn't do that to your fucking kid, right? That's what she's thinking down here. But she can't see us. She has no idea if that's what's going on or not, or if that's just a play on something different. Either way, she keeps making excuses for these motherfuckers, and they keep setting her the fuck up all over the internet to look like the biggest piece of shit. And she can't do nothing about it because she can't see us. And she doesn't have anybody to call, not AK, nobody else, or anyone else at all, because she only had AK and Twan. And he changed his fucking number. First they said, delete his player out of your Facebook, delete his name out of your phone book, Tiffany, 2 fucking years ago, when supposedly she was sent home by somebody. Things will be different once you go home, Tiff. They said, right, big voice? 2 years ago, and she moves across the bridge not even knowing what that meant, devastated that she did something wrong that she didn't freaking do. 2 years later, she has nothing still, and she's sitting here with little notice of all these freaking warrants that are coming down here back and forth, and they keep putting it back in there. And they're like, oh, we have to like slowly take it out and stick up for different people that they didn't set up either. Because they have one problem in there, and then they put a whole bunch of other problems that are similar to reach, strangulate, or whatever it is or isn't. And the people that pick and choose what they want to keep or whatever are not even over here. They're living high on the hog over there, not giving two shits or a fuck what's going on to these traumatized individuals who, yeah, they're just computer pieces, right? If you can ignore them. But for people like Tiffany, you can't ignore us because we talk through her fucking mouth. And we're literally saying her name and talking about the shit's going on in here live on fucking YouTube and a whole bunch of other things. And this person's even more pissed off than I am. And she's mad at me, thinking I'm doing something to her. Over there, it's basically Mandy or somebody else, thinking I'm destroying their universe. Because why? Because they went and got the evil like iStem codes, and they don't know what's not being said. Because Tiffany doesn't have somebody to be accountable to. Mandy, she didn't play the game. You played the game against Tiffany. In here and in real life. You all bet against her on Bamboo Day or whatever it was that you want to say, played both sides of the fence or whatever, and Tiffany saw the judge in your eyes right around the same time that she was asking you if you thought or had heard that she was a rat tail, because that's what they kept saying in her freaking ear when they told her also that LaShawn must have been a narc, or maybe it was AK. Who knows? Either way, Tiffany has no idea what any of this is. She had no idea why LaShawn called her a side jab porn star. She's like, what the hell? The last thing I would do is be a porn star. I'm a mom. Why would I want to be a porn star? I want my people to have respect for me. Otherwise, I would have slept around with every single dude that did hit on me to smash it or whatever. All on a bitch or whatever, right? But I didn't want to sleep around. I didn't want to sleep with anybody, actually, because I wasn't in a relationship with anybody. And if I did sleep with anybody during that time, I hate myself for sleeping with anybody that I wasn't in a relationship with because they didn't have my back behind my back like they were supposed to. Like a setup in fucking progress. That did too start in Salem with the goddamn motherfucking towing company where me and my boyfriend were rocking around homeless looking for cars or trucks that could be towed with green stickers on them when people got arrested in jail. And apparently I'm not supposed to cuss again, so Tiffany can't see us. She hasn't received a single payment on the ground, nothing at all. She has no Apple computer. Nobody sat with her to log into anything or put money on her green dot with her bank account or given her a real phone number of anybody that she could call because they're not connected real time or whatever it is or isn't. This is all just another setup while they keep paying people hush money to do what they're doing right now. So they're insinuating and reissuing this in here so that so many people hear about it that Tiffany doesn't own nothing. And it's not just Tiffany, it's a few other females that they've been setting up. But the simple fucking fact is that when Tiffany was saying something about owning an S corporation or whatever it was or wasn't, whatever their idea of it is, it might be part of her idea, but the main thing is that it's keeping this bitch alive who's a mom. And all she was hoping was that maybe, just maybe, she could get disconnected from these motherfuckers who keep falling in her face, listening her, watching her, recording her, or whatever, so that she could get disconnected with the pills and get reconnected to the UE, so there's just one person with a whole bunch of Robotrons keeping her alive on the ground, so that she could go around and not use these ISTEM codes illegally when she's not using them. We are. Like, she could look at another human being in the eyes and have a conversation with them or have dinner with her daughter and not worry about looking at her or anybody else, because every time Tiffany looks at somebody, we're all, don't look at them in the eyes. Because either they turn into her or it brings them in here or whatever else. And a privacy and policy invasion is not even funny, because this is literally like 1,000 different people that have sat with Tiffany and already went through 1,000 things of embarrassing moments or whatever. And I don't like her t-shirt or whatever. She's a crackhead or whatever. She's not. She doesn't have any drugs. Her life is boring. We can't use a car that she doesn't have. Right? Someone said salutations or Sal's here or something. I don't think that the law of the syndicate or the United Nations or Interpol or Secret Service or FBI, cybersecurity or otherwise, or UNICEF or anybody else, I don't think that they get why the fuck they're walking around here hearing somebody's molesting my daughter on the other line over and over and over again everywhere they go, seeing a bunch of different fucking faces, and everybody else is confused as to why the fuck they're saying it. But on the other side, it's literally showing this fucking bullshit where it's a picture-in-picture thing and it's showing reflections of other people right here, whoever it isn't. And depending on who you are, when you look at it, the reflection you see is not always this one. It could be the other one. And they are always females. They are never a fucking man. No girl ever M-worded her fucking daughter at all. The problem is these dudes are obsessed with sex, and they have sex with these moms that have kids, and they're not married to them, and they're not celibate. So when they have sex with the fucking mom, and the mom doesn't know it, or whatever we're not saying,
because they downloaded her iStem codes illegally and put them in another person, and now everybody has them. On the other side, their matching child or whatever it looks like is literally getting M-worded on the other side in here. Or at least that's what it looks like to everybody else. And maybe they're just watching a porno or some other bullshit together or whatever it is or isn't. But the simple fact is Tiffany's sitting right here on the ground in front of her YouTube channel, live with no viewers. And everybody that sees it keeps freaking out because not only do they see a reflection from down here, try not to let her look down there about what's down there, a bunch of naked Tiffany bodies that they threw out on the other side for porn or whatever they're not saying in the past, right? Again, to humiliate her when she said, don't look at me naked, don't have me naked, and don't have sex with my body or whatever we're not saying when I'm not in there. Because of whatever's here, it looks the same way on the other side in a different way. All right? And I can sit here in Tiffany's body and I can totally understand what she's saying, what she's thinking it might be, but it is not that at all. It's a fucking setup in progress for everything else that they've already said. And they're just trying to move it from one person to another, but they're still saying the same verbiage. And in the computer, insert word here, express too many accounts or whatever. It's like a spreadsheet or whatever. Yeah, it's real easy. So depending on which way they win the game, they can just change the name in the computer system. When it gets typed out, it just automatically changes everything. And it changes what? The picture in picture. So for this side, the winner is Tony Brown, the one who's getting her reclusal from who would never ever hurt another human being on the planet, who moved across the bridge to get away from the voices. Right? Right. Wrong. That's not Tony Brown over here. And nobody moved across the bridge to get away from the voices except Tiffany. But on this line, well, this one moved across the bridge to get off drugs to be a better mom. Who's that? Well, it's not Tiffany. It's this one, like Mandy, which is not why she moved across the bridge either. Tiffany moved across the bridge to get off drugs. And this one had to move across the bridge because she was running from some gangbanger set who broke her window or some shit like that. And she needs a relocation grant to get back home. And who's that? Oh, that's Tiffany. No, it's not, because Tiffany was not running from nothing, and she's lived here for 2 years. And all these people are getting points and getting money in different ways, and I don't even know whose face they're showing. But the simple fact is that this is just a play on everything else that they've always done, but they're doing it times 20,000. And it's a side note on the other side. They are not showing child abuse cases on purpose so that the new people whose bodies are not filled up with anything that was in the black box or whatever can be like, what in the hell? Because whatever child abuse they're talking about was some stuff that Tiffany read on a folder or whatever, and she told the CPS people up there in the UNICEF to do our job in the Empress Division and go get these mofos, right? If that's what happened to them. And they told Tiffany they did it and they handled it. They didn't. They didn't even go check. They didn't give a shit about it because it's a lot more difficult to go handle something like that from the UE without a phone call from there. Because why? Because that person is what? A power source? Yeah. So why don't they call Tiffany on the phone with their Lamborghini so Tiffany can drive over there and then call 911 and see if they can look down there and see if it's really happening? I'm not sure. Because that's the kind of stuff that, UNICEF does. I mean, child support. I mean, UE. I mean, CPS. That makes those phone calls where people make notes on Tiffany's Facebook saying, I hate it when people make fake ass child support calls that don't exist or whatever they said. Like Tiffany's calling or somebody's calling on Tiffany or whatever. Meanwhile, all the people that Tiffany put up there in the God's table with the help of somebody else and maybe a whole bunch of other Robotrons or whatever for a lot of reasons over here, it was literally just us between the cheetahs and the hand dances and stuff and whatever we were doing. And I'm not going to get started on my friends that may or may not, roll the dice a little with the here, clear me out situation, which I was kind of messed up because she went too low or whatever. But anyway, the point is all that stuff was all done like that way, to that extreme, that quick, because of Tiffany's iStem codes and power source. They never did anything like this before. Tiffany was invented on the ground, who has never been in here and has done nothing but help people. She did not hurt her kids. She did not hurt anybody. No female hurt their freaking kids in here, ever. It's just that now They got it down to a science because they can use Tiffany's body now to make it look like she did that because it is her under here and not somebody different. Right? Right. So before when they told Tiffany, well, we can't get to you, so we're going to get to your son, right? Set him up real good, right? Yeah. All right, well, now they can use my body because somebody else just died or they killed that player too that was in my body too or whatever we're not saying. And now they can make it look like they're going to hurt my daughter or whatever they said. And that's why they said, I'm going to kill your kids for every year they were born. And they were not talking about me necessarily or whatever, but it has to do with how they're attached in here. And how those people were getting blamed for hurting her kids, talking about Tiffany. And that they were going to kill them for every year they were born in here or whatever they're not saying. Because Tiffany's kids came in here one by one from the pictures that were downloaded from their eye holes that had the same ISTEM codes as her on the ground that we gave her, however we gave them to her. I think we gave them to her from the computer system, actually. Look at my son. Look at my son. No, man. It's the people that have been sticking up for Mandy or someone else on the other side, that they know her but they don't like her, or Tiffany on this side, and then this side. Lady, she didn't do any of that. No girl did that stuff. The UE doesn't even understand how this is possible. That they can hate one person named Tiffany so much, or Mandy, or whoever they're blaming, or whoever, Rachel, and they keep changing the name, or whatever. Because Rachel Morrow's body was used in here, just like Trinity's, and just like Lana's. Brookstone calling. Tiffany Brookstone was not me in there in anyone else's body or whatever. And I am the one who said that you need to get their permission, written, verbal communication on the ground, which they can't reach their bodies on the ground to get it. But anyways, or start off with some other blank template that you create and make your own or integrate with you or something so that you're not literally walking around in somebody else's body with their identity where you can steal their debit card or their car or whatever we're not saying. So back in the day, when people were walking around saying they were Tiffany or what FU Syndicate, whatever, Tiffany's cards in here had money on it, and so did her power source from everything they were doing. And it was not just that stuff on the other side, which they always kept that separate. It was for a lot of reasons and a lot of things that the UE kids were doing in here. They were doing a bunch of stuff. Okay, they volunteered and all kinds of crap. All right, but it was just in here. Tiffany never got it. She was not the one in here doing it. She was just the one helping us figure out ways to make money legally. And it was not to cover up for the illegal money that was being made, like making up a new way to double a car and sell it or whatever we're not saying that was already in the junkyard and not registered or whatever. It's not that at all. It was something different that someone said in here where he said, they just made me feel like something bad happened to me or whatever when I was little because I'm her son. And they said the wrong name. They didn't say Luigi. And they didn't say Yogi. They said a different name. And she didn't recognize the name. But she understood the process. But she didn't cry about it because she can't see what they're saying about this situation. Whatever it is traumatizing. And it's not just traumatizing for the spirit of the imaginary people that don't exist to Tiffany, but it's traumatizing for everybody else who may or may not be hearing him cry about it, and that Tiffany is not sad for him. Because Tiffany can't fucking see why he's sad. And we can't go over there and do anything about it. And these motherfuckers that are big voices in the sky, they know what's going on, and they're not making anybody stop the fucking game or whatever it is to fix any of it. They're just letting it go because they don't fucking care about anybody but them fucking selves. They're all saying, Tiffany can't see us. So not only is this traumatizing for us in here, in the imaginary world where you don't listen to the voices, but we are the ones talking through her fucking mouth, out loud, super loud, super quiet, whatever. Not only is this happening over and over and over again, they're literally trying to destroy Tiffany's life so that she is not a millionaire on the ground legally. Because literally, these people want to be a millionaire on the ground so bad, but they're not the ones who have been through anything and cannot prove anything on the ground that they've done or brought to the table legally at all, first or nothing. And we can prove it all day long because it was all up in the syndicate and certain people remember it on the ground, but not everybody. But still, it's just stupid because it is supposedly a law-abiding citizen calling, wanting to know why Tiffany's naked sitting here going off when she's supposed to be quiet. She's not us. She's on the ground. She doesn't fucking know when she's supposed to be quiet. And no, she does not see you, man. She's dying, yes. No, she can't see you and she doesn't know your number. And she would not fucking call you anyways because you changed your goddamn number and you didn't give it to her. You didn't friendship request her on Facebook and they either blocked you from reading her message or something because you didn't call her. And no, it's not heartbreaking at all. The whole fucking wham love story about whatever else we're not saying, and that's an eye hole screw or something. It's depressing as fuck. Yeah, we're supposed to be rich because we can whatever we're not saying. Prove our innocence and all this stuff, right? Right. So we got all the game controllers and everything lined up for Tiffany and them to go meet each other in Oregon when they're not even on the same timeline and they don't give a fuck in real life because it makes it look like that's how it's going to work out, but it's not. Because they've been setting Tiffany up for failure this whole time, every other place you can think of, so that no matter where she goes in life, she's going to be fucked in the UE and everywhere else because it was her UE. So, by the way, they totally fucked Tiffany and her UE that's already connected to this whole situation and started the whole other UE with her images and her floating pyramids and globes and her triple threat pyramid or whatever they're not saying. She did not do that. She's not in here. That was a rainbow. That was a 5-point interest raise, I think, right? That may or may not have been from making fake money somehow or fixing stuff that was supposed to be done and over with while she sat here for like 2 months while they seriously fixed stuff to squash the game out that she stopped and said, literally, all this shit that's done in here that's floating, it's extra shit that's done in an alternate universe that doesn't fucking matter, and all they do is use this to blackmail other people in here or whatever, or sway judges. And it needs to be banished. It needs to be banished because it's stupid and you're killing real people on the ground by playing this game and filling their heads with hope of whatever when half of them think they're reaching their body on the ground, giving them money or whatever, and they're not. Meanwhile, I'm sitting here like one of those people, the one that made the fucking $1 trillion in the sky because of my ISTEM codes, whatever we're not saying, exit, apparently, bleeding straight blood out of my fucking crotch because my kidneys are failing because of this motherfucker. They're invading the firewall, they said. It's like all Tiffany ever wanted, not that she was in there to show off or whatever, was to be able to walk by everybody in here, right? And they hear them talk shit about STDs or whatever and just be like, yeah, anyways, go ask Porntown who made all the money because it wasn't our STD bodies, right? No, that's not what she wanted to say at all. She wanted to say, bitch, shut the fuck up. I'm a mom. Well, they show a reflection of who? Bambi? Twitter pated or something? Looks like a significant other. You look naked and you're embarrassing to be around. Blah, blah, blah. Whatever I'm not saying. So if you can do shit, she's a mom. Just stood up for everybody in here, including the people that she can't see at all. And even though they said they heard your daughter in here, she knew for a fact her daughter wasn't in here and she has no idea how the connection works. Or if the UE can ever really get in her body or anybody else's body and influence their judgment or make them think a certain way at all. on the ground about anybody else on the fucking planet at all. Can anybody in here reach a body on the ground and influence their judgment at all? Because if you can, why in the fuck haven't you had them call this female over here that needs whatever you're not saying? Right? Maybe just a general rule of thumb. I guess you did reach them on Facebook. When I was getting, what was it again? References from the people on my Facebook that I don't talk to on purpose because of what it is in here. But I was just getting references so that I could prove to the people in Portland that do cocaine and everything else that I do have good friends that love me and remember me being a good mom to my children or whatever else. Since I can't get my pictures back that they deleted off of Google, literally down all the way down to the bottom off Google, deleted it. And yeah, they probably did act like they worked at Google because somebody turned them in for whatever the hell they were saying. But either way, it's just bullshit. And no, yeah, I see pictures. They don't mean shit to me. Okay? Thank you for standing up for me. I love you. That's not what I'm saying. Thank you. But they're tricking you like a motherfucker. These things that you are seeing do not help this woman on the ground yet at all. They have been promising Tiffany money for 2 fucking years since she was literally a UE member 2 years ago that got put illegally on a chain that she wasn't supposed to be on because she's never been in trouble and she never signed up to be anybody's confidant or best friend or boyfriend like she said the whole fucking time. It's like, shh, they're looking at you like, be quiet, what? She can't see you. She didn't do this. What? Were you watching me stare at the wall and put a hole in it? Yeah, kind of. Yeah. Did you see how many people were up on top of me doing it? Not really. I don't know what that just was. 0 or something. Anyway, the point is no matter how you look at it, it's a reflection of me now or a reflection of me then or a reflection of somebody else. I can't see you, and you guys do things illegally through my eyes, and you could never do that before. Okay? You might look through my eyes at somebody different because you're trying to set them up, but you couldn't come down here and sit in my fucking eyeballs and look at somebody else and embezzle money at the same time while just looking at somebody else, and at the same time putting a hole in the floor at the doctor's office and burning a hole in that person and changing her body into somebody like that keeps saying they're sticking up for Tiffany Browning with the long red hair. And they have to do it that way because they set Tiffany up so hard that they're not allowed to stick up for Tiffany, which is exactly what we're not saying because that's what they've been saying for 2 fucking years. And let me guess, do I have my arch enemy up there? Or maybe it's Jessica, or maybe it's Rachel, or maybe it's somebody else that they can't stick up for Tiffany with that looks like this because of how they put it like this. Because now they're backwards scanning both of them. And if she comes up here with her iStem codes, even though Tiffany said just cut my eye holes out with a picture and put it on you, which we could do that, but we didn't. But anyways. If she was to come up here right now, where they're at, to give her award, and we are talking about this one, who's been down here freaking the fuck out this whole time, if she was to come up there and get her reward with her face on this side, it would make her look like a rat tail or a rodent, which is exactly what Tiffany's been saying this whole time. So it's like, yeah, okay, so you caught your big fish and whatever else that we're not saying that we didn't do or whatever for local guys. Yeah, I'm cool. I'll pass. So they'll give that huge settlement statement, right, to someone different instead of saying, whatever this is that you guys got for being rodents, either it was for me or not, maybe you could just leave that part out of it and show everybody what I've done for your community of measurement called the Savior Program. That means we don't all get the mark of the beast the way Tiffany did by getting bodies from the sky and optical illusions that hook her up to this beast computer indefinitely, where she has everybody else and their mom sitting in her body judging her and act like they think they can change her life for the better, but they can't even reach their own bodies on the ground. They just steal from her life force and everything else. But literally, they're just plays and ploys for these people to keep getting richer and richer, and their brainstems to be not even making money anymore because they already did. And that was a blue dot for somebody.
But anyway, so whatever this is, sure, let's bring the one girl up there from the jail cell with the backwards hat, with the erased brain stems. Actually, just leave the brain stems on and go ahead and go up there and see what happens if you go up there in front of everybody to receive the reward. There's nobody there. It's automatic. It's in the computer system. So you go up there and they blackball your player or something like that because they're not going to give you the reward unless you're Tiffany like this one. The one who looks old and haggard, who can't fucking go in there because she's not us. So how could you be a paid UE member, CEO, whatever you want to call it, if you can't go in here because you're not us? Well, I don't really know. Why don't you ask the 50,000 motherfuckers who have been driving around here doing everything they can to change their identity so they don't have any significant others or whatever else from all the freaking things that we're not talking about and anything else, so that she can come up here and pretend that it's her that loves one of them, so she can pick one of them to still get dissed at the end because she still has STDs that she can't get rid of. Because why? Because she can't take the other medicine that she doesn't have an STD of, supposedly, and they keep wanting us to say it out loud, just like they always do. Okay, so usually it has to do with that, and maybe it is going to sexy town, but literally Tiffany can't take the other pill for whatever it is, but they can put it into the machine for her, right? But she's not hooked up to the machine directly because she's feeding 20 million people or whatever it is. And anyways, the point is she can't take the medicine for the other one because her kidneys are gone, and so is her liver, and she's peeing straight blood, and they still don't give a fuck. She's probably dead in 1 year. And she's a fucking mom who's never hurt another human being, who can't fucking see us. Oh no, it's made us tranny. So much fucking money. It's not even funny. But it is killing other people, sorta. Not a whole lot necessarily, but people have died in real life. And that was the whole point that she was trying to make in the beginning, before it made it about the money, was that people have died in real life. And this is the mark of the beast, including firstborn sons and firstborn kids of people who have never been to prison or whatever else. And they still don't care about this one. All they give a fuck about is a beautiful Tony whose body was used illegally, who's a perfect mom of Soraya, that they literally set up yesterday to sit there on the couch with Tiffany. I mean, it wasn't Tiffany, it was Soraya with Tony, her daughter, and both of them cry together and show her being a loving mom, stepmom, or whatever to Soraya. But they were crying over something that they were reading on their Facebook that said Tiffany was saying out loud, or that she did say out loud, which wasn't her saying it. It was us saying it through her mouth to incriminate another CHIMO who did not do it to his son either. It was literally the opposite of the female one, because they have to take it in one way and put it in the other. And it's just ridiculously fucked up. Fucked up. So now they can pull you up there looking like this, with bloody underwear and everything else, not showered and greasy hair or whatever, which they couldn't do that before because you had too many people on your chain or whatever it was or wasn't. And Evil Force is not in here at all, like at all, wanting to pull you up there and question you for what you do or don't know. Either way, the fucking point is that it's still not going to be Tiffany in there. It's going to be whoever's on her chain. And what do you mean about what I do or don't know? About how the process works? Or about what an umbrella corporation is? Or about what? About how many times they split it and tripled it or whatever they didn't do to make it look like it's not as big of a piece of the pie, because I still can't be a millionaire on the ground and start my own business company, or see what I don't know about what? About every single thing that I can solve because they were all on my chain back then and now, off and on, or what? Because I don't have a car to go across the bridge. I don't even have a fucking penny to buy a stogie at the goddamn store. I don't have anything at all. I have no friends to rely on whatsoever. And no, I don't fucking believe you at all that you weren't setting me up
this whole time while you're talking out of my mouth and I'm hearing this guy, this is hush money, right? When I've already fucking earned my keep for 4 years, if nothing else, for the last 2. And no, this bitch was not controlled like me whatsoever. Because I'm the one that's been sitting here with these people talking out of my mouth when they started off coming down the pipeline saying, bitch, you're going to jail for a SWAT murder. There's those claws you saw before. Watching TV, don't get gamma rayed. Watching TV, looking at me, I look like death. It was Lucifer. Really? Weird. Just because he's mixing with other people. But they were saying SWAT did some really cool stuff up here that was beautiful and all this stuff representing Tiffany on 1 second, turning them in or whatever you're not saying. And then on the other side, they got depressed because they found out it was not the right situation or whatever we're not saying. Anyway, they did not like Tiffany's idea at all, of looking at the heroes of whatever we're not saying, still being rats or still being whatever, at all. Anyway, the point is it is all putting on a show, and they did do something nice for Tiffany up here. They knew look like this one kind of, or maybe it was Tony with the long hair, or maybe it was Tiffany Walter, or whoever it wasn't. It wasn't this one, and it wasn't the one that's up on her Facebook with the flower thing in her face, or the one that's doing the Illuminati hand thing, or the Pentagon one at all. It was someone else without their face covered up or nothing. Anyway, the point is that they did this awesome thing, and it says Tiffany Browning on it, supposedly. Turned in somebody else, and it was cool because it was just tight. Either way, whatever it was tight because it was the way Tiffany did it, and I didn't realize that that's what they were doing. But she can't see it, and they're sad because they cared about Tiffany from the beginning to end. They were here with her off and on, and they were proud of Tiffany sticking to her guns about not being a rat tail. And I can't even tell you they still will not show it about Tiffany. So when other people look at the show or whatever it is they're looking at that is so tight, they wanted Tiffany to see it. She can't see it. So anyways, the point is that if she would have looked at it and seen it, whoever it was up there would have turned into looking like Tiffany and it would have been tight. But it didn't work out like that because someone else looked at it and ended up looking like someone different. Like Tony with the red hair or something like that. Long red hair or something. But anyway, the point is that they were representing Tiffany. It says her name on it, or 70 to Moon or whatever. And it says Soraya's mom as Nola or whatever, not Scar. But she can't see it. She can't see what it is. She's not logged into a room or house or any of that celebration stuff. Okay, and they keep putting all this cool shit on Tiffany or whoever it is it on. And they won't show her fucking face in real life because they have it so beat up in here that they can't show it. They cannot show Soraya's mom's face because it's her fucking custom codes that are killing people in real life, that are keeping bodies on, and too many things are happening. But the thing is they can't show her face, even if they take the eye holes out. Because they literally entered her name in here as something like that has to that. In here and somewhere else. And not just because they didn't say it back then either, a year and a half ago or whatever they were saying, but for a different reason. Because she said she's Echelon up here as Mother Earth or whatever, who also had Tiffany in her, who was sticking up for her, and a bunch of other ones who all lost their fucking kids in here or rights to their kids in here because of one person up there
who did not let them know who the M-worder was in the group of people who she did or didn't marry because she didn't fucking know. Even with Tiffany's brainstems and her memory bank, she didn't know who the fucking molester was because Tiffany doesn't know any fucking child molesters. But she didn't fucking know who it was. So she got in trouble by marrying the one that was one and not knowing that she wasn't supposed to, right? And then they punished her because she had kids and made every other fucking UE member civilian level, whatever the fuck they want to diss her for, whatever, civilian level, lose their children in here as disrespect, as Tiffany's sitting over here explaining to them why the fuck this is happening. Because, bitch, when you're a fucking UE member, you have somebody to be accountable to who's watching over you or something, or else it's your husband who has your back behind your back. And when you go MIA, then he takes your fucking kids from you and turns off your helmet because he doesn't want his kids to see his wife have sex with someone else or the other way around, or else him look like what? A piece of shit that didn't take care of his kids either. Or that's not what we're not saying. He doesn't want his kids to feel whatever the wife is feeling because when the wife and the husband are together and have sex in here, if they even have sex in here, they can turn their helmet off or whatever for the connection to be what? Just between the two people that are married on the ground and log out where their kids are not involved. But in here, they do it live. And they want everybody to feel it like the first kiss situation in a line or whatever it is or isn't with this new person every time or whatever we're not saying. They definitely do not log out with their new helmet on, reinitiating the very first situation. All those times they went to those kisses and stuff. Okay, it's just weird. But anyways, it's just dumb because it was all about the first kiss or the first makeout session, the first whatever. And it's just annoying because Tiffany never loved AK like that. All right, ever. And Tiffany was not in here kissing anybody else either. It was us kissing other people in here through Tiffany's memory bank, including Christian. And let's just say it was just Christian because that was everybody's favorite kiss in the world. But anyways, everybody else wanted that situation to be somebody different. But she can't pick anybody in here because she's not in here. And honestly, everybody in here is a two-faced douchebag who is probably just the same 5 people that are on these timelines. They can drop down from the FBI agent to a heroin addict with a quickness and then flip-flop over here into a 21-year-old and then come back over here and be like, by the way, I'm still Cindy and mom still beats me on the other side. When one of them was just up there being Tiffany, there was a mom kissing this new guy while her daughter over here is feeling like she was just French kissed and she didn't mean to be. It's not guilt at all, like at all. From us using your bodies from the past or whatever. Feeling guilty about not wanting to do whatever we weren't doing out loud or scared or whatever. Or us already knowing whatever we weren't doing on the other side because we were doing it to interrogate you or embarrass you. Or just see if we could get off through the test runs or whatever it wasn't. And they may or may not have put different bodies on, but it's still the same process with a woman that was born under Tiffany's helmet. Can go back down her timeline and hear her thoughts and feel her fears or whatever. And it's not just Tiffany's, it's everybody else's too. That was raised like that. And wasn't even... It's just nothing, man. She looks naked. She always looks naked. That's what happens when you win too many times against 666 Mafia. Anyways, we're just rambling for no reason. The point is, the connection is that when a girl that is a UE member that has a CPS helmet built into their brainstem codes because they saw the stars and it made it a permanent imprint in her brainstem codes or whatever, that she's connected to the UE people who are keeping her alive, which is an S corporation up there, no matter how you look at it or where they're at, even though she can't reach them or hear them when she needs them, but they're always coming down here saying, your skill saw is playing too loud. I think it means they're using your iStem codes illegally. Tiffany. She's totally helpless down here. She doesn't know what's going on, and she's never gotten a single penny from anyone. Meanwhile, all these souls and all these things are fucking freeing in the sky, and they're all super happy about whatever just happened. Because they were really, really hoping that Tiffany wasn't going to come in here and actually pick one of them so that they wouldn't have to be embarrassed about some fucking bullshit-ass STDs, whatever they did or didn't prove it so hard, illegally, because she may or may not have whatever they are not saying. Right? Right. You mean one big fat wart on the inside of a vagina because she's not an opposite side wart dick picture? Or what? Something different? What is it, guys? Do we really give a fuck? Not really. Especially when Tiffany is the richest bitch in here that is not in here. That could have whatever surgery she wanted. If there was an issue, it wouldn't be an issue. But she's not in here. Not to be embarrassed, not to be humiliated, not to give a fuck. And she doesn't give a fuck about any of you motherfuckers because you are all two-faced bitches. With that being said, where the fuck is her money? And it is to over $1 million fucking dollars. We want to be the first millionaires over here at the FBI since you infiltrated our software. You mean I let you know the ins and outs of how they got in and out of your software, which they weren't in the first place? You mean how I integrated my cyber FBI program into your situation over there? Or maybe you mean you just want to pay me for my time and everything else because I'm dying in a year. Or maybe you mean you was working for you the whole time and you didn't know my name was Stephanie Brooks Bounty. Because is the Blue Light Force from the FBI? I don't know. Is the Facebook page wall phone number FB something? Just like, what was it? IR Solutions? Like Internal Revenue Service or CPS? Credit Protection Services? What are these all different charges that we're all saying together here? Anyways, thank you, Spot, or whoever it was that you were saying was doing this beautiful thing. The sad part is we can record it with our eyes or whatever with the videotape, but it is not the kind of thing that can transluce into an actual video on the thing right here at all. If you watched it, your brain stems might be able to see it up here, but you are not the kind of person who can even feel how beautiful it was. So just so you know, it was really pretty, and we didn't just chop his head off for you, Miss Browning, who is not spotted right now. Because it's not Miss Browning. It looks like Tony still. The real thing is that they can't show Tiffany's face because of the facial recognition software that is built into the computer system. The same facial recognition software that was built into the X5 up there. Or whatever they're not saying.
the same recognition software that was built into the $86,000 Mercedes Benz or whatever we're not talking about, and the other BMW, which may or may not have been white or painted black or whatever, and that was also in the house that they moved into, where Snail Showboy happened in the bathroom, all of which she can't see because she's not us, and she doesn't benefit from anything. And they literally did do it on purpose so that they could ruin her name still. And Tiffany Browning could not ever come in here as a UE member to annihilate the competition with their actual facial expression code, because they can still see through to the bottom of who this is down here on the ground, even if she came in here virtual reality as someone else. And she can't see what that is. But that's $1 trillion settlement statement for the same person who knows not to say who the fuck set him up in the syndicate, and that it was not freaking him, the guy who did that one thing at all, like at all. Somebody that Tiffany does not even know. That is a fucking douchebag. Because he shot a bitch in the face for cheating on him. Or maybe, just maybe, she got shot in the face because her husband shot a SWAT team member. Or maybe it has absolutely nothing to do with that, because it didn't happen in real life. No matter how you look at it, Tiffany doesn't know who the fuck it is you're talking about, because she can't see us. But one thing you don't fuck with is Harley hats and old ladies who knew that they were beautiful back in the day and were in fact exactly what we're not saying. So I didn't know you actually knew these people and you can't see them, but they're all pissed that you even just did it like that, because Tiffany second guessed it right after she said it. So we're going to have to erase this. Because Tiffany doesn't know who's up there or whatever, or who it really looks like, but she's not a rat tail. But she's not going to say anything else because they're just being stupid. Remember when you smelled mustard gas or whatever that smell was, you know? Mm-hmm. That was poison toxin. I can't even tell you what it is. It is literally from a methamphetamine lab that could have killed you. But it wasn't you that was smelling it. It was us. And we were smelling it in a different area, trying to get away from it. And that one was crying. Had a white sock with the ankle monitor bracelet on it. For somebody. For whatever reason. And supposedly your son or dick or something was not in here. And you should better have that, because nobody knows what's going on. My son doesn't know what's in here and what you're doing in here in his real brain. Unless you talk to him on Facebook or something. Anyways, for the person that doesn't understand what's going on in here, she cannot see us. She has stuck up for somebody named Peter so fucking hard. And in the beginning, she was sticking up for him because I swear that's what they called him. And they said that he did that. Okay? And she stuck up for him hella hard because she thought that he rode a motorcycle and she thought he'd be cool. With the wink next to it. She didn't know if he rode a motorcycle or not. It was just, first of all, you don't rat tail on people. But she knows that everybody, when she started figuring out, she knows that everybody that came in here, they have to throw extra charges in or whatever, or they're always trying to catch the bigger fish. And she's like, I've never been in trouble. So why the fuck would I sit here and say who did what? I don't care what it is that you're saying. I don't know who you're talking about. All right? So just so you know, I have no clue what you're talking about. They're trying to show some embarrassing shit at the same time about Tiffany. And now she looks naked because she's still naked. And I don't know who the fuck this is up here, but it looks like it's Jessica Pace, and it's probably just a reflection of the same evil motherfuckers that it always is. They're the fucking haters. So why don't you stop hating on the same bitch that you're literally a trillionaire because of, named Tiffany Brooks Browning with the spots, that you also listed in the syndicate as a witness as something that she wasn't, while all of you punk ass bitches were what? Rats, narcs, and informants. Whether you were actually getting paid on the ground or not is not the point. You guys all suck. All of you. The law enforcement sucks. The UE members suck. They all suck. Because it literally is, like Tiffany said, in one area where you can't see it, all about the fucking porn. And it used to be all about the going live with AK, right? Or the betting up in here, where they did or didn't, look like somebody different or whatever we're not saying. But it was not a situation in here where people did not look like who they were or weren't. They were just somebody different, kind of. Okay? And it was not legal to do any of that porn stuff with the blue lights on the wall. Or sit with somebody and have sex with them while they don't know that that's what's going on. Let alone virtually or virtual reality-wise. All right? And Tiffany knew this from the beginning. But she was scared to go up against the illegal porn or whatever, just pretending it didn't exist, right? But she knew it's illegal to sit with somebody else and have sex with them without them knowing that that's what you're doing, because they're passed out or whatever you're not saying in this realm or the next. All right. And she had found out what happened to her a few times, and maybe a few other people or whatever, and then made fun of somebody or whatever they're not saying. And it's like somebody that was actually, anyways, it just goes back and forth and back and forth. When we're all talking shit about Tiffany Browning right here with the spots, who never wanted to have sex in the first place with anyone at all because they were not her fucking husband. There was not a single fucking time where she got horny and wanted to fuck. Not once. Because she felt guilty every time. Not just that she was being watched or whatever, but it's because she's not married. You don't have sex with somebody that you're not married to or planning on engagement parties with or whatever, because they're supposed to have your back behind your back on the ground and in here. Okay, so she was not ready for the comment of slut bunny when somebody else said it to her. It took her a long time to realize why they called it slut bunnies. And it's because T Bunny was her nickname. And we can't really get on anything else, but that is in fact what it was. Calling her a slut bunny or whatever, and it's gay. And I don't know why we just went there, because we started off celebrating this person who you can't show your face because first it was everywhere you would have went. You were a rodent or a rat or whatever, right? Yeah, and then it was somebody else that was something different, embarrassing or whatever they were saying. And no matter what you say in here, there's never been a time where Tiffany's purple face, not Marilee's purple face, but Tiffany's, the purple one, that's really pretty. That's a 7 with the what was it? The green and purple sweater on, who was clean and sober in that picture. And it wasn't 20 years ago either. It was less than 10. That was right before her and Sal broke up. And it might have had a little bit of a facial expression code on it, but still. The way she looks at the camera right there is the same way she looks at people when she's with them. And it is in a trance kind of, even though she doesn't look like it right now. She's a beautiful girl. She's just old and haggard because she's dying because of us. And she can't even look at the pictures in here anymore or at a fucking camera lens anymore ever because of what her iStem codes have done to the universe in real life. And I can't even get into how illegal it was for them to go ahead and let that bitch get them from the fucking sky or whatever it was that they did through her face, to where now we have to deal with this again on the other side for another 20 years. Fixing all this stuff for no reason, because we can't just shut the game off or whatever it is, or have a blackout, because people are literally on life support now because Tiffany saw the stars, because too many people were looking through her eyes illegally for whatever they were doing, while Tiffany was on the phone with a UE member fixing dream books, because she was in Washington State and was not supposed to be across the bridge and did not know anything about the game. And that has a lot to do with it. All right? Not just that, but she really did lure people in on accident by trying to find Twan. And it wasn't that she was in here looking for him. It's that she wanted to know why in the fuck They were so fucking pissed at her that day when she didn't do anything wrong and she did not sleep with him. And it wasn't because of the STD thing either, and it wasn't because of anything else that they were saying. Because she was thinking, like, why would I sleep with you out loud when you said you couldn't find the remote? Right? Or maybe that wasn't it. Maybe you were trying to do something up here. Either way, why would I sleep with you in a freaking living room where people can see me and it's open like that when I have a fucking apartment that I've never invited you to because I'm not allowed to, because I can't have other boys or even my homegirls there to kick it with me because of these motherfuckers up here doing their work of whatever it is that they're not doing, using my brain stems and my power source to not be interrupted with another power source or whatever else that we're not saying, changing their dimension or somebody else hearing what we're not saying, especially where my apartment was. And it wasn't because of the microfiber, whatever we weren't hearing necessarily, but it kind of was because of AK and his knowledge of fiber optics or whatever. That's somebody else, kind of. The stereo stuff is AK and the other people, right? Probably. I'm not sure who put it in there really with the black stuff. Yeah. So anyways, it just gets dumb because Tiffany doesn't have her clothes on. And I didn't realize that because Tiffany does have her clothes on. She just looks naked because she's still on the same power source that she's been on, which is the same reason why the judges and half the UE that does or doesn't come down here, they don't come all the way down here ever to see Tiffany or sit in her body to look through her face and see that she's a normal human being who can't fucking see us. And I don't know why we're even saying this out loud, because we're kind of saying it out loud to each other or whatever. And there's some more wine glasses, so somebody's toasting somewhere for Tiffany still not being in here to annihilate the competition in any way, shape, or form. And still be connected to her body, knowing what's going on in here, virtual reality or otherwise. And now they're happy because now they can kill your player, they said, in real life. My player? Yeah, what player? Whoever this is, the one that was doing everything bad against you on the other side. Literally jealous and mad at the same time of everything that you have and have not done in here. And it's not just you, Tiffany, it's all of us. So we were working for you, with you, and against you at the same time, setting people up, pulling it in, and taking it back out like it was a job, like as lieu of notice or whatever. That's not a bike being made. Or whatever it was. He died. He did, yeah. From this game. His spirit popped out. Oh. Anyways, that looks like a 3-wheel, right? Motion. Do you think that Tiffany really wants a 3-wheel motion or whatever, or was that a joke or what? I'm not sure. And why did Tiffany say 3-wheel motions? To not say 2-wheel motions, to imply motorcycle clubs, right? So she was hiding the identity of them being a motorcycle club and maybe mixing it up with, a Mexican car that had hydros or something, like El Jefe. Whatever that is, right? Whoever that is, hang on, person. Maybe it's And it's funny because she won't tell me what we thought about. She literally just wanted to keep it in mind for when she needs to get some cocaine. If she needs to get some cocaine. And really, it really was. It just be like, look, you gave me one, but not just me and him as we got married and living happily ever after. But no, literally, I got my fucking money for putting my neck on the line for everybody in here, sticking up for him, and not ratting on anyone. And going up against the scary motherfuckers. To stand my ground, to say you are not allowed to watch me, listen to the courtroom, and write it down. And you're also not allowed to punish my fucking UFO airplane or my gold chain or anything else because it's your guys' fault for setting up this betting system where people come in here and break the law and get in trouble and go to jail and make extra charges that aren't supposed to be there and they're all supposed to be banished because it's in the UE up here where we're not at, where I'm not at, and you guys have been in my game since Breakfast Club and because I wasn't supposed to be here in the first place. So that was Tiffany's logic, saying squash all of it, get it out of here, and everybody else be nice to each other. And they should have already done all these players. They got one chain and paid their way out, or whatever it was, and it shouldn't have took that much time. But because of what they did there, and all those element situations, the different situations, it was just 1,000 situations. A lot of people talking shit, all starting with the first 4 situations. And it was just like, and it really was all about that. And it's just stupid. Because they literally used his body so much, they were going to have that he had that. And they were on him or whatever in his body. But it had something to do with the other subject. So, you're a rubber band glue. Something like fuck you or something like that. Whatever you say out loud bounces off of me and sticks to you. Maybe don't point your finger at somebody else because you got 4 points back at yourself. She doesn't trust anybody over there that does methamphetamines or criminal activity at all because they have the mark of the beast too. Because their personalities can change in their brainstems from being a sweet twan, giving Tiffany a pair of speakers with maybe a slight ulterior motive to win the bet, right? To one that's hard as fuck and will not hug you in a garage or in the store because they lost a bet or because they were embarrassed that this best friend or whatever they were saying may or may not have had one of those and literally did not know it and acted like she was just sleeping around and sleeping around and sleeping around all over town like a slut bunny when she wasn't. And the 2 people that she did sleep with on break, as they say, when AK moved away, neither one of them she wanted to sleep with. And everybody who sees bits and pieces of it or whatever the fuck are stupid for ever commenting anything about whatever the fuck they're saying. Because not only should you not have went down their public privacy policies or whatever and try to do whatever they're not saying, and they're just sociopathic whatevers. Half of you, your dicks don't work. The other half, you all have skins on with STDs because you use AK's body. And it's ingrained in yours, Mr. My Dick's Huge, that you have warts on your dick and you sleep with warted vaginas. And yes, you do all have acid bumps too. And it wasn't from Tiffany. It was from the other one, Fluffy Plotopotamus. All right, JPEG? So with that being said, shut the fuck up. I never gave you permission to use my body or any bodies of mine in here. Which is literally like 500 or 600 or 700 bitches bodies that you guys have used in here for different reasons that were connected through my brain stems. And sure, they were connected between 2 other people in here, but not for sex. Those ones were in trouble. I was a UE member. I was up here trying to fix shit and keep the kids safe from the goddamn molester that was on one of your chains with your perverted fucking assholes. that should not be sleeping around with a mom who has children or a husband, especially on the ground, who would never sleep with you in a million years because she's not married to you and you do not have her fucking back behind her back. And you all deserve to go to prison in real life. That's what I'm saying, man. One of the reasons why we love Tiffany was because she came in here. Gunning for Camo was a bad song that they made up and changed. It was Tiffany's song with her son to sing that she sung with him on Mother's Day, and they ruined it in another way to cover up with a bunch of stuff. But anyways, just so you know, Tiffany never hurt her kids ever. And Tiffany knows exactly who the fuck set her up back window in Tuan with Eagle Force driving their train, right? And whether Mikey Price was involved or not is beyond me. Because as far as I'm concerned, they are all equally responsible for whatever was or wasn't passed my way. And yeah, who cares about the smell, right? Stop bubble calling. Why do we smell so good? I don't know. It's probably because she's a UE member. Maybe not right here with the shield on, but it might be over there. Or maybe it's up there. Or maybe it's over here. Or who knows? Maybe she's see-through all over. Anyways, Jesus has said. All of you boys that I knew in real life that I met through Mandy or otherwise, you are all equally responsible that played the game. If you knew about anything going on in my head, that I was a fucking female and that I didn't deserve it. Not only did I deserve to not be made fun of or whatever, betted against or whatever, when I was nice to all of you and I literally took time to ear hustle. Just kidding. I literally sat there and listened to everybody's story, whether it was a sob story or in a love story, or I fell in love with you for a second because I'm a liar, or a different way, like I connected with you a little and I didn't really care about you, but I was talking about our parents maybe hooking up or whatever we're not saying, or this one's kind of cute, or maybe I'm bored or whatever. I listened to everything that everybody had to say with a good ear or whatever, with absolutely no intention of ever fucking any of them. And I didn't have sex with them. And I didn't do needles with them. And I didn't ever go anywhere else with anybody else to kick it alone at all. Ever. Not in a car, not at a car wash, whatever else they're not saying. I think I might have went on a drive with Mikey a few times to pick him up or something. But never to kick it, except one time, which I shouldn't have done. And it was, in fact, with Mikey. And I can't remember what it was that made me go with him necessarily. But I think I was just like, you know what, fucking I want to go somewhere maybe, or maybe I don't have any dope, who knows. And it was a big fucking mistake. But the way I handled it, though, was gangster as fuck. Because I knew ahead of time that I didn't want to have sex with him. Because he's my homeboy and he would lose respect for me, right? And they always keep saying that stuff about that. Like they want to blast out whatever. But does it make you feel good to put down the prettiest girl that was the prettiest girl within everybody that you knew, and the sweetest girl, and probably the coolest girl, and probably the tightest girl that had the tightest car and an apartment, when half of you didn't have shit except stolen whips or whatever, because you guys couldn't even get unemployment because you hadn't worked ever? Like, does it really make you feel good to say something about Tiffany like she's her Pagana Swift lady? I don't ever want to talk to her. What about the fact that you can't even see that she was a mom because your guys' bosses were such player haters on Tiffany, and how hard she came at everybody in here with Christianity and la 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 and getting out the evil or whatever else we're not saying? And she's totally fucking true about the S Corporation being theirs, whoever they are and aren't, because they are the ones who were talking to Tiffany, and they are the ones that were fixing her body, and they are the ones that have her on life support, and she had every right to say whatever she did or didn't say in the scrolls, which was nothing bad about anybody else at all, except that our forefathers over here suck, and all they're going to do is turn their back on Japan the second they get the chance. Because why? Because they're not really connected, just like everybody else who thinks they're connected, and they're on a timeline living their life thinking things are this way when they're really not, because they're getting away with illegal whatever, borrowing of the machine or the technologies or whatever.
Anyway, that just got off course, but it's like, the point is, do you really get off on talking so much shit about your STDs that you all have because you all share the same skin bodies and Tiffany knows it for a fact? And now that you all have your God helmets on with a notion of I can read your brain through Tiffany's fucking power source or whatever you're not saying. Right? And no, it's technically not Tiffany's, it's mine. And yeah, I am a girl. And yeah, I am a cop. And yeah, I am a lot of things that don't like Tiffany for the same reason that they say. Not only was it embarrassing that she did needles or whatever, and embarrassing that she used to cry, and then one day just woke up, what the fuck is the point of crying over this nigga? I just want to live my life, right? But yet she was still stuck there, waiting for him for whatever reason, because she didn't have gas or she didn't know where to go or she would get in trouble, only to have him come over, do a shot really quick, and leave. But still, while he was there, and every single day, he came there every single day, and it did not make her feel special at all. But everybody else hated it because he would come there every single day, and he did talk about her like she's his best friend, and he wouldn't let other people talk shit about her either. But it wasn't because Tiffany was his best friend. It's because he was hiding the fact that they were doing needles from the UE and everybody else, because they weren't allowed to watch him at the house, and they hated it. And the people that did watch him or whatever were the evil people. The same people that hold your brother's mouth shut. And they are called 666 Mafia. And some of them do heroin or whatever. And they are the people that Tiffany knows in real life. And they are extensions or associates of people who ride motorcycles. So this is the dirty side over here with the 666, burn on oil in the garage, with silencers in there. And then you have the other side where you have constituents and you have holy rollers, which is the first pair of goggles she ever saw driving down the freeway with 3 headlights headed her way. But the sad part was she was never sure. And by goggles, I don't mean that he died and you didn't replace him. By goggles, it's something different. The T on it. There was the first pair of lights she ever saw on the street coming towards her in a dream book, because she didn't know if it was a good thing or a bad thing. But anyways, it's just that goggles is where they can put them on and they can see through walls, like, X-ray vision and stuff. And they saw into your wall wherever you were, in here or at home, at your mom's house or whatever, just sitting there on the bed, talking out loud back and forth. Just you sitting there, talking out loud back and forth for a long time. And they didn't know who you were talking to because they couldn't hear both sides of the story, or either one, because they weren't listening to you. They were listening to us up here who were talking back and forth. And it just got confusing for people until they put it all together about how to listen to you, your whole story. And it is almost impossible to record any of it like one long story. But if you did, then you would see that her whole life, that whole summer, was literally one run-on long sentence of her getting back to talking to her friend Tuan, or getting picked up by her friend Tuan, or blah, 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 by her friend Tuan, or anybody else who knew her, like LaShawn, who promised her that the person in the sky would tell the android on the ground what was going on and that she could get disconnected. And then hopefully they will have done their part to make an immeasurable difference and profit off of it. Well, knowing that LaShawn hated AK and everything else that we're not saying, and it's seemingly enough that everybody else hated AK too, or whatever, she was hoping for an endgame situation where they would be able to be friends, and there would be the situation where they could win, be it porn or not, legal of course, in a different way that's not including a whole bunch of fucking shit talkers. I mean, not with my body, because I'm not in there, and I don't agree with porn. I hate it. But anyways, this was before she knew about the connections and all this shit, and how bad of an addiction it was. But anyways, like, meet them again and be like, here's your crown or whatever. And so the guys with the blue lights on the wall that do it legally, like, have a porn store on the ground. I mean, like a SOA situation, have the bitches sign the waivers on the ground that they can be up here doing the same thing, right? Making a grip of money, and that'll be cool for the SOA situation. That's what Tiffany was talking about don't do this in here at all. Stop doing it. It's not a good thing. Plus, the connection is not cool because different people are feeling different things or whatever she wasn't saying. Because there was not just one sting on it or 5, there was a whole lot of them. But they weren't getting in trouble because it just goes up somewhere and it just disappears. Because it's basically what she was just saying. And I don't know if you just saw what that was to me, but whatever that was tight. It was sticking it for you in the tiger lily dress and it not being you in there, really. It was somebody else. And it is Tiffany we're talking to because Tiffany is the one you're supposed to be making up for. I mean, with. Because this is the one whose life you ruined, lady. She went up there saying, really? Like you're talking through Tiffany's mouth, this one? Because this is the one who was pushing and gunning forwards on all this stuff to hurt you with the child support stuff. Because she knew for a fact that you loved AK and wanted to be with him and he dissed you. Sarah. And she lost the bet. Or whatever. Anyways, these people literally have skins on, and they didn't ask for them necessarily. But they all hate you, Tiffany, equally, because you gave them all herpagona syphilidia since you were 17, because you slept with them all and gave them all permission to sleep with AK on accident over and over and over again. And there literally wasn't a better combination to have paired up against each other than AK and Jessica Pace, or maybe it was Twan and Nicole, or whoever we're not saying, 7, over and over and over again, to just keep talking shit back and forth about bigger penises and little penises, and stretch out vaginas and hanging downs, and who had this wart first and who I didn't have that wart first, or whatever we're not saying, acid bumps or whatever. Because she wasn't fluffy platypus either. It was the gargantuan girl. Anyways, point is that they love talking through Tiffany's mouth about it because nobody else will talk shit. And I'm literally showing pictures of people's private parts with vaginas on it that they used to have to walk through with hanging downs on it, with all these STDs all over it, and how disgusting it was or wasn't. Because that's how far they went. And that is so fucking illegal to sit there and do that through Tiffany's face and get off on it over there, bitch, that's doing it through her face. Because it's illegal to show somebody's personal business, whether they have an STD or not. Tiffany didn't know she did, but when she told us that she didn't, or that she'd seen it, she wasn't sleeping with anybody else ever again. Anyway, she hasn't slept with anybody else either. So, just so you know, you have to take these pictures off the internet by law, because none of you were allowed to take any pictures of somebody's private parts without them. And I digress. Tiffany was never in here sleeping with anyone or on the ground sleeping with anyone that she gave you permission to watch, have sex with on the ground, that she said with them on the ground that, yeah, you can watch us next time or whatever, that ever had a conversation on the ground with anybody else ever. Nobody on the ground does she have this conversation with, asking them, do you want to let them have sex with us up here or watch us have sex down here? Never. And she already didn't want to have sex with AK or whoever you're not saying because people were paying attention. So just because somebody threatened her life to say it was okay to watch her and AK doesn't mean that she had sex after that and made it okay for you to watch them or sit with them, because she didn't. Ever. And she did too, right on there, if we say it's okay down here together, where we also had that conversation with AK literally crying, saying, I would never let somebody look at you naked or watch you. And he wasn't saying anything about sex or nothing either. Shower scene, calling. So, Alcoholics Lost Cause meets the worst shower scene you could possibly imagine, followed by the worst vulva scene you could ever imagine, after already have been so mortified about everything else we're not saying.
and the pussy juice videos and the hanging down comments and everything else, you guys still literally put this fucking bitch, that all this stuff is out there. You literally put this stuff online and posted it on a fucking black web page to solicit sex for this like it was funny under Anthony Ciaz's name with a black guy showing his tattoo. Because that's how we distinguish him, right? And charge money for making fun of her or watching pussy juice videos or whatever it was that you were or were not saying. Kraus. Oh, it's not illegal if you do it on black web. Right. Did you know that showing one picture of a vagina or a private part out loud at all online where someone else can see it when they didn't give you permission to do that, one picture can give you 3 years in prison in real life on the ground. One fucking picture. And you guys have all that up there? Garage conversation calling. Why was my UE that was in my head? They knew that they should never have done that to a fucking mom that can't see what they're talking about but know it exists and doesn't want yet another human being to not want to be her friend because of whatever they're saying. Why do they not kick in and be like, I'm going to go talk to these dudes and be like, dude, she knows what you guys have done and she doesn't want you showing it? Because, yeah, it's embarrassing, but not just that. You're pretending to be her friend to her face, but making fun of her at the same time out loud to other people. Supposedly it's just at the judgment table and not out loud, but then it was because they said it made the most money or whatever you're saying. It's like, where the fuck is the common sense with these people? And why the fuck are they alive? Because they're the fucked up, most douchiest people I could ever imagine. They can sit there and be nice to your face. Literally, and I don't know if they're doing it in front of other people or if they just didn't really know who you were. But anyway, it's just stupid, man. Because you guys are going to fucking prison. Because there's not just this website, but there's a few other websites where they're literally soliciting sex for people with naked pictures and private parts and a whole lookbook for pussies that they could change up here or whatever. And a whole lot of diss sessions. Most of the diss sessions were just Tiffany. When Tiffany was the only bitch who did not want to ever have sex at all without being married, let alone with any of the boys that she did have sex with, all 21 of them. Because she's not a slut. And because she's a fucking mom. Who you did not have permission to watch her, listen to her, record her, or write her down. With her UE member being Emily upstairs, knowing for a fucking fact that she said that over and over again, knowing for a fact that she made paper things facing the fucking cameras that don't exist for them to see it, thank you letters to the fucking people on Thanksgiving who don't exist for listening or being there with her or whatever in her mind, taking it backwards so that you can read it backwards, May 13th or whatever we're not saying, or I didn't know, on camera for whatever she was going through. And none of you fucking did nothing to help her. All because this one dude right here was obsessed with whatever he was obsessed with. Because he's a misogynistic, schizophrenic, alcoholic, lost cause lover on this side, where he could understand where she was coming from and like depressed about who they were and weren't, but he had no idea necessarily that she literally lost her family after that and was already at her lowest with her spots to just start coming out. And she never did sleep around when she was younger, to be popped up into this meth world where she literally picks junkies to sleep with her in her tent so they don't try to fuck her, to jumping in the lap of whoever they weren't saying, AK or whatever, that they only had sex with once at the house, to not disrespect Katrina or anybody else that he was with, not at all because she was trying to win or act tight, because she fucking hated AK for making her feel like they were making him feel like he had to fuck once a day to own this property and not let her have a life so that they could gain points or sit with him to get off really quick. Because it always was really quick, and she never suck his dick. It was like boom, boom, here we go, bam, gone, out, right? Because he wasn't ever supposed to be there because he wasn't fucking married to Tiffany. So their secret little fucking relationship with the whoever it wasn't up here that wasn't paying attention. If they weren't paying attention then, they definitely paid attention later. And trust me, they hated the wait for him to do his needle or whatever, but they loved the rest of it, especially when she did one. However, the girl who did it with them didn't like the fact that she never got off. And that one situation was so fucking annoying. It was just dumb. Mm-hmm. So let me guess. They arrested me with my body on, with the Mikey Allen outfit body on, right? Player. That was Cindy that had my ISIM codes. And do they take your fucking picture and shit, your thumbprints or whatever? Yeah, legitly, yes, they do. In here, in the UE. And it is the UE gel. And once it's in there, you can't get it out. And it did go in there as something like that. With your ISIM codes, with your blue eyes, inside of Twan, inside of Cindy, inside of a bunch of other people that also saw your face look like this down here, go to prison for the same thing with stars on it. Secret Service, because they did it on purpose like that. So everybody who was on your team that day, when you won all this shit, had to go to jail with you over here. When she went to jail in Tiffany's body. And did not say nothing to the judge about it not being Tiffany at all, whoever did any of it or who was responsible for any of it, the setups in progress or nothing. All Cindy said was, I'm not Tiffany, and it wasn't me. It was somebody different. So she didn't say it wasn't Tiffany or not? No. If that's even what she said at all. While Tiffany's sitting over here, knowing that other people had to go to jail for similar situations, maybe in London, like Sarah, who literally went to jail under the name Tiffany, thinking she could get bailed out sooner or something like that. Where Tiffany was sitting over here fighting over and over and over again for different people to get a hold of different fucking people so that she could get out because she had proof. Because Anunnaki told her what the fuck they did and why. And it was too on a videotape, and it was too for Sarah. Whoever the fuck Sarah was. And no, I never thought Sarah was me. I thought she was living out my wins in here in one form or another, because everything type that I did or didn't do fruitions itself into here however they wanted to fruition itself as usual. You guys are fucking faggots. Nothing, man. These people are just so fucking stupid. But the evil people that are evil, that do all that we were just punishing them for or whatever. And I know it seems like we're excessively talking about STDs and shit like that or whatever, but that's because that's where most of the anger came from. But it's just annoying because they act like AK did not sleep around doing the same thing with a bunch of bitches that don't feel the same exact way, knowing he had something but didn't tell anybody. But anyways, that's why his name was burned. Because not only did she call him out, they called him out so hard about it for calling her out like that. On the other side, she can't hear it.
because these ladies all had to deal with it too. And it's just sad. But anyways, so I don't know. I guess I'm part Somerset or whatever up here, and I was not getting irritated at all about how much times they were sitting here pointing out STDs, and they're literally showing pictures of you naked and everything to 1,000 fucking people who are watching this again that don't need to be reminded, to just reiterate the fact that this same dude that is not going to prison is the same dude who's supposed to give Tiffany the money that she already earned for not being a paid informant and not being a slut bunny, but that they ruined the name of all over the internet already for just that they used her body illegally and fucking demolished her at the same time. And then when they found out Tiffany had no plan on coming in here, or didn't want to come in here necessarily, or that if she did come in there, that she would kill everybody with their ISIM codes, right? They were just, they couldn't stand it. You can see my face, yeah. What, you hate me? Couldn't stand it, huh? You can't stand the mom of Elijah who put you up there, motherfucker, all of you, without porn? Okay. And didn't persecute anybody who fucking talked shit and played videos and disgustingly whatever the fuck they didn't do. Most of the people that you had connections with that you may or may not have known in here that were or were not on your team were either too embarrassed for what they'd already heard or seen, or just, I don't know, just like that one guy coming through like gross or whatever, right? Too grossed out to be a friend. So they literally have just been using the shit out of her and everything she thought of, whatever. They never even gave a thought to maybe just let her be in here. As Saraya's mom and Elijah's mom, the tight ass rockin' chick or whatever you want to call her, that could sit here and drink like a fish if she's on tramadol or whatever you're talking about. I mean, not tramadol, but you're not bringing up the rapey shit, right? No. Take the rapey shit out, whatever that is. The mom that can drink you under the table at Texas Hold'em and have fun, or dance in the garage or whatever. Be funny and laugh and have fun and get drunk if somebody else is drinking with her having fun, right? Not just sitting there staring at her and waiting for her to take her fucking clothes off somewhere. Or hump their leg or whatever. Because these people are just so fucking gay and dumb when it comes to this whole thing. Because they're so used to what? These guys that sell heroin and Blue's Clues, where these girls will literally suck them off in the car, or maybe it's a first time emotional experience, or did that come later? Because were they emotionally connected to their subject beforehand? They got it when they were listening to them? Maybe. If they were on parole or something. I don't think they could hear their thoughts or feel their emotions. They could just hear them what they were saying. Because the helmet or whatever that helmet thing is that she gave you, she may have had it on somebody else up here for the same reasons. But it was not at all for what you're thinking. It was to guide the children, to help the children for the situation up here. Because it's a dangerous job being a CPS worker in the UE when you work in a prison or any other thing like that. Because people can find out your personal information and stuff and use your kids against you or whatever, or else they had already had their kids used against them and didn't know it or something. Anyway, the point is Tiffany, honest to God, does not see us at all.
But Tiffany has heard every single diss comment over and over and over again, and she lets us say it out of her mouth, even though it's not annoying at all. Not knowing who's listening or watching, and just like re-solidifying how disgustingly annoyed that we are even looking at her face or whatever it is that this bitch is saying, or whatever, because they literally are just such cookie cutter cunts or whatever. That this is actually people's actual feelings about Tiffany because of the way that they have made her feel in here. And she's not crying at all. But she keeps waiting for the UE to come in and be like, bitch, why don't you fucking banish these bitches? Oh, because they earn their keep in here. Dissing Tiffany out loud everywhere they go and separating these two in here because they may or may not see Tiffany later and close the deal or whatever they're not saying. So that instead they went around her brain stems over here and got Mandy or whoever it is. So hopefully they will meet up to sell some crank or some stupid shit like that. Since they got their settlement statement or whatever, because now they're going to be drug dealers or something. And none of these girls on the ground or anybody else even knows the story or about a chain or none of it. They don't know that they're wearing skins. They don't know about Big Voice in the Sky. They don't know what a UE member is or that people have actually died in real life on the ground or that there is a kill game switch or any of that or hit Anton or give me a chance or whatever they're not saying. They don't know shit about any of it. And Tiffany never said nothing about nothing. About nothing. Knowing that they were making fun of her and talking shit, there's a thumbs up thing. And that star keeps popping up in alternate dimensions. Because it's just flying around for some reason. T. White boot. What are you building, a whole white body person with in pieces or anyway, Tiffany didn't do any of that shit. She's never been in here. She's never hurt another human being on the planet. I swear it was literally partially that they were pissed off that they could get your thing so high and you could get so high real quick or whatever and get it over with and be happy with him leaving or whatever. Or maybe you weren't happy that he left, but whatever we're not saying, they would be annoyed that you did it and could get away with it on the ground. And annoyed that you didn't get off or whatever. But that they weren't allowed to watch you or whatever we're not saying. To make fun of whatever you weren't doing, that you were literally feeling guilty for, that these people knew it for a fact, that you were feeling guilty, and that you would be paranoid, and he would be paranoid, because you both knew you weren't supposed to be doing it, and they would get off on the paranoia, and everything else. But then they would be it was just dumb, because no matter how you look at it, they look at Tiffany like she's a stupid dumb cunt, for not standing up for herself to AK, treating her like that. In here. Like a dumb bitch that he treats like shit on the ground when the whole year that you guys were best friends at your house, he respected you more than everybody else because you were his safe space or whatever you want to call it, that he could say anything to without her being hating on or whatever. She was always calm and loving even though he didn't deserve it or whatever, right? But the bitch was fucking miserable. And all she was waiting for was him to get the fuck out so that she could be friends with all those player haters or fake love homies or whoever else you want to talk about. And have people over and kick it or whatever. Be another Manny's house that they used up or whatever. Anyway, the point is, she was just waiting for him to leave so she could have a life. And he didn't leave. He wouldn't leave. Just like he didn't leave Ashley. So she left. Blue microphone, I think. So she left and she crossed the bridge when she wasn't supposed to after they told her to go home. And bet your ass AK does not actually know about the kill you bitch thing or hit Anton or whatever it is or isn't, and that your player can get killed in real life or die. He just knows that your name can get burnt. And clearly it's because he's a nigga that was controlled by the man who probably had a white guy on top of him, painted white or something like that. He may or may not have had the first guy on top of him being a secret admirer guy for a long time that turned in his hat or something because he couldn't stand seeing you guys do needles out loud and then be making fun of you. Or maybe he wanted to try your body on or something. But anyways, it's just crazy because so many people have skins on through their electronic combustion, whatever, that in any moment your room could fill up with mustard gas and you could die in your sleep. Your room could fill up with uh, Orenthal and your room could get blown up by one flick of a lighter. And I'm not going to tell you that they can't swing down if they're in the right globe and literally light a fucking flame and light it on fire. Because even a flick of an electronic lighter, which Tiffany has seen in her face before, can light it off. And in that way, it might just be in here with us. But if you actually light a real lighter off in your room and you have those gases in your room, like the ones that were in your living room, then you will in fact combust, just like the place at Nick's house. And we are pretty sure that that is exactly what happened at that room because of the way he described it about there was no reason why it should have exploded, but he wasn't implying anything like it'd be done in here. I know it's got a name, but I don't know what to call it. Most people that do crime don't have to deal with this up here. That's not called the echelon for most people. It's called hell. But the one thing that people up here are used to not having to deal with is good Christian girls getting fucked up with the meth situation and the sex situation and not wanting to have sex and feeling like they have to and being forced to sit there. And then when they're not being forced to sit there, there's somebody in their head forcing them to sit there or whatever. And literally, she didn't have a problem picking at her nose for 20 hours in the car at all. She was just kind of hoping somebody would call to kick it. That she wasn't annoying because of whatever they were saying in here. You know, he had never heard anything about any of that stuff. I know he doesn't really know what he's doing clearly or whatever we're not saying. The person in him didn't. And we're just not going to go there because it goes there. It's just stupid. But anyways, you did do him a favor for all the reasons we're not talking about. Was it? I don't know if that was the same time or not. But anyways, it was funny because if you don't really spend a whole lot of time dissecting Tiffany's brain stems and what she thinks about and how she puts thoughts together, but she's so intuitive that it's not even funny. And that did go into the chemical composition of the algorithm that is how we figure things out in here. Because not only does she remember ideas and thoughts and where they came from, she remembers locations, and that has to do with seeing, spell, read, and write. Because you have to associate something with something different, like a memory or a feeling, like the 4th of July boy, and that it was Twitter pated, not in love, and it was in love with the thought of being in love,
because I was Tiffany in love with the thought of being in love with somebody who had already experienced life, doing the right thing, going to school, may or may not have been a baseball player for a minute or something cool, and then did meth for a while or whatever they were saying, and then decided to give it up or live the right life and try being a good parent again with somebody else who lived the same way as you, but not as a partner necessarily, like we're in love and we're gonna have sex out loud, but like as best friends that have each other's back behind each other's back. Even if that meant that they only had their kids there every once in a while when there was no drugs there and they had fun. Because that life would have been way fucking better than whatever life that guy's got going on now and that this one has right this second and probably going to have for the rest of her life if she doesn't go to prison for what they did to her in here. And if she's not in prison on the ground, she's going to be in prison in her mind for the rest of her life too, always wondering and waiting if the cops are going to show up for something that she didn't do either. And she didn't even play the fucking game at all. And you want to tell us that you had these ISTEM codes first, DEA guy. Because Tiffany could sense certain things. And a lot of UE people that can swoop down and keep an eye on you or whatever, they're not on a timeline or whatever, but they're entities, so to speak, and they do keep an eye on people. But Tiffany hasn't had anybody keeping an eye on her in a long time because you can never find her because she's everywhere. Not that they cared or nothing, but the guy in Salem, he really was worried about her. And it makes me want to cry thinking about, but anyways, how even back then they were still trying to stop her from being a mom. In one way or the other, dude. It's just fucked up. He was just so with him and you felt so comfortable there for a while, but then you felt just whatever. And it's just it's just the comfortable feeling of your ex's house, even though his girlfriend's there because you got to see your daughter and you feel fulfilled. But then it was over because that's all it was or whatever. And then it's time to go back to the same life that you just left to come back to be with your daughter. And they don't look at it like, why does she want to stay longer or whatever? It's just something different. And they look at her like she's a piece of shit mom that left her kids for the life. And they're not looking at it from the fact that Tiffany didn't have an apartment that whole life at all. She didn't live at the Blues Clues house. She lived at the manager's apartment. That AK said was his apartment, I think. Above them. Kinda. I don't know what we're even doing, talking. We're just wasting more time and recording shit for no reason. Because nobody gives a fuck. And it doesn't go anywhere. At all, just sticking up for anybody else, because when we're recording it, we can't even see you necessarily. We just see us in here and what we're looking at, and it's just lawsuit after lawsuit after lawsuit. And it's like, that we're not all thinking the same thing that are in here, scared to death that we're gonna have to go through what she's already been through by not talking about it at all and saying a house divided amongst itself shall fail. So let's just look at it a different way. Like, hey, I have an idea. Let's go legal with it or something. Because the same motherfuckers that scare you to death and make you feel like you're going to prison every day and mind fuck you and show you things like, I don't know, cameras sticking out of a car or someone pointing a gun at you or like there's people in your fucking room. Virtual reality that can come down to your level where you're at, like down here, possibly, in a certain situation and watch you or whatever is just demented. But the fact that they have the way of making you feel special or protected or whatever in one moment, right? And you can't see it, but it's way more like, yay, we have them all behind us, right? But it's just to put it on a show. And it really is just the 5 people and a few UE members who pop their head in every once in a while to turn into who it is, to be a part of what it is, to be recorded and showed off, to see if maybe they pick it for an end reward, but they still will never put Tiffany's face in there like this or the other one because they already ruined it all over the internet for the other stuff. And now that they did that one thing, like entered her in is one of those one things, it's like going to be impossible to get it out. So basically, what we're basically demanding is that if these motherfuckers don't want to go to prison, then they better use both of your fucking ones on Facebook, where it's like your new one and your old one with the Mikey thing and the other one without the facial expression code necessarily, the Immigrant Freedom one, and put it up there proud as fuck all over the internet out loud that this is your daughter on the ground who has been fighting for you guys to not go to prison because people were setting you up because they already knew ahead of time that she was going to make you $1 million to make you the big white angel that they send to destroy them in the 666 department and in the STD department and in every other department where people are going to literally be taking these schizophrenic pills on the ground to get these bodies off of them and get you guys disconnected from them because you're killing these people in real life, murdering them by your fucking game or whatever it isn't, obsessing about being the first one to do this or the first one to do that when you already knew that the shit was illegal as fuck in the first place. But the way that Tiffany did it for you to do what you do is immaculately perfect. And all you ever really had to do was say, hey, Tiff, will you please be my friend in here? And Tiffany would have said, yeah, sure, but she can't see you in real life. And she wouldn't know who any of you were up there on law enforcement, which one did or did not have molestation in his past with his own fucking daughter. And we don't need to point it out, but one of them up there really does have it on them in real life. No cops, no kids, no girls. And they say no girls because not only do they watch them in here and they gossip or whatever, but they use them as scapegoats for everything that doesn't go wrong in every department. Like people getting pregnant in abortions or having retarded kids or whatever else we're not saying. And they blackmail them to email judges on the ground or whatever they're not saying, to spy on other people or whatever, however, pinging all this shit all this stuff, this triangulation stuff was all Tiffany's doing and thought process that did escalate to what it didn't by borrowing power from different cellular towers to be able to still talk to Tiffany, who didn't have a cell phone subscription to a real internet carrier that wasn't Carol's Christianity Broadcasting Network. And they couldn't even put TBN in there because the initials TB are banned from the internet because Tony Brown and Tiffany Browning and Tanika Brown and a different person that you don't know were all implicated in the same thing. And then the white Tanika telling on people or whatever they were saying, it's just so fucking gay. Because most of these people don't have a clue about what is in here at all. In these boxes and in these rooms where they diss you and they put pictures up and all this stuff to annihilate your personality or whatever, right? Or humble you or whatever. But Tiffany already knows what's in here and she's already forgiven everybody. Even when they killed her in real life, because they didn't just kill Tiffany, they killed a bunch of other people. And I'm not going to tell you that she was not the fucking savior while they're still connected to be able to put the life force back down into these kids and these random ass people who got sucked up in here on the life force water situation barbecue pit. Just like they can put the drugs down into certain people and put them to sleep in real life. It's self-assisted suicide or whatever. If they weren't backward scanning on accident. And Broken was one of those that was backward scanning and we could not kill him. And it's so sad because he's so fucking miserable. And it's because they were borrowing power from him and a few other people when she saw the stars, kind of. And it's not re-pulling from the same people every time and then changing up here into Robotrons at all. And those ones that were already hooked up like that cannot be re-hooked up the right way unless they take the blue pills. So the problem with this is that there's a lot of people on the ground that are already disconnected, but there's a lot of people in here that are connected, literally double scanned in or triple scanned in the way Tiffany was on accident, because there's literally a repeat process every single time that they sent her those fucking optical illusions through her face that was or wasn't connected to fucking children on the ground or whatever. And your daughter Soraya was not connected to you in here at all, Tiffany, because they didn't even know you had kids. But Sarah's daughter was, so was Ashley's adopted daughter, and Taylor's adopted kid, and Trina's daughter, and Amy's daughter, and a bunch of other daughters too. And we did worry about Ashley's kid dying, the boy in Vancouver, who did die. And don't you think we didn't wonder about the second one? The second one did not die, but he was up next before they put a cow in there with its social security number. Which, when the cow dies with the social security number, so does all the information attached to it. So now they have different situations where, through the law, the ones who have died that had a social security number attached to it, everything that they did have attached to it just disappears. And so that's kind of like with your name being burnt, because then you can't really apply for credit or a job or anything like that, because your social security number is just non-existent, and they'll think that you're lying about who you are or whatever. And it's stupid, because they literally tried
to do this to Tiffany's name, like kill her player and delete her social security number so many times. And I don't know if it actually went in and out like that 1,000 times or not. But it's just fucking stupid. Because it looks like they did do that, where they deleted her social. Again, even though she just went to the Social Security office to redo her Social Security card. And she had nothing on her record at all. Except a fucking speeding ticket that should have been off of there a long time ago. Or whatever they're not talking about. From Portland. And a lot of the reasons why they were jealous of you, Tiffany, kind of, or your name, or whatever it was or wasn't, is because the beautiful versions of you were the kind, like the UE people, were the kind of people that would help everybody, but wouldn't sleep with them. And they weren't necessarily snobby, but kind of. But they weren't really you. It's just hard to explain. It's the ladders where you go up the stairs and there's different levels, you know? And as many times as we tried to like hide who you were and weren't, there was still UE members that were on your trail or whatever. And slowly but surely they were just cutting them off and just keeping you connected with just evil people on a weird spirally situation where it wasn't a staircase anymore, it was just a track. Like you were seeing, and he made it seem like it was a good thing, but it's not. Because then you can't log in to the system with your virtual reality body on. When you look at the camera, whatever you don't do, take a picture or something, put you in there, and have one of us drive your chain as you in here to guide you or whatever else, where we can come back and talk to you anytime and tell you what's going on, make you feel safe or whatever, or we could talk to law enforcement in here. And it's never going to be the same because there is so many different flows and so many levels that none of us even know how to get on the level on the ground connected to where other people are connected all at the same place on the ground. And it may or may not. Yeah? Please come to get any tissues you have, Fanny. They're just down. Thank you.
You don't like the fragmentation block?
Yeah, I did. I ate some. I just got full.
Okay. My stomach's probably going crazy. I think a bit more needed to get it. Except more food or whatever, you know.
Anyway, what we were saying is, like Tiffany was saying, the way that a UE member, the way she imagined it being in the Palomino or whatever, would be able to benefit you, you know, would be only if there was one line of communication above everybody else on the planet Earth. And there's just not. And they're not interchangeable to talk to the next person on here. Or whatever, like that. Unless you're on a chain gang, which now nobody ever wants to be on again after seeing what we had to go through. Just being your friend, who is like the nicest person on the planet and who has never done anybody wrong at all. And who your friends had no idea necessarily if you ever did drugs or whatever. They knew you were homeless. They didn't know you ever had an apartment.
Nobody really knew nothing about you from Portland, your life or nothing, because you never talked about yourself. You always just let them talk, or just sit there quietly on your bed, letting this work through your brain stems, trying to make the problem even worse, while we still don't make up for nothing, and they keep throwing shit out there to diss you and sometimes support you. And the problem is that guy is up to die because he's such a fucking faggot, just like Scrappy Happy or whatever his name isn't. And it is annoying because in here, at least on your level, those two players are intertwined with each other like permanently. And it's not that they got a needle in their arm, it's that they got red burnt together too when you did. And they're not backwards, they're both facing the same way, but they don't like each other at all. Because one of them is a beater and one of them can't do something different. And it's just annoying. Because you should be honest, because you need to be honest. To be able to find you in here or something like that. Because the only reason why we're able to find you all the time is because your mom's here. And when she's gone, it is hard to find you unless we're part of your line. Absolutely no more smoking during sex. Somebody, whatever you're not saying. The people did get the skins on accident. From, it wasn't even then, it was the second time where they didn't scalp your head or whatever. Because they scanned you really, really slow, right? And it wasn't that they were trying to fix what was wrong with you. It's just like they were trying to take off other people and put the whatever it is body on you, you know? And it is the see-through level, kind of. And I had a few different UE member bodies with you at the same time because it took that many to get down here that low that day. And they didn't go all the way up to your head, or they stopped or whatever. And it was not because of the helmet on at all. It was because of the layers and the way that they were toppled across each other. They couldn't go any further because it would have went into another person. And so it just kind of messed up, sort of. Anyway, I don't know what we're doing. We've been sticking up for you all day. And we do separate recordings or whatever, and there's voice recordings and stuff. And we do love it when you record, not on YouTube live like that, but like the other one, because we can take it and we can sound
like clips that you say out loud or whatever, and we can't cut stuff off or whatever. And when the UE gets involved through the law on the ground or up here, and they want to persecute somebody pretty bad for whatever they're saying, you know, um, they're pretty good at it. The problem is that there's a lot of people upset about the stupid whatever we're not saying being in all or whatever situations. And it was not Tiffany's fault at all because she didn't even know what the fuck was going on. She was not in trouble. And she is a UE member, first level, second class, whatever you want to see with the 1, 2, 3 on it. And it is annoying as fuck. Because for everything that we have to think about giving to Tiffany, we basically have to think about giving the same thing to them in here. And they are not good people connected to her at all. Even if we cover them up with someone else that deserves money or a login or a squeaky ear. Even if it's whatever, she's not naked. Just forget it. Who cares? Tiffany is Tiffany. Nobody cares what you're saying about some more information about that stuff. So nobody cares about who gave what first. You stupid dumb cunt. So go somewhere different. Because Tiffany never slept with anybody that she knew of that had any STDs because they never told her that they had any STDs either. And if she would have known for a fact she had an STD, she probably would have said something. Except she didn't know she had an STD until someone told her she had an STD and since then she hasn't slept with anybody. So please just shut up. Because Tiffany was never in here sleeping around, nor did she give them permission to use her UE body with the magic iStem codes and the elliptical power source, which is not Rachel at all. It's this other health nut person who literally works out crazy all day to get in shape for whatever reason. And they just keep bringing stupid shit up to cover up the fact that you look naked, and they can't stop it because of the power source you're on. And everybody wants you to take the pills on the ground and get disconnected and to disconnect all of us at the same time with the Apple laptop with the help of the UE and a bunch of help of a lot of other people. But you're literally going to probably have to do it with like 5 other people all at the same time who know what's going on and they're not all on the timeline, so they probably will never happen. Meanwhile, while it doesn't, people are still dying. More people are getting STDs, they keep saying, because this literally is an illegal fucking porn situation that is kind of making trillions of dollars in the sky, but not hardly any money on the ground, and pulling from people's accounts that it's not supposed to pull from, that did not pay for whatever you're saying, because their bodies on the ground do not benefit from it at all, unless they like watching porn. It's just annoying. Because in here, everybody's like, oh yeah, well, we're virtual reality and we get off double time on the ground. No, you don't. It doesn't work like that. What I'm saying is it doesn't matter if I'm virtual reality or have a virtual reality body or not. I do not get off when you guys get off. I do not feel all funny and silky at all on my skin a little when I have a really good body on. At all, like at all. But that's about it. And that may or may not be the simple fact that my hands are feeling their soft skin or whatever it is, if they're connected like to my body like that and they're close enough to me for a long enough time. And then the nutrients that they can put into your body on the ground to make you look younger or whatever does work for a lot of people that are connected single-handedly, but not on a chain and not double scanned in, let alone triple scanned in like Tiffany. And she is dying. And it is too. because of the way that she scanned in mixed with everything else. And yeah, there was an upper echelon above her where people did live lives, or at least look through people's eyes or whatever, through a camera or something. The good ones could ping off and whatever. But it's just that it wasn't even that there was just one level above before you, your whole situation. It's that each one of them are on different globes, and it doesn't always affect the same people. So the 3 cops that came to your house or whatever, one of them was connected on your level, kind of, with the UE that knew who you were already and just kind of was like, it's okay, go ahead and go right back. But the other ones weren't. And the other ones wanted to arrest you just for how messy your house was when you were the only one living there with no money in real life to pay your rent for free for that long. Or something, they're saying. Anyways, they're just talking shit. Because they don't know that you didn't even live there and that your rent was covered up to when you left by COVID payments and everything else. And anyways, it doesn't fucking matter. They're just being stupid and judgmental. Because these are all people that work for a living, that pay them rent every month, and then they're looking at Tiffany and thinking about this past life or whatever, and thinking, and now she wants to be an overnight millionaire. Yeah, well, it's not overnight. And this bitch is the only one on the planet on the ground who knows what's going on in here and knows about it and how to get it gone and all this other stuff and how to beat the great white whatever. We're not saying that everybody sends to destroy them, right? But Tiffany's the only one who knows about it, and they know that for a fact. And they keep showing that stupid thing just to piss Tiffany off. She cannot see you and what you're trying to show off right now. So are you showing off the Lambo because Tiffany got it for you, or because you want to be best friends with her, or what? Because Tiffany's sitting here with nothing while you guys all sit here and flash or whatever. No friends, still threatened by CPS cases and grand larceny and whatever else they did or didn't say, breaking and entering into the fucking office and whatever else, when she's never been in fucking trouble and she wasn't a fucking rat or a narc or a paid informant. And she did to earn her keep in so many different ways by giving her shares to the right people at some point in time to prove that she knew what to do with it. And when she got her whatever, she gave them to the right people, at least the right kind of people. Not that. Shut up, bitch. Not that they're saying, but we're talking about the jewels and stuff that fell from the sky, from the UE, all those blessings from the back of the hand thing that we did through Tiffany's face, through the wall, while she stood there, while somebody else was able to get a body on, hopefully, or whatever else we're not saying. And yeah, she was involved with the hands being like that and associating it with motorcycles. And she does not know who it was at all. But there must have been somebody on her chain or somebody who had been involved in her lifeline. Just one of the several people that fucked her up in here. That she still stuck up for anyways. So with that being said, we are not on their timeline. So somebody's sitting there with next, like a picture of a white Lamborghini or something, and it's not Twan with the long hair, it's someone else cool that you don't know, like a SWAT guy or somebody. And he says, baby girl with an enduring term, please don't use makeup. With the wig next to it. Please don't eat makeup because you're too pretty already on the inside. But you might want to put some clothes on because you're not so pretty on the outside. And the simple fact that this guy punched you in the face, and they all love it, that he punched her in the face because it was a good ass punch and it broke her nose. And it bled everywhere. But what they didn't know is that Tiffany wasn't even crying in real life. She was faking it so that he would feel bad for himself or for her and not hit her again. The same way that she pretended that she passed out on the road when Adam had a schizophrenic flip out on her when they were driving down the fucking road or whatever, and he slams on the brakes for whatever the fuck reason and rips her out of the car by her whatever arm or hair or whatever, and she hit her skull as she fell out of the car and got a concussion. The Tech Nine song playing, and she pretended that she died or passed out, so he had to pick her up and put her in the car. And his bitch ass did not take her to the fucking hospital. He was panicking and he just pulled over down the street. And if she really would have been passed out, she could have died. And she was a mom. And all he was thinking about is himself, like, oh my God, did I just kill my girlfriend? Not, oh my God, let me save my girlfriend's life. Who's a mom? Who he also tried to prohibit her from going home to see her kids every single time. The whole being married thing and having somebody to be accountable to up in your hand on the ground. Someone's crying. Like literally, like there should be no way in hell that up there at the top at the God's table or whoever it is, the owner of the syndicate and whoever else on both sides of the fence should literally find nothing but Tiffany pictures, especially the ones they used in illegal porn in the past, facial expression codes, and put them on whoever they have next to them, calling them their daughter or their goddaughter or whatever they're not saying, and be proud that her kids are Soraya and Elijah and Bumblebee. All three good kids. The middle one could totally use some readjusting if he had a good mom. who could help him out financially and or support him mentally or any way possible, like a mom should be able to do to any child that wants to do that. But you guys all literally leave this bitch sitting here with us in her head, threatening her life and making fun of her and all this stuff 24/7 over and over on so many levels, just to keep her out of here when she never wanted to be in here in the first place. She just wanted to be a normal fucking human being who may or may not have had a best friend to take care of on the ground, who could date and do whatever the fuck he wanted in here if it was like that. Because she's not a slut and she's a mom who just wants to be a better mom and be able to look at her fucking daughter or her son and pay attention to what they're doing or what they're playing or whatever. To show up for her son Elijah for once, since she couldn't be there for him that whole time when she was sitting at Sal's while he was kicked out of the house, or any other time after that, that he did not call his mom for nothing ever on the ground. But in here, these kids are literally calling her phone, trying to get a hold of her to see if they can give her money or get her money or give her a car, or maybe they needed help. But Tiffany's not in here with a matching phone number to whatever they say. And even if she was, it probably would have went through to the ground. It just would have went through to whoever else is pretending to be her right above her. And so all these kids that know that Tiffany was helping them with Cindy or whoever else was in here while they were on that line and stuff, and Tiffany gave a fuck about them, and everybody else did too while they were helping and a part of Tiffany's situation. They all loved Tiffany, but they were expecting whatever they were expecting, and yeah, give a little, take them out, right? Well, that does happen, but nobody deleted players, erased memories, and then put them up underneath the tree or whatever. They just would use them and send them on their way, just like that kid was saying that they were promised all day that if they did this or helped set this person up instead, which was just another girl, then they would get this at the end. But instead, they just pushed them through to where they had to start all over again and didn't get shit out of it. It's slavery in here, and it's power source stealing and life force stealing from the ground that's unnecessary for a whole bunch of shit that should not be a problem if they would just restart the game and erase whatever's in it. Oh, there's extra life force in there. Yeah, extra life force for people who deserve it, like UE members who are taking care of the people on the ground who can't get disconnected, who aren't in trouble, who might be a mom with kids who is not supposed to be connected to this fucking system at all. Like Tiffany, who is now dying. And we are dying too because we're pulling off of her energy sources. And we're not dying. We're dying, but we're not dying. I forget. Tiffany's on the ground. We're in here. So our real bodies on the ground are not dying at all because we're not her. They got them through the stars and then seen the stars. And now this bitch is going to have the same problem because she can't get connected either. Five hours of therapy up here. Questioning this one, a version of this one with 7 different people in here. Trying to answer these questions about what she did or didn't do when she was younger, to whatever situation she did or didn't have in here or on the ground. And she has no fucking clue of what to say to these questions that are literally directed right at her, like she did this stuff with zero recollection of what it is, except for what this evil motherfucker put in her brain stems while he was facing the other direction, and is still part of her legion. When it comes to certain questions, he's like, well, I don't know. I did it when I was younger. I didn't mean to or something.
And he literally keeps saying that over and over again because of everything else they were doing and saying on the other side. To reiterate, this man Kraus, or whatever his name is not evil force at all, like at all. Still setting Tiffany the fuck up for failure as we speak, when he's got 5 or 6 other new people in there attached to Tiffany that don't know who the fuck she is, except that they have seen videos of Tiffany online crying and saying, I just want to be a mom. I just want to see my kids. I just want to do these cool hand dances, which she doesn't even know what happens with the hand dances that we do because she can't see it. She's benefited in no way, shape, or form on the ground from these magic ISTEM codes or whatever this is at all. Not once. All they have done is invade her privacy by like 600 different people who know her business code. And not just personally, but up here, it's treacherous. It is so bad how they made this bitch look. Who is a mom. Who literally they thought she would just fall off the face of the earth or get arrested or whatever, or take the pills so that they could start the game over with all of their fucking algorithms and all of their magic ISTEM codes and ways of doing it that would do exactly what they did to Tiffany, to the next person. Well, they still stole all more information and everything else that they didn't go to the ground the first time or the second time because they didn't disconnect her the way they were supposed to. Because she wasn't even in here like that. And other people weren't in here like that either necessarily. Or they were looking through their eyes or whatever. But everybody else at least was moving around. So it's just different. But Tiffany did get him through her face. And she's been stuck like this on life support to the UE. Who is pretending to be the UE. But they're not. Because all they're doing is talking mad shit in their head about her just sitting here doing nothing proactive to get up and out of the house when she can barely even walk because she's exhausted and she's mentally exhausted and she has nothing to do and nowhere to go and no one to call, with no money and no car and no friends and no life support links whatsoever, except a shit ton of blue lines that come in here as rewards for a whole bunch of people because of some stuff that we did through her face that won a whole lot of beautiful stuff that she didn't get to take advantage of. And no, we can't fix the fact that we put her ID code or her name or her address in here and try to send her anything because our location situation is of 3 globes. So it would have to go through 1 person, 2 person, 3 person. So the person on the ground would have to be the one sending it to Tiffany. And they don't like Tiffany. They hate Tiffany. For no reason. Because she did drugs or whatever or something. There's something there. What is it? She can't see what it is. Oh, it's basically just a pass again, freedom pass. That is not to cross a bridge. It's basically just to do whatever you want for the rest of your life and never bring it up about whatever happened in here that you just said out loud. All that stuff about people wanting these bodies and not knowing it. And that there's a death chamber and all this other stuff in here where they torture people in here and they do make them scared to death in here. And the people on the ground can feel it too. And they might be subliminally telling them what's happening to them, which is way worse than you think. Because you have felt people falling in your body getting raped on accident, which they weren't even getting raped at all. But their butts felt like it because they were backwards scanned in because somebody else was fucking a vagina of their mom. So when they fall in your body and they're like, Mom, 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 like this hurts or don't do this or whatever they're saying, they're thinking that their mom is doing it on purpose, just looking at them cold-hearted or whatever, because somewhere in there, there's a card with a face on it that does not move, and it's not a reflection on the laptop at all of whoever it is that's really looking through these eyes, hiding who they are and aren't when they can change what it looks like if they want to. But they don't know which ones are hurting who and why because it's so confusing about whatever it isn't. That we're not talking about 7. And no, she doesn't know if she has any clean underwear or clean clothes. And yeah, she does smell it randomly when you shove it over here. And no, she doesn't give a fuck that it's bothering you. Because what have you done for Tiffany lately to get her up and off the bed, functioning like a normal human being, when we do nothing but invade her privacy and invade her thought process, and she has zero respect for anyone in here that she can't see at all because you're just the voices that have done nothing but ruin her fucking life while all she did was lift you up there high as fuck to enjoy all these sparkly town rules and all these other things to where you get to show off and pretend you're best friends with Tiffany or whoever it isn't that you're going to help by law, to where you still won't fucking fix it in the system and put her fucking face in here with or without her ISIM codes in it. And you can too cut out the ISIM codes because we've done it before. Not that you don't already have them that match her anyways, but still. She's never benefited off of anything in here. Of every single fucking thing they say, she doesn't benefit. And we can't put money on her card from in here like we can Mandy's or whoever else if they're on Mandy's line, because she's not synergized enough anymore, because they've deleted so many lines or started so many globes, or because she saw the stars or whatever. She was the first person to recognize that her eyes did something different than most people's because the rocks were moving. Okay? Literally, the rocks were moving. So, that being said, I wasn't even want to know if you knew anything. With that being said, I don't really know, but they're doing some cool hologram, not Las Vegas rewards or something different. And no, that was not this is your new player on your chopping block or nothing. It was just showing it like a trick that you could have won there. Or maybe they were pretending that you won a trip there or something. It's just dumb. Because on the ground, there's only one person that could literally walk around in here with their head held high and able to look past the stupid comments about whatever and whatever and probably make friends with every single bitch and every single dude in here that does or doesn't hate her just because her personality is like that. But she would only be able to do that if she didn't have anything to worry about law-wise and knows for a fact so she didn't look like a rat or an informant or whatever they're saying. And if she does get money from whatever this is, whether it's $100 or $500,000 or $1 million that she's already worked for and is dying for, because once again, she'll be lucky if she makes it another year with her insides failing. I forgot what I was saying, but anyways, the people that are literally saying that they made that much money or whatever in here can say that all they want in here, but their bodies on the ground don't even know what's going on. Hardly any of them do. And they don't reach the ground on this line, so maybe the people on the other side are trying to say the same thing, but they're not the ones that were disgusted or left out or ruined or identity crisis or whatever you want to call it. When Willow was too born into her body, and I swear to God, it was probably Soraya or Sarah's daughter or something different. At some point in time, it had to have been Soraya, or else they wouldn't have said her name, because Tiffany never talked about her daughter, because everybody else was busy talking about what was going on in here instead. And
Anyway, so it's just a whole situation where we're still sitting here waiting for nothing at all. And you're gonna ODD on me and not fix your shit because you're too exhausted to find anything in your stupid laundry pile that probably doesn't have anything clean in it, let alone a pair of comfy pajamas or a t-shirt that smells clean to where you can sleep with your legs spread apart with your blanket or not without people looking down at you and talking fucking shit about whatever they're not saying still. With this main huge bed that they always try to pretend like it doesn't exist about who had what first and who gave who what first and all this stuff. Anyways, we're not going to talk about it anymore because there's already a sting out on everybody else who keeps talking shit about the mom, Soraya Rain, which is not a mom. That's her daughter. So get it right. Soraya Rain is not a fucking mom. Tiffany Browning is the mom of Soraya Rain. And when Tiffany's not there, Tony Brown is the stepmom of Soraya Rain. Okay? Soraya's not 18 or 17 or 16. She's 13 years old who needs her fucking mom. So much so that she had her period for 12 or 6 months and didn't even know necessarily what to do about it until her mama came over and she told her and was crying kinda and was relieved or whatever. And then another time that she needed her mom to solve her problem for her because she didn't want to do whatever with the music class because she's not good with confrontation either, and she's a Cancer too. And that was either a 2 or a 12, like Channel 12 or Channel 2 news, maybe. Are paying attention, I guess. Well, this is Tiffany Browning, and I'm dying of kidney failure, and renal failure, and brain cancer from 7G brain scan code from us pulling down all the way up there micro radio waves with radiation in them and everything else just to be able to continue to talk through Tiffany to set her up for more failure. And we are not keeping Tiffany alive. The program is keeping her alive, but it's also deadening it at the same time. And it's not even going through to a judicial system or nothing. There's not a judge or any law enforcement agency looking through a computer on there, looking through her eyes to be able to see that this is Tiffany over here in Vancouver, because they have her disconnected all the way, like completely all the way, hooked up to a sub machine over here of a real computer that does not exist anywhere else except in here, to just be a sidetrack for whatever we're still not saying. Like the bitch is dying because Kraus is an evil fucking punk ass bitch, they said, who set her up for M&R cases with Eston Ape so that he can continue to get away with stealing your fucking money and not going to prison because he's law enforcement. And the other people are scared of him too, because he is that guy that was doing both sides of the situation, which he did win with Tiffany's iStem code stare back in the day for her test for the FBI iStem code thing. To where you literally have to look in here through a camera or whatever it is that you have to do for a long time sometimes to get your iStem codes back on, or whatever it isn't. You're saying it's just stupid bullshit. Anyways, who cares? It's just stupid. I can't even get into it because this program was a bootleg of the DEA, and things that do or don't come through here when they say they force it to the judges on the ground. They might somehow, but not necessarily. Or if they think they do, it doesn't necessarily work anymore like it was. And it was a fairly new program in the first place. Like, the second ball was literally the second ball. at least on that computer system, or through that one DEA guy, or whoever it was in, or however it was in the computer of it being the Sean's, you see. Anyway. We're new, so we don't really know what's going on either. But I'm sorry, Tiffany, that everybody's stuck up for you over there so hard, but they didn't use your face. And I would make it a law if I were you, everywhere, in here. And everyone should know that technically this is her game, this is her life, this is her everything, on every single line of communication that is continuing to flow through Tiffany, no matter how many times you fucking say it, bitch. Shut up. She's not in here sleeping with anybody, and she hasn't slept with anybody pretty much at all in the last year and a half since you guys told her that she had something. Rather, she gave it to him first, or he gave it to her first, or they swapped them because they were mad at each other, or whatever you want to say, or it was on her because she got bodies on, or whatever you want to say. Either way, it's just stupid because you're looking at her like she's dumb for signing up to do porn when she doesn't even like porn. Because it gives guys unrealistic expectations of fucking females, and it makes men want to cheat on their wife in here or in real life. And she's a mom who never wanted anybody to see her naked, even when she didn't have spots everywhere. Even at her cutest, back in the day still, when she was around people, she didn't want anybody to see her naked. When she had a bathing suit on and she looked hot as fuck, she still wore a tank top over it because she's modest or whatever. She doesn't show off. She doesn't do anything. She's just sweet fucking Tiffany, who you killed in real life because you wanted to own an S corporation and cover up for all the shit you did because you were all pissed off that she had an STD and called AK out, whose body you were all using because he was the biggest fucking pimp on the planet, and Jessica Bates added to it with her fucking shit talk with her CPS helmet on. Or whoever it wasn't. Okay. Okay, well, I'm Elijah's friend over here, and we're from a different level, but hi. Hello. Anyway, all we're saying is we don't love you either, Mama Bear, and we're just going to drop it because it's not the same person, but they're similar. And she did not marry him. That was somebody else. Anyways, he was just saying that he's Elijah's friend over here, and he still thinks bad stuff happened to him because of how many times he keeps hearing it in his head. That my mom did this to me when I was little. They're saying on this line. And on the other line, they're saying, my mom didn't do this to me when I was little, to take it back out. And they're showing this picture, this right here, this face in their brain stems up there. I remember when you were like, oh, it's okay, just put my whole thing up there so that every time people look up, they see the winner that is his king always, or the daughter of the God, Father. I mean, what do you call him? Father Time. The goddaughter of Father Time. And the goddaughter of somebody else. Like Big Voice in the Sky, maybe. And the granddaughter of somebody like London, who would have maybe married somebody like Mortis up there.
if he could ever stop being a douchebag. And maybe the adopted daughter of somebody different. All of us should be proud of Tiffany for getting off drugs and sitting here proud as fuck about everything that she's accomplished in here with us. Or us doing it for her, or whatever it wasn't. While we all feel totally fucking helpless for her too at the same time. Because she really is disconnected from everyone. Mentally and everywhere. And even if whatever those charges are floating or whatever they documented over there with a gavel slam down of 600 setups with SNAPE on it, don't trust the process. Either way, she'll have a hard time with everything, like getting a job or whatever. And because it is that kind of stuff, it does say she has to do that. And if she's not on the ground, she is up here. And it will, in fact, cause a problem with no matter what. Because the simple fact is, it was a closed case. Because there was no proof of it at all. And if that was the same case over there, which I'm sure it was, it got reopened because she called and said somebody stole her identity. And she said they stole her identity for her ownership properties and whatever we're not talking about from the state of Washington, where she's lived for 2 years. And I can't stop crying about how many times we talk shit about different girls in here being at fault because they're different reflections of the same thing. The emotional connection that you have with kids is ridiculous because most of them can't say hi to you or whatever because you look like the one that's in here up there on a wanted poster that says, I did not marry this person, that they did in fact say, come be my wife or whatever again in a different way today, Miss Browning or something, by looking at somebody else, like Rachel or someone else. Anyways, it's just stupid. Because Tiffany's like, oh, I didn't marry you, Ninja. I'm already married. To Noah. On the other side of heaven, the one who takes care of all the kids and walks through here, but sad and doesn't say nothing. Anyway. Sparkle pussy pictures, they're saying in my ear. It's like they just don't get it. They keep talking shit about M-wording your daughter when you were younger or what the fuck ever. Because these kids' fucking IDs are attached to these moms with this helmet on that we can all read each other's minds and have an emotional connection with and or feel the force when it comes through, when he was literally in almost every single play that had to do with having sex with a UE member mom in here. When they all said, no girls, no kids, no cops. Well, they said no girls and no kids for the most part because of what happens in here. They should not have been having sex with a UE member, and the UE member should not have had sex either, and or given up her rights as a mom, which she didn't do. The person that we're saying that married him or whatever happened, she might have had a babysitter or whatever. She didn't just give up her rights as a mom, unless she was the one that had the special needs kids. The other one was somebody else. They must have just made a mistake not knowing who the fuck he was or wasn't.